And we're live. Thank you all for joining. What do you think of that little countdown timer? Huh? Getting more professional as the time goes on. And with that, maybe just a little announcement. I am looking to hire somebody part-time who's going to help with booking and matchmaking. Right? I enjoy live streaming. I enjoy having conversations, answering questions, talking to people. The part I like the least is needing to find interesting guests, reaching out to them, scheduling them, or thinking of cool matchups, right? Who would be a cool debate? Who do we want to see debate? Reaching out and making it happen. So I'm looking to hire somebody part-time. It'd be, let's say, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. I need somebody who's really in the thick of it, who really knows the Israel-Palestine space, who knows the influencers, the thought leaders, and would be passionate about doing this. If you feel like you're one of those people, please reach out to me. You could find my contact information somewhere here on YouTube. I guess I'll put my email in the description as well, but it's my name, adarweiner@gmail.com. Just reach out to me. You could also reach out to me on Twitter or YouTube. Anywho, thank you all for joining. We're also doing this live on Discord. The Discord people will be able to hop on and share thoughts, ask questions, so it kind of is a call-in show. If you want to join the Discord and be involved, I'm dropping a link in chat. There's also a link in the description, or if you're watching this on Twitter, you can find that link in my bio. Now, there's been some big news, controversial news. Haaretz came out with an article yesterday describing Gaza as a killing field. It is a report based on IDF whistleblowers that IDF soldiers at the aid stations are opening fire on Palestinians almost daily. The way the whistleblowers describe it is as a means to disperse the crowd. People will come to these aid points before they open or after they open, and their means to disperse the crowd is just shooting at them. Now, I said shooting at them, so here's really the point of controversy. The Hebrew article, the original publication, says shooting towards them. In English, it was translated to shooting at them. Now, on one hand, this is like, how meaningful is this difference? The difference does kind of suggest intent, but no matter if it's towards or at, it's bad. And I think this kind of is an opportunity to open up a broader conversation of how Israel is operating in Gaza, and are the actions towards people or at people, and what are the moral implications of this difference? So there's this idea that the IDF is intentionally targeting civilians, that they're being told to kill civilians. I actually don't think that is what's happening from a top-down command. I don't think there's a policy to say target these civilians. I think that's happening on a level of individual soldiers doing it, and perhaps there's some commanders who are also doing that, but not from high up. But the way Israel is engaging looks indistinguishable from intentionally targeting civilians. And let's just look at examples. So what Israel is doing on a policy level is reducing protections for civilians to such a low level that civilians are being killed en masse with little regard for their life. So, for example, let's say there's a situation in a no-go zone. These are zones that the IDF attempted to evacuate, but they're never evacuated 100%. Many units in those zones say, anybody you see, shoot them. Their rationale is not, we're not trying to kill civilians. We just told them to evacuate. So if they're still there, they must be combatants, right? That's how it's being framed on a policy level. At the at the aid distribution centers, they're not trying to kill civilians. They're just trying to disperse the crowd with lethal weaponry. So they just happen to be killing them. But they're not trying to kill civilians, right? So there's always this plausible deniability, and it makes it much easier to have a policy top down when it's framed this way, without like whistleblowers saying, yeah, we were told to kill civilians. There's no whistleblower saying that. The whistleblowers are just talking about how low the protection for civilians are, which makes it look indistinguishable. Here's some more examples. Let's say there's intel that there might be a combatant in a home, but there's also 2 other families in that home. Okay, go for it. We're not trying to kill the civilians. They just happen to be there. Or let's say you see suspicious movement in a building. You're not sure it's combatants, but you don't want to take that chance, so you blow up the building. We didn't try to kill civilians. They just happen to be there. So you could always maintain plausible deniability this way. Now, are the moral implications that different from intending to kill civilians? Perhaps on like a small scale, if you're just killing a few people, intention matters. But the second you kill 100,000 or some 100,000 or so civilians, at that point you can't hide behind this lack of intent. The moral difference is not so meaningful. But if people want to understand how the commands are coming from above and how this is being justified by that IDF, that's how they're looking at it. And that's also how the Hasbaristas, the whole Hasbara community, which is now in shambles, this is how they're also looking at it. This is their defense. And this is also where a lot of the debate over genocide comes from, because at least to prove genocide in the court of law, you need to prove intent, but you could always hide behind this this idea that you weren't targeting civilians, they just happen to get in the way. So I think it's if we really want to understand how Gaza's functioning, how IDF soldiers are operating, that's kind of how it's being justified, how it's being looked at. The moral difference, in my opinion, is not meaningful. Others might argue differently. Let's see what we have on the question side. Georgie says, another report where both sides are lying, in my opinion. Both sides will claim they're 100% correct and the other. Well, so which side is lying here? So this is based off whistleblower reports. Is your claim that Haaretz is fabricating these whistleblower reports? Is that what you're saying? Because that's a pretty serious allegation. Haaretz, you could accuse them of bias. Have they gotten things wrong in the past? Sure. Can you say the way they translated the headline was incorrect? Sure. But to fabricate, to completely make up a whistleblower report, is it possible? Sure. But that's a serious allegation, and we'd need, we need some evidence of that. And it's not like what they're saying is out of the blue. I mean, we know that people are being shot every day at these aid to get aid. We have testimonies from people on the ground that the IDF is shooting. We have it from medical personnel that the shooting is happening. And the IDF also admitted to opening fire on a few occasions now. So this is all corroborated by many other data points. It's not out of the blue Haaretz is making this claim. And I get it, like an anonymous whistleblower is not as compelling as a named whistleblower. But think about the societal backlash an IDF soldier would face for coming out publicly with something like this. It's not that it doesn't exist, but the current climate in Israeli society right now creates a massive incentive against soldiers coming out. So we shouldn't expect to see whistleblowers say with their face and their name. I mean, there's been 1 or 2, but most of them are going to do it anonymously. Anywho, what else do we want? Okay, I see somebody shared this. Andrew Fox, who I've been debunking now for a long time. I mean, he really is honestly one of the biggest. He's a pathological liar. And a lot of people are unintentionally spreading misinformation. I genuinely believe, knows that he's not being honest. In fact, I've been debunking all his claims, him and Eisenberg, all their claims on the Gaza death toll. They've never refuted anything I've put out. And then the other day, I upped the ante on Andrew because every time somebody asks him why he doesn't debate me, he'll just engage in a personal attack. He called me a capo, called me a conspiracy theorist, a liar, but refuses to engage with me on the merit of my claims. So I upped the ante. I gave him an offer, a public offer. I said, let's have a public debate with an agreed upon panel of judges. If they decide you win, I will pay you $10,000. If they decide I win, I want nothing. That's a lopsided offer. Anybody who had any amount of confidence in what they're saying would take that in a minute. The only reason you wouldn't is if you knew you could not defend your position publicly in front of somebody who actually has done the research as well. So, of course, he didn't respond to it, and I knew he wouldn't. And the reason I agreed to such a lopsided debate is because the data on this is very clear. His lies are blatant and are just not defensible in a public debate. So that's quite telling. But he just put out something, a Substack. So let's read it. I only read the first paragraph, and there was like already 3 lies, but I know some people still view him as some kind of a credible source. So let's check this out. Also, real quick, I did realize the other day that there's a way to do. So I decided I'm going to start streaming more full time, at least a few times a week. So, yay! But I'm also going to take it more seriously in the terms of like start doing Patreon stuff and incentivizing super chats. So I found out that there's a way that you could set a super chat goal, and if you reach it, like you could here. Let's see if I need to go to the actual stream. Hold on. Reach it. Whoops. Mute that. Okay, set a goal. What should the goal be? Okay, pick a goal. 5 super chats. This might be too high of a goal, but whatever. We're playing with it. Share how you'll celebrate. Okay, if we reach the goal, the super chat goal, I will share. And please give me ideas for other things we could do. Share the story of why I wasn't allowed to walk at high school graduation. Imagine that, me monetizing some of my my mischief. Well, might as well, right? Anyways, okay. Asaf Agami says, "Hi Adar, really liked your conversation with Shell. Hope you guys are doing a good job." Thank you, Asaf, and it's good to see a fellow Israeli who appreciates what we're doing, because that is rare. But when I do this content, I am trying to reach both supporters of Israel and haters of Israel. I think there's something important for both of them to get from this content. So it's great to see you here, Asaf. And you should join our definitely join our Discord. Anyways, let's share this article. Let's see what Fox is saying. I have had to debunk Haaretz's distortion of truth before. Nobody in Israel reads them. Okay, that's the first lie. I mean, even though they're left-wing and a lot of people don't love them, they're a prestigious newspaper. My grandfather, who is comfortably far to the right of Netanyahu, primarily reads Haaretz because it's considered like an intellectual, sophisticated newspaper. So I mean, he's just going to start with a lie. I mean, that's Fox, right? It's either a lie or he just doesn't know. It's a combination of both. He sometimes intentionally spreads misinformation, but he also often doesn't know what he's talking about. So he goes, nobody in Israel reads them, so this confuses my Israeli readers, but they have disproportionate impact in the wider English-speaking world. This week they were really on fire. It's true, they do have disproportionate impact because they're doing some of the best journalism on Gaza. To start, there is the shady underbelly of academia that spent 18 months telling us how accurate Hamas's figures were. That's funny. I mean, he's technically also referring to me, but I'm not academia, so not really. And also, the Ministry of Health casualty figures we've been saying are not accurate. We're saying it's an undercount. And as time goes on, the idea that it's been an undercount is being strengthened. The Ministry of Health is undercounting fatalities in Gaza. We could say that with certainty at this point. They scoffed at our qualitative Henry Jackson Society paper, which highlighted all the errors that could easily be identified in the death toll through open source research. Yeah, I put out a prominent debunking. I guess the most prominent debunking of this report. It was complete garbage, like multiple just straight up misinformation, omission of important context. I debunked it. It got viewed over 200,000 times. None of the authors of this report ever responded to a single claim I made there. Some of them just blocked me and then engaged in personal attacks. So yeah, the fact that he's taking pride in this, he's just living in a different reality. It's literally one of the lowest quality reports I've ever read. And this is what got me to understand that think tanks, because Henry Jackson Society is a think tank means nothing. It doesn't speak to the quality of what they're producing. Then Hamas undermined their ghoulish cheerleaders by removing 3,000 names from death lists of their own accord. Yeah, exactly. This is another claim we made. We discovered that most of the 3,000 names they removed actually were killed by violent deaths. They were killed violently from IDF airstrikes, and the Ministry of Health removed them because they couldn't confirm their cause of death. This was proof that they're undercounting deaths. He's essentially reinforcing what we're saying. And also, no one's ever answered the question, if the point of the Ministry of Health is to inflate the numbers, why are they removing names? Why not keep the names there and just add more fake names? No one's responding to this because they don't have an answer. They try to obfuscate and cast doubt. And the errors in the list they found that were proposed in the Henry Jackson paper was just finding like a reasonable margin of error of a few percent, which is to be expected in so many lines of data. In fact, there's no margin of error. That would be suspicious. The fact that they found a margin of error is to be completely expected. These academic clowns are now desperately scrabbling around in the ashes of their credibility, trying to recover even the scrap by reassuring Hamas that they were correct in the first place. It's pathetic, and of course it is pitiful new findings of these discredited, malign buffoons that Haaretz choose to report. So yeah, this is a huge projection. It's his credibility that's been damaged because there was a new Haaretz report about the death toll based on a new report done by Mike Spagat, who we had him on this channel a few days ago, who didn't even use Ministry of Health numbers. They just surveyed 2,000 households in Gaza and identified from that survey that, again, there's an undercount. Even worse this week saw more lies from Haaretz about events in Gaza. This time the reporting is so brazen that they didn't even bother to keep their translations consistent. How does he know they're lies, right? What based on what? Is he saying, how does he know they're lies? Is there evidence that they're lies? Or he just doesn't want to believe it's true? You could say I'm skeptical of the claims, but saying that they're lies based on what? Now Itai Fishberger, who's also just an agent for excusing atrocity, more lies from Haaretz, and then they talk about the translation towards in order to keep away, or shooting at them as opposed to them, right? So this is really what the Hezbollah camp still has. Oh, they weren't shooting at them, they were shooting towards them and killing them. But yeah. As flagged by Yair Essler and posted on X by the relentlessly excellent Eitan Fishberger, Haaretz English editions claim that IDF soldiers were ordered to fire at unarmed Palestinians waiting for food in Gaza, but the original Hebrew version states they were told to fire towards crowds to keep them away from the H sites. This represents a significant difference in intent, legality, and moral implications, right? So this is actually what I started the stream with. This is all they've got to say. No. They weren't shooting at them, just towards them away to keep them away. Not at them, towards them. But you're killing them. And at scale, the moral difference, in my opinion, is meaningless. But this is really all Hezbollah has now to hide behind the plausible deniability of, you can't prove it was intentional. You just can't prove it. That is only the start of Haaretz's deceptive sleight of hand in this grotesquely misleading piece of propaganda masquerading as journalism. Here's a full article, if you could bear to read it. Bear to read it. Like what, dude? Grow up. How emotionally unstable do you need to be not be able to read an article? I like, you can't bear to read an article, but you could bear to see 20,000 dead children and still work to justify that and make up lies to justify that. Okay, bro. Western journalists in the media have reported verbatim. The article opens with a thunderous lie. The army has deliberately fired at Palestinians. That's not a deliberate lie. That's not. Oh, sorry. Thunderous claim. Okay, yeah, that's true. We know that's true at this point. A grim and damning lie if true. Line if true. However, the story soon begins to collapse under the weight of its contradictions. A quoted soldier allegedly describes the idea of creating a killing field, complete with heavy machine guns, mortars, and grenade launchers. Yet this supposed killing field results in, wait for it, just 1 to 5 casualties per day. That's not a massacre. Well, not of Gazans, right? So he's saying, wait a minute. You only kill 1 to 5 people a day waiting for food. That's not a massacre. I mean, this is just atrocity denialism, right? This is every atrocity has these people that are trying to obfuscate, cast doubt, and minimize. Nowhere in the article is saying our goal or intention was to maximize the harm and kill as many civilians as possible. Stopping aid from entering Gaza for months till you have a humanitarian crisis, and then creating a situation where the only way to get aid is to waiting these long lines, and then there's a chance you get shot every day you go. Okay. Like, do we see the grim state of Hasbara today, that this is all they've got? Once again, we're faced with the suggestion that not only are the IDF murderous maniacs, but they also have the worst aim on the planet. The monstrous idea for such terrible shots that they fire machine guns, mortars, grenade launchers, and crowds of tens of thousands of people, yet manage to wound no more. Wait, why wound? They said kill. Why is he saying wounded now? More than 1 to 5 Gazans at a time. Again, so if you want to make this claim against those arguing that Israel, and there are people making this claim, but Andrew's objective here, and many others making this claim, is not to give an honest and accurate understanding of what's happening. It's to excuse and justify it. If you want to push back on those saying Israel is trying to kill as many civilians as possible waiting for food, I'd say, yeah, okay, so you could push back using this. There is some legitimacy here, but that's not how it's being framed. That's not how it's being packaged. This is to minimize, justify, and excuse. Then comes another journalistic. Later, Haaretz quotes an officer saying the intent behind the live fire was crowd control, not carnage. However, it bears this clarification so deeply that it becomes effectively irrelevant. The reader has already been presented with the moral. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure they say that at the beginning. He says it's deep. I'm pretty sure it's the beginning. Hold on. Let's go to this. All right, where'd it go? Archive. I don't pay for art, so I do need to bypass the wall. Why can't I do that? That's weird. I did open it. Hold on. Oh, that's annoying. All right. Killing field. Let's see. Honestly, I should pay for Haaretz because they deserve it. So you know what? I am going to sign up for their subscription. Cool. We got it here. If you want to know how to bypass a paywall, you just do archive.is/ and then the link, and then you get it. Cool. Past month, captured and soldiers ruled that commanders are. Wait, oh, this is like an updated version. Interesting, because they're already said in statement released following the publication of this expose. Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's true. It's not. For some reason, I remember it being in the subheader. Okay, fair. I mean, if he wants to say it should have been added earlier, I could actually agree with that. Let's continue. The author admits they don't know who is shooting at civilians near these aid distribution centers. Still, rather than consider the possibility that, for example, Hamas might be involved, the article shifts with a loaded line. The IDF does not permit armed individuals in these humanitarian zones without its knowledge. Get it? If someone's firing and the IDF doesn't permit any shooters other than themselves in the area, well, wink, wink. No, that's not conspiracy complete. I mean, here's what he's suggesting. First of all, this is based on more than one testimony. So some are saying we were shooting. Now he's focusing on one officer that says we know that they were shooting, we don't know who it was. So he's making this the central focus instead of acknowledging that there's whistleblowers that said we were doing the ones shooting. But if this is in an area that's highly surveilled, there's drones, there's satellites, there's patrols, the chance of Hamas going into these areas, getting close enough to the IDF, where they could shoot those waiting in lines, that's the conspiracy. If you're saying that's more likely, is it possible Hamas is doing this, that they're sneaking into the areas and shooting civilians? Sure, but the much more plausible explanation is that it's the IDF for a few reasons. One, generally, when there's a conflict, most of the killing of civilians is happening from the other warring party. So generally, that's the person who kills the civilians of the other side. I know people like to paint Hamas as the ultimate evil that's trying to kill as many of their own as possible, which is based on some obscure quote they took from someone from years ago, and it's used to push this narrative. But that's also just used in order to cope with the just grotesque number of people killed. But in addition to that, again, the chance of there being Hamas active in these areas when the IDF isn't seeing them and they're still able to shoot people waiting in lines, that's highly implausible. In addition to that, the IDF admitted to doing the shootings, and we have testimonies from people on the ground saying the IDF is doing the shootings. So it's not impossible that Hamas has shot people waiting in food lines. But when you look at the potential of who it might be, it's much more likely that it's done by the IDF. This is just not an honest analysis. He goes, wink, wink, conspiracy complete, but he's coming out with some batshit crazy conspiracy. There's no mention of possibility that gunmen, Hamas, criminal gangs, or rogue actors can infiltrate these chaotic areas without IDF permission, nor is there any curiosity about how the IDF soldiers are getting wounded near those same food sites. Not exactly an idle question, especially in light of some of the video footage released in recent weeks showing Hamas opening fire on their own people. So again, the report is not just based on this one testimony. He's conveniently ignoring all the other testimony to focus on this one, saying we don't know where it's coming from, when others saying we're doing the shooting. And Hamas firing on their own people, that's done generally execution style. They shoot them from close. That's people who they have accused of collaborating or people who are protesting. It's fucked up, but it's not. We don't have footage release of Hamas opening on crowds of people trying to get food. We don't have any footage of that. So he's kind of sneaking that in there. Speaking of which, the IDF is committing daily massacres. If the IDF is committing daily massacres, where's the footage? I keep hearing this one. Okay. Every Gazan has a mobile phone and numerous videos of other events have been released. Why is there a total absence of any credible footage of these supposed IDF combined arms on Kingsville? So this is one of the new Hezbollah claims. This actually makes no sense. In order to get footage of an IDF soldier firing and seeing where they're firing, there's too big of a distance to get that on your phone. You're requiring a level of evidence that is very unlikely to be found. In order to find the IDF shooting on crowds, you're going to, that'll come primarily from drone footage, satellite footage, or some kind of a CCTV camera. Not some guy walking up and filming close enough where he could see the soldier and where they're shooting at. That's just, you're requiring a level of evidence that you most likely will never get. And again, this is part of the playbook, right? Deny, 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 obfuscate, cast doubt, minimize, and then require some bullshit evidence. Now let's discuss logistics. Oh, suddenly logistics matters, not when you require some bullshit evidence. Now you want to talk logistics. The piece depicts the aid distribution centers as Kafkaesque hellscapes. That's not entirely wrong, but Haaretz, again, manipulates by omission. Manipulates by omission. That's something Andrew Fox should know a whole lot about. Yes, GHF, that's Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Aid mechanism is chaotic. Hundreds of thousands of desperate civilians rush to the aid centers for limited supplies. Supplies vanish within minutes. However, Haaretz fails to explain why these centers are open for only a short period of time. It is because allowing crowds to go beyond control raises the risk of stampedes and violence. The system is flawed but not malicious. That's debatable. If you actually want Gazans to get aid, you should just flood. You should flood Gaza with so much aid that no one can monetize it. The claim is we are doing this so Hamas can't steal the aid and then sell it. First of all, we haven't seen that done on a systemic level. There's likely some Hamas militants doing it. There's likely some militias doing it, but there's been no evidence that they're actually, Hamas as a policy is stealing massive amounts of aid and using that to fund their operation. But if that's the case, and if that's your concern, flood Gaza with aid, so much aid that the price goes down to near zero and it can't be monetized. That's the solution if you actually want to get aid to the people. The idea that you could starve Hamas without starving the people, that's just not, it's just not possible. So this is about control. It's about moving Gazans into a smaller and smaller area. And I know, well, we'll see what happens. There's talks of a ceasefire, but Israel would like to achieve relocation. And if they're confined to a smaller and smaller area, it's easier to relocate. There's also tactical advantage, right? If you can move as many civilians in a small area as possible, you separate them from Hamas, and then it's easier to engage in those areas without killing civilians. So that is another another reason. But the stated reason is they don't want the aid going to Hamas. I just don't think you can feed 2 million people while starving 30,000. It just doesn't make sense. I interviewed an IDF soldier who has taken part in crowd control situations in Gaza. Let me explain what firing towards means. Warning shots, that means rounds hitting 100 meters short, up in the air, or well off to the side. Anything to disperse a potentially dangerous crowd without causing casualties. So this, without a doubt, is happening as well, right? We're hearing about the warning shots that are being shot towards them to the point where it's hitting them, which there's no excuse for. But that doesn't mean that there's no warning shots that are just in the vicinity. That's true. This is not a tactic that British Army typically employs, but it's important to note that they have never faced a comparable situation. To provide context, I served as the British Army's public officer lead for 16 Air Assault Brigade in 2018-19. My role involved validating public order trainings and other company commanders. Okay, now he's just appealing to his authority. I don't really care. It's a kinetic combat environment. It would be unfeasible for the IDF to dot riot gear and deploy forces for public order drills. I don't think that's unfeasible. It's not unfeasible. If you actually care about not harming civilians, it's certainly feasible. If you don't care, then you could say it's not feasible. Such an approach would likely lead to disaster. No, I mean, what Israel's doing now is leading to disaster. Israel's policy the whole time has been a disaster. You're saying taking more precaution would lead to disaster. Okay. The IDF has very few crowd control options available, given the immediate and serious threat posed by IEDs and ambushes from Hamas. Warning shots are an extreme option, but not unreasonable in the circumstances. You could do rubber bullets. You could do tear gas. There's endless things you could do. You could also have a much higher degree of care, and if you are doing live rounds, to make sure that people aren't being shot. More importantly, Haaretz wants you to forget this central inconvenient truth. This is happening during a war, a real war, not a riot on the streets of Belfast, not a protest in central London. This is hostile territory where terrorists have repeatedly launched attacks, including near aid sites, and soldiers are forced to make a split-second decision under mortal threat to judge IDF actions in Gaza using standard of peacetime police or military crowd control is to replace analysis with ideology. I mean, there's some truth to this. It's definitely different, but this whole idea that you can keep killing civilians because our soldiers don't want to take risks, no. This is why we created international law, because obviously every military is going to prefer killing thousands of the civilians of their enemy to protect one of their own soldiers. But the problem with that is you see mass destruction of civilian life. So after World War II, we saw carpet bombing cities. We saw massive amounts of war crimes. We said, okay, as our weapons get more powerful, and because there's no incentive in place to make militaries care about the civilians of the other side, let's create a framework to help create that incentive. So the military, if a military is engaging in some kind of operation, yes, there is a risk they need to take. You can't keep killing civilians because you want to reduce your risk to close to zero. And this has been part of Israel's aggression, has been because they're very risk averse. Right, 450 soldiers have died, which again, that's a terrible number. These are fathers, sons, brothers, siblings, loved ones. Right, these are real people. And this is interesting. People are like, "What? You're humanizing the IDF?" Yeah. I'll humanize any military, and I'll even humanize any terrorist group because their family members still feel the same pain of losing a loved one. It's still a loss of life. And if this is too humanist for you, I get it. You could at least care about civilians, but I actually do care when militants are killed. But so 450 killed and 100,000 civilians have been killed. Think about how risk averse you're being. I mean, that is a crazy proportion. I would urge somebody to find a proportion similar to that level. Losing 450 of your own, but in turn killing 100,000 civilians of the other side. Come on. Come the fuck on. The goal of the military is to pursue the national interest of the state. If you believe this is important enough, then you need to take the risks that come with it. Could some soldiers accidentally miss and hit someone? Yes, every day, but yes. This is tragic and warrants investigation. However, the article itself acknowledges that IDF is already examining those incidents. To jump from that to deliberate killing fields is not responsible reporting. It's narrative laundering. You could tell that this is a ChatGPT line, but I guess we all do that these days. In short, Haaretz deliberately mistranslated its source material to feed an English-speaking audience as lie. Then it pieced together half-truths, one-sided quotes, and convenient omissions to create a cartoon villain narrative of Israel's brutality, even when its sources contradict that story. This is not journalism. It's information warfare, and Haaretz is fighting for the other side. So here's the interesting thing. He still has not explained how he knows that any of this is a lie. He's claiming it's a lie, but he hasn't explained how he knows that. It's an assumption based on what he wants to believe to be true. He should say, is it possible that these are deliberate killing fields and that IDF soldiers are deliberately killing people? Yes, it's possible, and I hope there's an investigation so we could find out. That would be an honest approach. Not they're lying, here's how we know. You don't know. Anyways, just more garbage from Fox. Cool. Let's see what we have here on Discord. Proper whistleblower would give you dates, times, and tell you what he saw and heard exactly. This is very vague. He may be trying to hide his identity this way, but it makes for the story too easy to dismiss for me. It would not stand up in a courtroom either. Okay, Georgie, but like, this isn't, an anonymous whistleblower in courtroom. That's not what we're talking about. Journalists need to be able to report on things, and if we can't rely on whistleblowers and protect whistleblowers, then it's at a great detriment to those who want to report honestly. And it's not like this isn't corroborated by other things we're seeing. We have 20 months of data of atrocious war crimes and just of a low degree of regard for civilians. So to think that they're shooting towards or at crowds to disperse them in a way that's reckless. Not only is that possible, it's highly plausible based on what we know of how the IDF is engaging. There's critique for the framing of how Haaretz did it. Like I'm perfectly okay if you want to give that critique, but to say that it's completely made up, I don't see any reason to believe that. Delmi 17 says also important that 252nd Division and Brigadier General Yehuda Vech, who also previously supervised the Netzarim Quarter, had a big role in the article. Also, Haaretz addresses influence of religious Zionist field commanders and their ideology, and they think there are non-combatants in Gaza. There are no yeah, right. So that's like, we need to also account for the fact that some percentage of IDF soldiers think there's no innocents in Gaza. We don't know what percent that is, but it's not insignificant. It could be even as high as 20%. That wouldn't surprise me, that there's no innocence in Gaza. So what is it? How does a soldier engage when they believe there's no innocence? So what was his, okay, but this is also interesting. So Yehuda Vach, what was his role in the article? Dami, can you give more info on that? Because he also, yeah, that's the guy who gave testimony about how they were just shooting anyone on sight in the no-go zones, right? That was also a pretty harrowing report. Asaf is saying, Adar literally subscribed to Haaretz today, and I'm not even classical leftist. Cool. I will as well. I grew up tired of mainstream Israeli media. It's easy that there's Channel 14 and there's normal media. It's really all just Israeli-centric propaganda with one narrative, and it's dumb. That's true. The Overton window in Israel is very narrow. Not all too much. Not so much range. The range will be how anti-Bibi you are, but how anti-IDF you are and critical of what Israel's doing in Gaza. It's very narrow. Very narrow. Cool. What else? What should we look at now? Should we do a video review? I know the recent Dave Smith, Pierce Morgan, and Elika Laboon has been making its rounds. Been doing so much Pierce Smith debunkings or reviews. I don't know if I want to do another one, but this one is making its rounds, so maybe we will. What do y'all think? Or is there a different video someone wants to see reviewed? Let's see. If anybody from Discord wants to hop on and share thoughts, ask questions, you're also welcome to. I do want to see, she seems so triggered afterwards, like she almost seems like she's having a mental breakdown, but I don't even know who she is. An hour, whatever. Let's do like the first 10 or 15 minutes. We'll see how it goes. ITS saying, did I look at the Haaretz report? Yeah, we kind of started with that, and now I just looked over Andrew Fox's review of it and did a little debunking of that. So that's at the beginning of the stream. Now we're trying to see what we want to review next. We'll do a little bit of this, the Elika. I know she's Iranian, but is she also Jewish? Because it seems like she was...
debate me because I'm so wrong about it.
Thank you for having me. I'm pro-Iran, not pro-Iranian regime.
Enough about 9 to 5. What about the rest?
Yes, if you are Israel.
Debate ideas with our producers said these were on So I may as well take the next hour off. But joining me for what I think will be a fascinating discussion on an imperative subject, Elika Lebon, the Iranian-American attorney and activist, and Dave Smith, libertarian commentator and the host of Part of the Problem in Tehran, which was actually reasonably, civilized, normal until the end, when he brazenly said he was proud of what Hamas did on October the 7th. And at that point, I realized he was a complete lunatic. But what did you feel listening to it?
I'm glad the world's finally realizing what we've been known for the past 46 years, but ultimately, you just have to look at their talking points and realize the ridiculous hypocrisy of it. Wasn't his whole thing that Palestinians have been oppressed and therefore it is their moral obligation and everyone's moral obligation to attack Israel? Well, by that same logic, what they're doing to Iranian people, lynching them, torturing them, blinding them, then by that logic, the entire world should be bombing Iran right now. So how can you speak out of both sides of your mouth saying that this type of oppression justifies not just military intervention, but terrorism? But you don't think anything should happen to you while you're doing this to your own people. And that's how you know it's a bluff. That's how you know it was never about Palestinian people. It was never about oppression. These are not people who care about oppression. These are the enforcers of oppression who weaponize oppression in order to gain legitimacy in their attacks on Israel.
Dave, we're going to come to the main debate in a few moments, but just your reaction to that interview with Professor Rizali. Because like I say, it was like a game of two halves, right? Where for most of it, he seemed perfectly reasonable, really, albeit it wouldn't be arguments I would put forward or agree with, but I could understand where he was coming from, and he seemed quite reasonable. And then right at the end, I mean, for somebody just to, on camera, say they were proud of what Hamas did on October the 7th, what was your reaction to that?
Very similar to yours. I thought there were a lot of reasonable things said up until that point. But of course, I think this isn't that uncommon. Regimes and supporters of regimes are often guilty of just the most outrageous hypocrisy. And you think of historical examples like Joseph Stalin used to put out propaganda about how horribly racist America was and how Jim Crow was terrible and they treated the black people so terrible in the United States of America, which it was true, but what a hypocrite for Joseph Stalin to be pretending like he was concerned with human rights as he, oversaw the gulags and stuff like that. And so I think, listen, the claim that Hamas and Hezbollah have never engaged in terrorism is just ridiculous and stupid. And, but then again, I would say, I also think the claim that the IDF has never engaged in terrorism is kind of equally ridiculous. And so, it is, in a sense, the hypocrisy of all of the regimes allows somebody like that to point out your hypocrisy, to say, oh yeah, Pierce, well, you're criticizing Iran, saying that they're a state sponsor of terrorism as a citizen of a government that is sponsoring Israel's destruction of Gaza. And so again, there's awful, all of this is just horrible, and there's awful hypocrisy all around. I think there were some fair points that he made in there, but yeah, I mean, listen, October 7th, and even if you want to go with the idea that there was friendly fire or even some type of Hannibal directive issued, there's been people have done deep dives into this, and there is some evidence that some people died that way, but there's just no question that Hamas crossed the border and killed a lot of innocent people. And as I've been saying to you since I've been on your show, Pierce, I just think it's horrible when people downplay that, and it does nothing but undercut their.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if all you do is focus purely on the GoPro footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, if that's all you do, you see exactly the horror that they perpetrated. And right, Elika, you wanted to come on, but specifically with Dave Smith.
Cool to start on a point of agreement. Okay. Will that set the tone for the rest of the debate? Probably not.
You think he's wrong about absolutely everything. So just outline your main complaints about Dave Smith.
I don't have an outline, but I think I can just go off of everything that he says. In this example, you correctly pointed out what the Soviet Union was doing. You correctly pointed out that they would use these kernel of truths as part of their disinformation campaigns. But the question is, what were their disinformation campaigns rooted in? Well, we know what the entire, communist agenda was, and that was demoralization of the West in order to sort of gain this traction internally within the West so that they would overthrow their own government. So the whole point of Soviet disinformation and ideological subversion was to convince people that the West and Israel was the source of all evil in the world. All of the KGB defectors have said the same thing. Yuri Bezmenov, Mikhail Pachepa. But the way they talk about how this is achieved, they talk about demoralization. And demoralization is the point where you can no longer tell truth from fiction. You can no longer tell right from wrong. And what happens when you reach that stage? You start making moral equivalencies between liberal democracies and terrorists and autocrats. So when you say there, yes, I do see that the Islamic Republic are terrorists, but I don't see how other liberal democracies are not terrorists as well. That is exactly the ideological subversion, which you correctly identified, but don't see how it's a part of your own talking points.
I mean, oh man, she's right that people struggle to know fact from fiction. Just the pro-Israel side is equally, if not more, guilty of this than anybody. But liberal democracies are often responsible for more horrific atrocities than oppressive regimes. It's just a question of who's the atrocity is towards. Liberal democracies generally treat their people better, but often kill more foreigners. Who has killed more people, more civilians in the past 20 years, Iran or the United States? It's not even comparable. These are worlds apart. The United States has engaged in illegal regime change time and time again, which has led to an estimated over 1 million civilian deaths. So yeah, I mean, sure, Iran definitely has worse human rights abuses towards their own people, but not even close to the human rights abuses they commit against others. So that's the nuanced way to look at it. You can't just say like to say that liberal democracies are inherently more moral, I just don't think there's a basis for that when that liberal democracy is engaged in waging war and regime change all over the world. If you want to make the moral case they treat their people better, sure, I think that's very defensible. But looking at their total morality, you need to look at what they're doing to other people as well.
Dave?
No, that's just a talking point yourself there. I mean, it's just not true. I know that the defenders of Israel often like to use this term moral equivalency, but it's just made up and doesn't apply to what I'm saying at all. I mean, if I were to say that I in no way ever said that the society of Iran is identical to the society of Israel, or that the people or the citizens of that country both enjoy the same amount of liberty, I've never said there are massive differences. I would say that American society, certainly within America, was far superior to Iraqi society under Saddam Hussein, but you can say that and also say that George W. Bush launched an illegal war in Iraq. These things aren't contradictory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just obvious.
At all. And so what I'm talking about is, let me finish. What I'm talking about here is that the IDF is committing acts of terrorism. And so you can say it doesn't count when a government does it, but there's no objective moral standard to that. So I'm not making an equivalency between anything. I'm just pointing out that these two groups both have committed terrorism. And so in the same sense that you could point out how two people have both committed the same crime, that is not the same as saying those two people are identical in every way.
So when you... Yeah, so you are drawing these moral equivalencies, and you're doing exactly that. You're saying, I'm just saying, how is the IDF different to Hamas? How is the IDF different to the Islamic Republic?
I didn't say that. No, you're making...
Yeah, I don't. This is a tactic. It's not about moral equivalency. It's nearly impossible to compare morality. I mean, there's so many factors. One's morality is dependent on one's environmental conditions. Weaker powers are often going to resort to less moral tactics. Guerrilla tactics are generally less moral than what powerful militaries use. So, who's less moral? An early American colonizer that shoots a Native American with a gun, or a Native American that scalps the head off of a colonizer? The scalping is more barbaric, but I mean, does that mean he's by default less moral? Is it the person conquering land and killing millions over the next few hundred years? Like, it's trying to compare morality is just irrelevant. It's just not relevant. But because what do you actually? Let's say you could determine that one side's more moral than the other. Okay, now what? What is that? What conclusion do you reach from that? Do people lose their human rights if they're ruled by a less moral government or a less moral entity? It's just not it's just a meaningless discussion in most instances. It's generally used, and there's something a very colonial framework to this, but it's been done, I think, throughout history by more powerful entities. I imagine when, empires were conquering the world, they looked at it through a very similar framework. They tried to show themselves as these civilized humans coming to liberate the barbarians and elevate their way of life. And that's how they justified these massive atrocities. Generally, it's being used this way. You try to say that Hamas is morally worse than the IDF. Therefore, what the IDF is doing in Gaza is justified. That's how the argument is brought up. The debate on moral equivalency is generally used in order to justify atrocities.
Wait, you're saying that there are? I could list off right now. Hold on, because you're starting with completely strawmanning my position. So let's just hold on. So before you argue with what you made up, instead of arguing with what I'm saying, I could name 1,000 differences between Hamas and the IDF. I'm not saying there's no difference between them.
Clarify what you're saying.
I don't think it could be any clearer. I'm saying they both commit horrific acts. Both kill innocent people.
You have said now, and you've said online on Twitter when you were debating people, you asked this exact question, which is exactly what a demoralized person would ask. How is this different to that? How is Israel doing this different to that? Now, let me just start by saying,
this is like a basic IQ test. I could say, how is this act different from this act? That's not saying how is this entity identical to this other entity. The point is that targeting innocent. Sure.
If you're saying how is this different from this, there's an implication that you're saying that they're indistinguishable. But I don't think it matters to distinguish it. I think it's a meaningless conversation.
It's exactly like saying, how is it different between a cop and a robber when they're both pointing guns at each other and they're both making each other feel threatened? Isn't that the exact same thing? Yes, sure, it is the exact same act, but it is a different motivation. Okay, that's what the difference is. Because when you have a regime like the Islamic Republic or Hamas, that's literal inception and existence is based on the destruction of Israel and death to America, and basically just killing everybody who disagrees with their ideology, and another entity whose focus is on protecting its people. Yes, the actions may look the same, and in fact, the actions may be just as wrong as each other. They may be just as brutal and terroristic as each other, but the motivation is different. And to be demoralized means to not understand that.
Hang on a second. All right, let me jump in there, because actually, what difference does it make to the innocent civilians who are...
It doesn't make a difference.
Well, hang on. What difference does it make to...
Right. I mean, this is normally like one way to look at it. One way to look at it is intent and motivation. And, the thing with motivation is people are generally going to be more charitable towards the motivation of others. So you say Israel's only goal is to protect their own, but they have settlement expansion, which puts their own in danger. They do a lot of preemptive strikes in Gaza that kill civilians. Is that purely for protection? You could frame it that way, right? People say the war started on October 7th. Few people know that a few months before October 7th, Israel carried out an airstrike in Gaza and killed a few children. If Hamas a few months prior killed a few children, that would lead to a full-blown operation on Israel's part. So again, saying they're just defending themselves, yeah, but their form of defense is inherently oppressive. They expand territory in the name of defense. They kill civilians in the name of defense. And then the way you interpret Iran, killing anybody who disagrees. Also, you're being extremely charitable to the side you agree with, and extremely uncharitable to the side you disagree with, and using that as the framework for your moral assessment. But even if there's a point there, and I think there is somewhat of a point there, you cannot disconnect it from the actual harm these entities are causing civilians, right? Say what you will about Hamas and violent Palestinian resistance, but in the 3 weeks after October 7th, Israel killed more Palestinian civilians than Palestinians have killed Jews in 100 years. We don't have a moral high ground. We just need to get off our high horse. There's just not. It's this idea that we're this more moral entity. It's a delusion. It's a delusion we tell ourselves to sleep at night. We're more moral in some ways, but again, that's why the comparison is dumb. Where did this go?
Civilians who are killed, whether one has a better motivation for doing it. Because my problem with what Israel's doing in Gaza is that in direct contrast to what it did in Lebanon with Hezbollah, in direct contrast to what it did in Iran, both very precise, very targeted, very successful operations, minimal civilian casualties. In Gaza, in Gaza, the strategy has been completely different. It's been a strategy of sort of nihilism, where they just destroy everything in Gaza. Almost every hospital is either now, let me finish, is either destroyed or damaged in some way. We know this actually because we have to listen to British doctors who've come out and told everybody what is actually going on there, because of course international journalists are still banned by the IDF, even though they were allowed in previous conflicts in Gaza. They're not allowed in to verify anything in this one, which I find very suspicious. But here's my point, Elika. I defended Israel's right to defend itself after October the 7th, not least because the Hamas spokesman went public almost immediately and said, we want to keep doing this. So I completely understand Israel's not just a need or a right, but a duty to defend its people. However, what we've seen in the last few months, with a 3-month blockade of starvation, of already war-torn, impoverished people, and then this constant bombardment, including in the last 6 weeks, endless bombardments of people who are desperately lining up to get food. Now, they are dying, it seems very mysteriously. The IDF says we shot in the air as warnings. Sometimes they use other language, which means they may have shot towards people they saw as a threat, or they are now investigating what happened. I read out earlier in a previous debate about this, all the different times this has happened in the last 6 weeks. It's endless. And the idea that the IDF are not killing people in this way, but everybody else involved says they are, is ridiculous. So the point I think Dave is making, quite straightforwardly, is that what the IDF's been doing in the last 3 months, to me, crosses any line of self-defense and could absolutely be categorized as terrorizing the innocent people of Gaza. Now, it doesn't mean they're not in their heads they're going after Hamas. Their motivation is we want to kill the bad guys, but they have lost all sense of proportion, and they are now behaving in a way that if other people were doing it to them, they would categorize as terrorism.
Okay, so let me just answer you in 2 points. First of all, let me ask you this question. If Hamas was entirely separated from the civilian population, let's say it was totally down north and everyone else, up north and everyone else was down south, do you think that we see these civilian casualties?
No.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. What guerrilla warfare essentially just said, yeah, we're going to be over here. You have your planes and your tanks. You have drones, the most high-tech and advanced weaponry in the world. We have our guns. Let's battle this. What are you talking about? A military or a militant group that is significantly weaker is always going to resort to some tactic to give them an advantage. You're essentially saying Palestinians have no right to resist. Now, she's going to get to the whole militarization of civilian infrastructure, which is completely overblown. Is there some militarization of civilian infrastructure? Yes. But the extent to which that's happening is a tiny fraction of how it's being described. And the reason for this is obvious. The safest infrastructure in Gaza, the safest Hamas will be in Gaza, is underground. They're not going to put themselves at a disadvantage by putting infrastructure above ground when they have a massive labyrinth underneath Gaza. So no, they're not utilizing all this civilian infrastructure for military purposes. Overwhelmingly, almost entirely, their infrastructure is below ground. Now, that's very hard for Israel to deal with. So they're essentially flattening Gaza on top of the tunnels. That's not the same as militarizing civilian infrastructure. They've essentially separated themselves, for the most part, from their civilians by building a separate city for themselves underground, which is how else does she expect them to fight? Now, if you want to make the claim, and I think this is an important claim to make, that maybe they shouldn't fight, maybe they shouldn't engage in militarism and engage primarily in state building, I would support that. But this whole idea, but also it's like, while I would support that, it's not uncommon for there to be violent militancy against a larger oppressive group. This happens consistently. We see this consistently throughout history. It's not to be unexpected. So for her to say they should just separate themselves, have all their bases, or just be in the south of Gaza, all of them, that makes no sense. It's unreasonable. It's unrealistic. It's nothing of an argument.
No enemy in modern warfare has ever been entirely separated from civilian populations. It's for the birds.
Okay, good. Especially guerrillas.
My brother and my brother-in-law were both army colonels, right? It's for the birds. This idea you get some clean war where civilians are nowhere near any of it. It doesn't really happen ever.
Yes, it does happen, because you just used the example of Iran. You saw.
Give me an example where no civilians have been killed in modern warfare.
Not no civilians, it's the amount of civilians. Right. And it is the fact that Hamas, it doesn't just embed itself, it embeds.
There are as many civilians in Lebanon. In fact, there are more civilians in Lebanon than there are in Gaza. How was it that Mossad was able to target 3,000 members of Hezbollah with a pager device that exploded? But in Gaza, the only way to deal with it, apparently, same situation, in Lebanon, Hezbollah live among civilians. The only way they can apparently do it in Gaza is to obliterate Gaza and kill tens of thousands of civilians as they go after Hamas. I don't understand the difference.
Okay, let me answer the question and then you'll understand. What you're doing right now is you're not just legitimizing Hamas's strategy, you are encouraging it.
No,
because the whole.
When did I encourage it?
Okay, let me explain.
And you know people are listening to this, right? I mean, they know what I've said.
If you let me finish my sentence, and then at the end of it, you can tell me if you agree. Should we agree on that?
Sure.
Okay. When Hamas intentionally embeds itself among civilian populations, the whole point of that strategy is that there'll be so much civilian casualties that the world...
Right, again, intentionally embeds itself amongst civilians. There's been some instances of this, but this is not their primary way of engaging in warfare. And aside from the rationale for why it's safer underground, there's just a complete lack of evidence of them doing this at a large scale. IDF, they have drones, they have GoPros. They're filming so much of what's going on, and we are not seeing this utilization of and militarization of civilian infrastructure to nearly the degree it's being described. We're just not. I'm sorry. Give us evidence. It's a big claim. Provide evidence. Support the claim. It's as easy as that.
World will look at Israel and say, what an abhorrent pariah state that has lost all legitimacy. Okay, so let me finish. So every time the world does that, every time the world reacts in that way, it reinforces Hamas's behavior because it tells them this works. So in this moment that you're saying this, you are encouraging Hamas to
so we shouldn't talk about the 50, 60, 70,000 civilians.
No, you
we don't actually know how many have been killed. We believe 70,000
She's going to say you should talk about it, but you need to blame Hamas for it.
Have been killed, of which perhaps 25 to 30,000 are Hamas. We don't know, because no one's going to give me actual figures.
You should talk about it, and you should frame it within the context of, look how much destruction there is when terrorists embed themselves in civilian populations.
Right, let me get Dave to respond.
What is true, it is another 2v1. Like, Pierce needs to... There's something entertaining about this, but it's just not the best format when it's a 2v1 like this. Anyways, it's just not fair.
Listen, this is just, we should talk about it, but only in the framework that it's not the fault of the people who are dropping the bombs on the innocent people or shooting the people who are the ones. Hey, you know what? You just said.
Okay, dual responsibility. I actually, Elika, I agree with you. I'm cool with dual responsibility, but I mean primarily the people dropping the bombs, incinerating the families, right?
Excuse me, you just had your whole thing about let you finish and then you can respond to that. So why don't we do the same?
And you stopped me when you were being
you opened by saying that Pierce, you got interrupted when you said Pierce was running cover for Hamas by pointing out that Israel was going too far. Quiet. Let me. No, you didn't. Your point. Listen.
Let's think about this more, that she's legitimizing that Pierce is legitimizing the strategy by condemning Israel. In a sense, but that's just looking at it the wrong way. You have a right to resist a powerful oppressor. There's different ways to do that, but building a city under a civilian city does not warrant destroying the city with the civilian population inside. That's unjustifiable. So you could strongly criticize, not can, should strongly criticize what Israel's doing without saying that just further justifies what they're doing. So what's your solution, Elika? To just say what Israel's doing is okay? It's not okay. We should be able to talk about it. If there's some effect of us talking about it, if that effect happens to be further legitimizing Hamas, well, that's more reason for Israel not to engage in such a brutal strategy. You can't say, don't condemn what Israel's doing because that strengthens Hamas. If you don't want to strengthen Hamas, well, then Israel shouldn't play into their game the way they're playing into it.
All right, don't talk over each other. Elika, let Dave respond, and then you respond to it.
I listened to the garbage you had to
Let him
say,
respond, then you
so
reply.
let me get in there.
All right, but stop talking.
Lady, let me just save you all the time in this debate. You wanted to debate me because I'm so wrong about everything and I'm so influential, and you wanted to smack it down. It ain't going to be you, lady. You're not the one who's going to stop me. This is just ridiculous. Okay,
There's something a little misogynist about that.
call you whatever. Oh, okay, good one. Oh yeah, you really smacked down my bad idea.
I guess if he's likely to say it ain't gonna be you, my guy, if he uses that language, which I do, like I'll say my guy, I guess it's consistent, but I don't think he uses that. You could make the case that there's some misogynist undertones there.
Yes. Anyway, again, all they have
to realize it. You're too stupid to realize how bad your ideas are.
There you go. That's the argument you got. Anyway, can I talk now?
Sure.
Okay. So Pierce, as always, it's just the same thing on repeat here, right? So the defense is to go, but look, the motivation of Israel is pure. The motivation of everybody else is evil. Even though obviously what Israel is doing is objectively torturing women and children to death as they die with their bones crushed under rubble. But also, Pierce, don't let it mess with you that at the highest levels of the Israeli government, they've kind of told you what their motivations are here. I mean, the South African case that they brought to the International Court of Justice was like 90% just direct quotes from Israeli leaders. The prime minister himself referred to them as Amalek when talking to the military. You got the finance minister, the defense minister bragging about how nobody's getting any food for a 3-month period, bragging that not 1 ounce of grain will get into Gaza. I mean, I'm sorry, this is obviously terrorism. It borders on genocide. It's horrifically wrong. And for you to use your example of saying like, oh, this is what I'm saying is that a guy who robs a store and a cop who comes to stop them are committing the same act because they're pointing a gun at each other. Yeah, but of course, in that example, they're right. But in that, no, that's what you said. That's what you said about my point. And it was really dumb because in that example, there aren't innocent people being slaughtered. Yeah,
if
kind of
it would still be different. Okay, so
all right, let me ask you a question, which is this. Are you comfortable with everything that Israel's done in the last 3 months?
No, I've always said that there should be dual criticism, and that's exactly what my problem has been this whole time. Everybody's criticizing Israel, which is fair, but why isn't anybody criticizing the reason why Gaza looks like this? Because Hamas has decided to embed itself.
They are, though. I mean, I couldn't have been more critical of Hamas going back 20 months. I mean, I still am now. I think they're a despicable terror group. Well, they're a despicable terror group who committed one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. I mean,
your earpiece maybe wasn't working for the whole first 5 minutes of this, where me and Pierce both agreed that the previous guest was ridiculous to downplay Hamas's crimes and that they have committed horrific acts of terrorism.
What I was responding to, in terms of what Pierce said to me, he was talking about why is it that we can do targeted military strikes in Iran, but we've decided to entirely desecrate Gaza. And my response was that, not saying that it was right, but I'm saying that when Hamas embeds itself in all of Gaza, it is going to result in ruin. And it reinforces the point that I've been making this entire time, not just since October 7th, but for the past 3 years that I've been talking about terrorist regimes, which is that they bring mass death and destruction everywhere they go.
Well, that is true. I agree with that. But I also know that Israel, through Mossad, have supposedly the most sophisticated, experienced intelligence operation in the world. And it was brilliantly seen with the Hezbollah pager attack. It was been brilliantly identified by the way they managed to identify where all the military leaders and nuclear scientists and nuclear sites were going to be in Iran for Israel to attack. From a purely military perspective and intelligence perspective, Israel did an extraordinary job, both with dealing with Hezbollah and the Iranian regime. However, it does just beg the obvious question. Why were they not able to foresee in any way, apparently, that Hamas were going to spend 20 years spending the billions of dollars which Netanyahu had encouraged them to have, because he believed in divide and rule with the Palestinian Authority, that they had these billions of dollars and were spending it on creating one of the world's biggest underground tunnel systems to operate from. And then how did Mossad not know anything about 3,000 Hamas terrorists pouring over its border? But they're literally on their border and they're guarding it all day long. So I just cannot understand how this...
I don't know if that's such a strong point. How they failed. It was just an intelligence failure, and the conditions there are much harder, and they're engaging with very low regard for civilian life. So they're vastly different. I don't think the comparison to Iran and Lebanon are super meaningful. They're just so different. Anyways, I'm kind of tired of watching this. Unless what do you guys want? You want to keep at it? I'm down to watch the History Speaks debate with yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to.
Oh, but this is so long. Okay, we'll watch some of it. Somebody recently told me that I just heard about this
Live
guy
from the
for
table
the
of the
first
official
time.
podcast for the world famous.
Noam Dorman. Somebody just the other day asked if I would debate him. I said yes, but it's the first time I heard about him, and then I saw this, so that's kind of interesting. Who's this?
Comedy Cellar. I am the producer of the show. I'm Periel. I'm here with the owner of the world famous Comedy Cellar and host of our Internationals. And
History Speaks on Twitter.
can I finish?
Well, usually when you say welcome, that's kind of you're wrapping up the introduction. History Speaks on Twitter, which is a very important Twitter account in the arena of debate about anti-Zionist politics. Correct? You agree with that? Yeah. And welcome, Matthew.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm going to introduce my friend here, Haaretz Report, who has been working with me for how long?
Maybe 20 years now.
Maybe 20 years. I fired him.
I actually fired him.
I once fired him when we were made friends, and he was friends with my father. And Dan is out of town. We just found out, so he's going to fill in here. But it's great because although Haaretz and I are friends, we don't agree on much when it comes to the Middle East. We agree on some things,
Yeah.
and more recently than we used to. But
Also PhD from. No.
Haaretz is half Egyptian, half Kuwaiti. And anything else I should say about you?
No, all good. Ready to go. No fight.
And a survivor of a heart transplant, which is quite an amazing story. I've told the story on his show.
They told me they're calling people. But yeah, I was, video gave to me my Bible. The word of God, no joke.
So I actually don't know how your name came across my radar, but I think people were emailing. You need to debate Matthew. You need to have Matthew Cockrell. You chicken shit. You're afraid. I was like, all right, so have this guy Matthew Cockrell. I'm not afraid of anybody. But then after it was already scheduled, I began to look at your Twitter feed, and then I had second thoughts. Again, he invited me to speak about this, and I am because you're pretty venomous on Twitter, calling people liars and shills and charlatans, and it's even more complicated than that for me.
That's true. Like I'll sometimes have these ideological battles with people, but History Speaks, Matthew, he takes it to a whole nother level, which is his style. I'm not criticizing it, but it's true. He's constantly calling out different people. I have like my 2 to 3 people that they're my targets. It's all the energy I have to focus on for now.
Because actually, these people like Salah Weisenberg, John Spencer, Haviv Retzigur, Sam Harris.
I wouldn't put Haviv in that category, but John Spencer, Eisenberg, Andrew Fox definitely are in one category of blatant liars. Haviv does not intentionally spread misinformation. He has a certain ideological position, but as far as I know, he's intellectually honest. He shouldn't be in that category. Sam Harris is just an irresponsible intellectual, hosting somebody like John Spencer, letting him spew lies without any pushback, taking it as credible, and then has the audacity to say that Joe Rogan is platforming guests that aren't experts. It's a major blind spot Sam Harris has. First of all, he talks a lot about morality, but has no problem with incinerating children if it's for the greater good. And as long as somebody has credentials, he sees them as an authority. So Dave Smith's a comedian. He's not an authority. John Spencer, West Point urban warfare study, he must be telling the truth. That's not going to lead you to the right conclusions.
Eli Lake. I know these people. And I've had conversations with these people. These are good and decent people who have the same, in my opinion, the same good faith belief in what they say that you have in yours. And I didn't want to be on the receiving end of these kinds of attacks on Twitter. And then further, this may be from age, I firmly believe that people who are like coiled springs, ready to call names at people they disagree with, it's kind of a waste of time to speak with them too much, and they get it wrong all the time. Because when you can't hold yourself together to understand that even the people that you really despise what they stand for will from time to time be correct, you wind up getting out over your skis and getting things wrong. We see it all the time. And you don't know me, but like for instance, to everybody's frustration around here, I speak with Aaron Mate, I speak with Norman Finkelstein, I speak with you. But I mean, I have a relationship. I speak with Hatem was the worst, and because I know, quite often that, like, as I joke, like if there's something to be known that's uncomfortable about the Israelis, you're not going to hear about it from Alan Dershowitz, right? You're going to hear about it from Max Blumenthal. I might think that 19 out of 20 things that he comes up with are weak or not even true at all. But when they were questioning some of the claims of Israeli atrocities, and she knows this, she's very serious. Like, let's not jump to conclusions that they're wrong. Let's check it out. Let's go slow. When they claim that some of the testimony about the sexual assaults might not be rock solid, I was like, all right, there's no rule that everybody who claims something has to be telling the truth, even if they're on my side. Anyways, that's
okay, I don't know this Noam guy, but I appreciate his approach here. It's true that Max Blumenthal and Gray Zone did do a good job debunking a lot of the atrocity propaganda that came out of October 7th, despite them having their own bias, of course. But yeah, it's good that he's open to the fact that the official narrative Israel pushes is not true often.
How I feel about that with you. And I really do hope that, however this conversation goes, and I do not find myself on the receiving end of vitriol, because I just don't need that in my life at this point. I get enough of my wife.
Okay, let me answer.
Yeah.
So I want you to put yourself in my shoes for a second. Okay. Suppose you believed with a high level of confidence. I'm not saying 100%.
Yeah, close to the mic. Yeah.
Close. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
High level confidence.
High level confidence that a genocide is occurring. We're not talking about murder. We're not talking about war crimes. We're talking about genocide. Mm-hmm. And then you have public intellectuals and people with prominent platforms claiming that this is a moral crusade, that this war is being undertaken with more care than any Western military ever has engaged in any war, as Don Spencer's argued. If you were convinced of those two premises, I think any morally and intellectually serious person would respond with a level of vitriol.
That's a great response. Good job, Matthew.
Why can't you just take apart his statements?
You do both.
Yeah, but what is what you're saying is that if you know you're right, how can you blame somebody for coming at somebody that way? I mean, I guess if you know you're right and you know that every single thing out of Spencer's mouth is going to be wrong, but you go for it, like, you don't just say they're disingenuous or mistaken or lying or biased. You actually say, you're not even what you claim to be. You're not even a legitimate expert. You're a charlatan. You're a fraud. Like, you can tell John Spencer, who's been translated into 16 languages or something, and has written books that people before they were worried about Israel, objective people in military classrooms felt that he was somebody worth reading. How can you, when you call him a charlatan, which is, as I understand the word, is not just a liar. It means you are not actually what you claim to be. You're not actually an expert.
Is that what I thought? A charlatan is somebody who is willing to lie for money. A person falsely claiming to have special knowledge or skill. Okay, no, fair. So he's right. Why do I think it is connected to the English word comes from first charlatan, a seller of medicine who might advertise his presence with music in an outdoor stage show? Okay. So maybe charlatan is not, but intellectually dishonest, misleading the public, liar. These are all fair. Not everyone's a liar. Like Sam Harris isn't lying, right? But people like Eisenberg, Andrew Fox, and Spencer, I think it's fair to say that they lie at this point. And at the very least, they're extremely intellectually dishonest.
What am I going to do,
Okay, so regarding Spencer specifically, the claim that I object to, so I've said before that in terms of the tactics of urban warfare, which, as I understand, Spencer teaches at West Point, I'm sure he knows a trillion times more than I do, right? I never denied that. Where I call him a charlatan, do now again, is in his claim to have studied every urban war, as Netanyahu said in his speech to Congress, Spencer claimed to have studied every urban war in the modern era, and to have concluded that Israel is making this historic effort to engage in civilian harm mitigation.
Well, that's what charlatan means. That's a
Let me finish. Yeah. Spencer has repeated a popular myth, which anyone who made any serious study of military history would know is bullshit, that the average ratio of civilians to combatants casualties in war is 9-to-1. Okay, that's in the...
Correct. John Spencer helped propagate this myth. It's baseless. It's not 9-to-1. It's 1.5 to 2-to-1. And a lot of people still believe it's 9-to-1 because of John Spencer. And I think he doesn't push it anymore because it was pointed out to him that it was incorrect. So I don't think he pushed this knowingly. But then once they pointed out to him, he never went on the record to correct it. And that is testament to his intellectual dishonesty.
In the ether, you hear it all the time. EU people have said, the UN has said, anyone who has studied urban warfare, the history of urban warfare, seriously as I have, as a historian, knows that's bullshit. And he uses that to say, oh, Israel is so good in comparison with the fake average.
Okay, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I will ask him about that 9.
No, not maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. He's wrong. He's completely wrong. Find me a war that had 9-to-1, and if the average is 9-to-1, it means there'll be some that are more than 9-to-1. You're not going to find me one that's 9-to-1. You're not going to find me one that's 7-to-1. The worst in the 21st century is almost certainly what Israel's doing in Gaza.
To 1.
And what Israel's doing in Gaza might actually be 9-to-1. That might be 9-to-1, but you're not going to find me other instances that are 9-to-1.
He doesn't strike me as the type of guy who would, just in his own obvious self-interest as a credible intellectual, say something, I don't know the context of how he said it, say something which is clearly false and disprovable. He got that 9-to-1 number from somewhere, or maybe he just spaced out. I have no idea, but that's not what charlatan means.
If he's an expert in military history, he would never repeat that.
Okay, but that's not what charlatan means. I'm sorry. But anyway, you could just say, I can't believe that somebody, an expert like you, could get something so wrong. We hear experts, not charlatans, on both sides get things wrong all the time. I hear experts, I joked to you before, I hear experts on the Palestinian issue all the time claiming that the Jews have no indigenous or historic attachment to the Middle East. And I joke to Haaretz, it's funny that the language is, Shalom Aleichem. Like the languages, like what a coincidence that these two languages that come from nowhere on the same part of planet Earth.
That's actually a good point, how similar our languages are. Salam alaikum, shalom aleichem, which means peace be upon you. Yeah. Our languages are quite similar.
Have all these words in common. My name is Noam. I have an Arabic friend named Naeem. So now, am I going to tell people that they're charlatans? It's just so, whatever.
Well,
so I may make mistakes. I don't want to call a charlatan. Yeah. And heed my warning. You will get things. If you're of the impression everything John Spencer says is going to be wrong because he's wrong about 9 to 1, or I'll be more charitable to you that everything he says is bullshit because he was bullshitting that, you are going to get upended. That's my prediction. Go ahead.
Okay. In terms of charlatanry, this I think your point about the Jewish connection to land is relevant. So if somebody were arguing, somebody could argue two things. Somebody could say, well, it's all made up. There was no second temple. There's no archaeological evidence. No. That's just not true, right? Because I'm saying that would not know the facts. And I think you could make at that point an accusation of ignorance if they were claiming to be an expert on ancient Levantine history and they thought there was no Jewish presence in ancient Israel. And I would argue that Spencer's knowledge of military history is similarly lamentable. All right.
Good job. Matthew's killing it.
And he just won people like Haaretz Report, Sam Harris, Eli Lake. These people. I mean, I've spoken to these people. And by the way, every one of them has told me at various times. As I said, you can give them sodium pentothal. They're not happy about this war. Every one of them. You're rolling your eyes. This is about
Sam specifically. Go ahead.
No, every one of them is.
Haviv has said he's not happy about this war. He's very hopeful that what's being said about Israel's engagement in Gaza is false and that it's not that bad. He acknowledges it. He's like, I want to believe that we're making an effort. But he's not outright lying about it, and I think he's slowly coming to terms with how bad it is. But he's not a charlatan. Somebody wanted me to speak to him. I reached out. He didn't respond. I get the sense he doesn't like me. But hey, what can you do?
Well, not heartless people who cares? Let them all die. And that's the way you portray them. They're pained, and they may come to the conclusion, as many people have come to the conclusion throughout history in horrible wars, including you, who supported the war against ISIS. Plenty of people got slaughtered. And I presume you support the Ukrainian war against Russia, but plenty of people get slaughtered. And I mean, Ukraine's an interesting thing because you can make it up. They should just give up the 20%. Is it worth killing all these people for your lousy 20%? I mean, and people arrive to different conclusions about how to weigh. I don't want to get something. We don't know how to process that. I have trouble with this. You die, you take away everything somebody is, everything. And it's like dividing by zero. It's like it can't be done. And I always get hung up on that because I know that what's worth me dying? I die for my kids. So it's very difficult to say, I think this is the right thing to do. I see all these people dying. I think it's the right thing to do. How could anything be worth what's happening to these people? The Civil War was our bloodiest war ever. How many people you want to die to free the slaves? Like these are impossible questions, and they grapple with them in their way, and you grapple with them in your way. You can think that the fact that you come out this way on this particular issue as opposed to other wars is because it's just coincidence because you have Arabic heritage. It might be just coincidence, or it might actually lead you to a different conclusion, as it might be leading me to a different conclusion. But to assume that goodness and light is on your side of this argument, and on Sam Harris's side is some sort of hatred and venom, I'm telling you, I would stake my life on it if there was such a way to do so, in a surreal kind of objective reality, that you're wrong.
There's a big difference between this war and the other conflicts we talked about. It can be quantified empirically in terms of the percentage of people killed in the Gaza Strip in 15 months. There was a survey released just this week with Mike Spagat, a co-author of mine, one of the leading...
what does percentage have to do with it?
If you're killing at least 3%, probably more, of a population in 15 months.
Well, can I ask you a question? Was there a point where you were okay with it and it crossed a threshold of percentage? Because I believe you were against it on day one.
I was against it. I didn't think it was...
So then the percentage is not the issue.
The issue was that even before we knew how this war was going to be conducted, we had a series of statements that we did not see after 9/11 toward the people of Afghanistan for the United States.
You're going to make the argument about why you're right and they're wrong. That's fine. We can get into that. I'm just saying that...
It was clear from the beginning that the intentions of the Israeli government toward the Palestinian population was malicious.
Okay, Matthew, let's just stipulate. Let's stipulate, move on, that you believe, I'm not being flippant here. You believe that there is no other way to look at this, and anyone who does look at it another way is deficient. And that's fine. I mean, I could say that about Nazis, so if you want to say that, I mean, it's not like, I think...
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two things. You could have a moral disagreement and say anybody who thinks that this level of death and destruction is okay is just morally depraved. That's a position you could hold. And then the other is focusing not on people making the moral case, but those who are lying in order to justify it. And I think these are two different arguments, but both are relevant. I've done most of my focus on trying to call out the liars, but I do think we need to be having the moral argument. How many civilians can you kill to maybe potentially one day achieve your goal? Right? Like how cheap is blood that you can kill 100,000 civilians and have little to show for? Why should we think that's acceptable? Actually, the more that I think about it, I don't think I've done more on the misinformation front. I think I've probably focused more on the moral front. But they're two separate conversations, and they're both worth having.
I think that's an impossible position to take. But be forthright about it.
No, it's my position.
Okay, that's your position. Okay, so then how am I going to avoid being called these names by you if I don't agree with
Well,
you?
we made an agreement.
Okay, but you're going to think it. You just want. Okay.
And also interpersonally, I am human, so it's harder to be rude and coarse when both of you are sitting across from me and you seem like nice people.
Let's talk about
I'm
this.
just,
After the show.
I may be a Nazi, but I'm a disarming Nazi. All right, listen. And by the way, I want you to know about me. I told about him yesterday, but I feel like, all right, this podcast may go on a while, is that right? Right. So my father used to say to me, my father's really something. My father would say to me, Noam, everybody has blind spots but me. and he really believed it, because he really believed that
My dad says something similar. That's funny.
Now, that can't possibly be true, obviously. But having known him, and you know him, it was more true about him than most people. You agree with that?
Yeah.
And I feel like I am in his footsteps in some way. And then I really am seeking to understand things. And you tweeted something out. I hope I have it.
While you're looking at it, I just want to say that he had a conversation with me about you coming, and he really wanted to learn.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, he really wanted to ask me about that.
So you tweeted out, this is about the issue of whether Hamas intentionally has a strategy to maximize civilian casualties. And I have been saying for a long time that they do.
Okay, this is interesting. There's been no real basis to say they're trying to maximize civilian. You could say there's little regard. You could say that about Israel as well. There's actually a similar claim. There's no evidence that either side is trying to maximize civilian harm, but there's a strong case to be made that there's a general disregard from both sides.
And you were adamant about it. And I recognize that you're fairly careful about what you say. So let me take another look at this, And I went through some of the quotes again. I said, well, I suppose I could maybe take that one a different way, I suppose, and look at some of the videos again. I'll play them. So I called Hatem, and I said, Hatem, do you think, is it possible that Hamas isn't actually trying to maximize casualties, that they're just kind of embedding like other guerrilla armies like the Viet Cong, whatever it is? And Hatem is quiet on the side, and he goes, no, are you stupid? Of course they're trying to maximize casualties. So, and I laughed because, here he is, a anti-Israel, card-carrying Muslim,
I wouldn't say anti-Israel, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Not in front of you.
And so, but it's a perfect example of what we're saying. And he's connected to this at least as much as you are. And he thinks absolutely they are. And he almost,
I mean, that's not an argument. Let's talk evidence. What is the evidence of such a claim?
almost mocked me. Like, of course they are. And I said, oh, okay. And let's get into the issue because it's interesting. But all I'm trying to bring out to you in good faith, and maybe it's a little it lacks humility, but I just want you to know, I spent a few hours like double checking, like, how do I feel about this? And then calling my Muslim friends. And what do you think about this? Because I just didn't want to.
Why does Muslim friends have anything to do with the actual argument? If the claim is that Hamas is maximizing civilian harm, you need evidence to back that claim. Is it based on intuition? Okay, if it's based purely on intuition and you want some Muslim friends to support that intuition, great. But I mean, that's not how you prove your case.
Assume, like you assume, that, well, it comes out of Carvel's mouth. I don't need to spend time considering it. So you want to make that argument? And then I'll...
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the people who don't know about how guerrilla warfare is waged, look at Hamas shooting rockets out of civilian areas, right? Mm-hmm. Militarizing civilian infrastructure. And they think, why would you...
Embedding under civilian. Sure. Like that guy who just found...
No,
right near the tunnel.
Embedding under is more accurate.
Yeah. Talk about that.
No, I'm saying that example. That's also...
Yeah,
that was an embedment of necessity to be that close to the hospital.
We can talk about that particular issue later. I have some questions about that issue, but we can talk about it. So hospitals, sure, they've gone into hospitals before for military reasons. They've have passages.
What's the military reason?
Well, I think the military reason they have for being near hospitals is so they can ferret their soldiers into the hospital to get treatment and then ferret them out back into their tunnel system.
So
I understand. So
Yeah. Okay. That's very plausibly. Every single hospital and medical facility will have tunnels in the vicinity of it. It makes sense because it allows you to bring injured militants in and out. This is not the same claim as using it as a military base or militarizing it. This does not cause the hospital to lose its protective status. In terms of the evidence we have of militarization of hospitals, we just don't have that evidence. It's never been provided.
So then when the hospitals were all claiming they didn't know about the tunnels, they were lying.
I think maybe they didn't know.
How can you ferret people back and forth from the tunnel? Right to the hospital, nobody knows they're coming out of the tunnel.
If you're just an employee of the hospital, what are you necessarily? If you see a man come in who's not in military,
you're also not ferreting people in and out, not during wartime. So it's not happening often. If it's not wartime, you walk through the front door.
Uniform. Are you going to assume that that's a Hamas fighter? You're talking about the Western physicians who said that they didn't see any evidence of militant activity.
It seems to me if you're ferreting people in and out of tunnels right near a hospital on a regular basis, war's going to get
The
around.
Viet Cong did this too with hospitals.
We're not saying the Viet Cong didn't, but I'm saying it seems to imply. And by the way, it's not the end of the world to
Oh,
me.
if you're talking about them doing it during the operation, okay. But even what's interesting is Mohammed Sinwar was, you know, again, they didn't show an uncut video, so we don't know exactly where he was. But the tunnel, they show them going in a tunnel, and then some 60 or so meters away is where they claim to have found Sinwar. They just cut the video, so that's highly suspect. Why can't they show you an unedited video of the direction the tunnel's going? But it seems like he was certainly close to the hospital. But they literally had to drill into the tunnel from the hospital grounds because they weren't able to find any connection from the tunnel to the hospital. This is how it was officially reported. So either there is a connection that they weren't able to find, or it's just where Sinwar was happens to have been a tunnel that didn't have a direct connection and was just near.
They were lying, but it does seem to imply very strongly that if you're saying they're all embedding your hospitals and ferreting out of tunnels, that means the people in the hospitals are aware of the tunnel.
I don't think the people in the hospital.
Hold on. Sorry.
I don't think there's a compelling case just on this evidence alone that they're lying.
If there was a
But the
tunnel
people working
ferreting people in and out of Comedy Cellar,
Just gonna come back real quick. I'll just do a few questions, then we'll get back. King of J says Max Blumenthal is an axis of resistance jihad apologist that pushes pro-Hamas, IRGC, and Hezbollah propaganda. What does that have to do with my claim? Does that mean he can't produce any credible reports? Does that mean he can't put out an analysis that has merit? What you're doing is a form of genetic fallacy where you try to discredit the source rather than the argument itself. I would say if somebody has a clear bias, then you should read what they're saying with a higher degree of skepticism, but that doesn't mean what they're saying is false.
like right on McDougal Street, how am I? Of course, I'm going to see people coming out of the tunnel.
I mean, there were some witnesses who said they saw strange things, and they saw. I'm accused of lying. I don't know all these witnesses,
but more likely than that, it seems like some people are lying, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You agree with that, right? Not a single person.
I'm not going to endorse that because I just don't know who we're talking about. I haven't followed the claims of these Western physicians very closely.
But if they did claim,
sure, maybe I still might go ahead.
Wait, hold on 1 second. I forgot to check Discord. Cool. Nothing crucial on Discord. Great.
If Hamas were to fight head-on the IDF in open field in uniform, they have 0 tanks, 0 artillery pieces, 0 planes, 0 viable anti-aircraft guns. They would be destroyed in 3 hours entirely. So they have to embed them on civilians if they want to survive. Now, it doesn't justify it morally because they're putting their civilians at risk. But I don't see any evidence of a plan by Hamas, a conspiracy to try to kill civilians on their side to try to harm Israel. And I'm also relying not just on what guerrillas do and the obvious counter explanation if they're engaged in guerrilla warfare, but folks I've talked to in Gaza, including a young woman who is completely anti-Hamas and was condemned on moral grounds, which was not the majority position in Gaza, to be frank. But what happened after October 7th? She says this is all dumb excuse for Israel killing us.
So if she knows that,
well, she doesn't like them.
Okay, so let me present the evidence.
But assume, so I could show this. Yeah. Why would she say that? Given that she's anti-Hamas, she went to a co-ed school, like she's obviously not. She's just trying to cover for them. She hates the group.
She may believe it's not true.
Well, she's living there. She's a pretty good witness.
Yeah, but I could find your witness who says otherwise. I've seen Arabs in videos saying that they do it on purpose.
Train people in El Qassam to try to get their own civilians killed. You think that's what they're doing, rather than just running around trying to hide wherever they can.
Okay, let me. I'll say what I think, but let me just put into the records. I always assume that
he's giving one anecdote, but again, it's like he doesn't even need that anecdote to prove it wrong. There's a serious claim being made. Hamas is trying to maximize their own civilian harm. Based on what evidence? Based on what evidence? This is what needs to be shown. And it's not that you can't point to some benefit they get from civilians being harmed. It helps them win the PR war. But military infrastructure, again, is far safer underground than it is above ground. So tactically, they're going to put as much underground as they're going to put above ground.
That people listening.
And also, if you're trying to maximize civilian harm, you risk popular uprising. So if, like they say, every single building had weapon stores in it, families would not be okay with them doing that. This would create backlash. This would increase the chance of popular uprising. So again, there's an incentive against them. There's more than one incentive against them doing this, and there's no evidence of them doing this.
As informed as the people who are on the podcast. So let me put into the record what it is that I'm basing my suspicion on. So it was
We're getting to the evidence.
I think most well-known, the Wall Street Journal had a story, headline, Gaza chiefs, brutal calculation, civilian bloodshed will help Hamas. Yahya Sinwar's car.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, you could say this is true. It is true. This isn't the same as an attempt to maximize civilian harm. Imagine if somebody were to say, an IDF spokesperson or somebody in the Israeli government were to say that October 7th is going to helps us get sympathy from the world. That is objectively true. That doesn't mean Israel allowed October 7th to happen for that purpose. Not the same argument.
Correspondence with compatriots and mediators show he is confident that Hamas can outlast Israel. Sinwar called Gaza's rising civilian death toll a necessary sacrifice on the path to Palestinian liberation. For months, Sinwar has resisted pressure to cut a ceasefire and hostage deal with Israel. Behind his decision, messages the Hamas military leader in Gaza has sent to mediators show is a calculation that more fighting and more Palestinian civilian deaths work to his advantage. Quote, we have the Israelis right where we want them, implying Israeli strikes were fueling global pressure on Israel. In dozens of messages reviewed by the Wall Street Journal that Sinwar has transmitted to ceasefire negotiators, Hamas compatriots outside Gaza and others, he's shown a cold disregard for human life and made clear he believes Israel has more to lose from the war than Hamas. Let me get it all out there.
Exactly. None of that suggests it's a strategy. Saying it's a necessary sacrifice is not different from Netanyahu saying there's sacrifices in war, the soldiers being killed, the civilians. Even when he said during the Iranian missiles that there's sacrifices to be made for what we're doing. Recognizing that there's sacrifices is not the same saying I am sacrificing you for political gain. And saying the world will turn against Sinwar saying this will play in our favor, again, is not the same as it being an explicit strategy. It's obvious that Israel killing civilians will help Hamas, and it's obvious that Sinwar thinks that this is a worthy sacrifice. Again, this does not prove the claim. This is just very obvious things.
The article concludes he embraces bloodshed as a means to pressure Israel. He compared Gaza's loss to the Algerian War of Independence, stating these are necessary sacrifices. That's, France's moral standing collapsed because hundreds of thousands of people died there. Now, can you play this video, the martyr video? Every time they strike, we will get international media promotion and will add empathy toward us. So we will put samples for them and we encourage them to strike. And the more they strike us, the more we expand and share our narratives for the Palestinian cause. The enemies of Allah do not know that the Palestinian people have developed its methods of death and death-seeking. For the Palestinian people, death has become an industry at which women excel, and so do all the people living on this land. The elderly excel at this, and so do the mujahideen and the children. This is why they have formed human shields of the women, the children, the elderly, and the mujahideen, in order to challenge the Zionist bombing machine. It is as if they are saying to the Zionist enemy, we desire death like you desire life. Many people are asking, since you have built 500 kilometers of tunnels, why haven't you built bomb shelters where civilians can hide during bombardments? We have built tunnels because we have no other way of protecting ourselves from being targeted and killed. These tunnels are meant to protect us from the airplanes. We are fighting from inside the tunnels. Everybody knows that 75% of the people in Gaza Strip are refugees. And it is the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them. According to the Geneva Conventions, it is the responsibility of the occupation to provide them with all the services as long as they are under occupation. We are the ones who need this blood. We are the ones who need this blood. So it awakens within us the revolutionary spirit. So it awakens within us resolve. So it awakens within us the spirit of challenge and pushes us to move forward. We, on the other hand, sacrifice ourselves. The thing any Palestinian desires the most is to be martyred for the sake of Allah defending his land. The occupation must come to an end. Occupation where? The Gaza Strip? No, I'm talking about all the Palestinian lands. Does that mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course. On October 7th, October 10th, 1 million, everything we do is justified. I meant to cut off those last 2 minutes. So this seems to be like a pretty strong case. Now, you could not say to an Israeli...
That's not a strong case that their intention is to maximize civilian harm. Again, whatever, I don't want to repeat the same arguments, but it's just more of the same. It's making sense of the death. Yeah, we will die as martyrs. It's a necessary sacrifice. It will play in our favor. That's not the same as a policy of saying we are now going to shoot this rocket from this home in order for Israel to then blow it up and kill everybody in the building. These are two different things. We have Netanyahu saying Israel will continue to live by the sword. We have him saying sacrifices are necessary in order to defeat our enemies. When soldiers are killed, we've seen family members saying, the language is a little bit different because the religious context is different from when Palestinians are saying it, but saying, I take honor that he died defending his country. Jewish families say this. So imagine if somebody would say, you see, their intention is to continue to kill and let themselves be killed so they can continue to be victims. It's a matter of policy. That's the conclusion he's reaching.
A Viet Cong audience, we desire death like they desire life. I was reading about the Viet Cong, by the way. They let the civilians in the tunnels. They had children born in the tunnels. They had like a little hospital in the tunnel. They organized early warnings and civil defense militias. They tried to fight away from population centers and like at night. Hamas told people to stay in place. When Israel advised everybody to leave, I guess it was southern Gaza to go to north, northern Gaza to go south in the beginning of the war.
Told or forced?
They didn't force. No, Israel urged everybody to leave, and Hamas shot some people trying to leave.
I think the evidence of this is pretty weak.
Oh, let's leave out the shots. We know. I can show you the headlines where they say Hamas ordering people to stay in place.
Well, they didn't coerce any significant number of people to stay in place. People
Okay,
evacuated.
no, but they wanted them to stay in place. Why did they want them to stay in place? I mean, I can put a lot of
They
evidence.
don't want.
Why? Because it provides a military advantage. It's much harder. So again, the difference is between disregard for civilian life, which there's no argument you can make that Hamas has a high regard for civilian life. Like, that's just not a defensible position, right? But the argument that they're intentionally trying to maximize civilian harm, and again, it's the same exact thing with Israel. There's no case to be made that Israel is trying to maximize civilian harm in Gaza, but there's a strong case to be made that there's a little regard for civilian life. It's very, very similar. Very similar.
Okay, I think this evidence is weak, and here's one reason.
Including the Wall Street Journal article.
Yeah, so the Wall Street Journal they're reporting is now over the map on this. So look at the Wall Street Journal article first. So they are taking a statement initially from Yahya Sinwar, where he's talking about necessary sacrifices, and they're turning that into he wants these people to be killed. He actively seeks civilian death. And if you notice that particular article, which I think is characteristic,
So that's one part.
No.
Also, we have them where we want them.
Yeah, he said that, but then they turn we have them where we want them into
And
there's a strategy to kill civilians, which is their paraphrase.
He said
which is not a quote. No, read the article. It's not a quote.
No, fair enough. But he says the article says they paraphrase where he's saying we have no interest in a ceasefire now. We have them where we want them, and they say. I mean, I said they released all the documents. I agree. They say, unless you think they are in bad faith here, they say that the totality of those documents indicate he said that because he knew that the civilian deaths were likely to bring pressure down on Israel, and they have Israel where they want them. How else do they have Israel where they want them? Militarily?
Well, in terms of militarily, Israel's totally failed to destroy this group.
Right, but they don't have Israel where they want them militarily.
In terms of politically, Israel's very weak. There's no doubt they're using civilian deaths in Gaza as a propaganda tool against Israel. Israel also uses, and it doesn't mean Israel wants. Of course, I don't believe even Netanyahu wanted to put something like that. I think no Israeli did. But Israel clearly uses the hostages and the murder of these people, the horrible crimes that happen to them as propaganda. They use it to try to get support for their war effort. You're naive if you deny that.
You trust Haaretz?
No. Do you agree with the two statements? I mean, first, Israel does not want their civilians to be killed on purpose. And second, they use it for propaganda purposes. What happened? What really happened? I'm not saying made up things. What really happened? You don't think they use it for propaganda? The murder of people on October 7th?
Define propaganda.
To try to promote a political or military, to try to promote sympathy for Israel in its war effort.
I think everybody will pick up whatever they get used and hate each other with in a war like this, including for propaganda purposes. But Israel makes goes to extreme measures to try to avoid any civilian deaths. It does not, I mean, yes, it does.
And Gaza?
No, it's talking about yeah. And Hamas orders the people to stay in place and says, we love death more than you love life. And it says, we developed, I should put the video again, it says, we've developed a death machine. In Haaretz, I want to pile it all in Haaretz. There's an article from a Israeli, I don't know the background, people can Google it. But the headline is, I asked Sinwar, is it worth 10,000 innocent Gazans dying? And he answered, even 100,000 is worth it.
Right, he clearly believes it's worth it, but that doesn't mean he's a policy to kill them.
You know why I find your argument weak? Not because it's completely implausible what you're making, because there's zero indication on the other side. There's zero statements from these people. Get out, help yourselves, come into our tunnel, protect you. Like I didn't cherry pick those comments among two different.
Well, I mean, we went back to 2008. Fatih Hamad is one of the most extreme members of this organization. He's also, I think, talking about suicide bombing.
No, what I'm saying is I didn't cherry pick it among. I could have made the case the other way if I had chosen to. There are no videos. There are no statements.
But they talk about it's horrible what's happening to our people. It's a genocide. It needs to stop.
Yeah, yes, but there's no statements there indicating that they wish the civilians would, like, go to the beach. There's zero. I can't find a single statement where any prominent housing leader has offered advice how you can avoid being killed. And by the way, why don't they let them in the tunnels?
Okay, so there are obviously reasons why they wouldn't want to let everyone unmask the tunnels, because they don't want someone to tell the Israelis where the tunnels are, right? They want to keep the location of the tunnels and the nature of them a secret. They want to keep them.
And also, then they're not operational for tactical use. You know, the tunnels are made for tactical purposes. They don't fit the 2 million civilians.
If the position is that they are, if the position is that they are reckless and callous toward their civilians, they obviously are. They wouldn't have done October 7th because they must have known that a massacre and a kidnapping operation would provoke a horrible response.
They probably didn't.
Here's one very important point. So we're not going to agree on the intent. Why are civilians dying in Gaza? You believe there's this conspiracy to kill, that Hamas wants to kill them, and that's why they're embedding on civilians. I don't agree. Nevertheless, I agree that if they are embedding, in cases where they are, obviously they're endangering their civilians. But why are people dying in Gaza? Are they dying because there's rockets being shot out of this hospital or this school, and Israel has to bomb the area and kill civilians? If you look at open source data, if you look at Air Wars data from October 2023, it appears the large majority of people are dying in this bizarre, perverse program called Where's Daddy, where they bomb homes where one Hamas guy is, allegedly, he often is a civilian employee, there's a 10% error rate. Over 90% of cases, these are homes with no military activity, just one guy at home sleeping.
Okay, Matthew, I have it on my list here to get into exactly.
But that's relevant to the human shield conversation. Okay. It's relevant because if people were dying in those cases because Hamas has militarized this civilian infrastructure and Israel has to bomb it and then people in the area die, that would be one thing. But that isn't why people are dying in the large majority of cases. Maybe some, it's not the large majority, according to all the data we have.
By the way, do you know what Operation Pied Piper was?
I don't.
So and there's many.
Okay, maybe we'll stop this. I mean, it's an interesting debate. I'm just kind of getting tired of doing all this. Discord crew, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to open this to like a chill room chat? Let me know if you want to turn this into a conversation. What do you guys say about moving this to the children but keeping the stream going? You guys want to do that? Do like a little community stream? Let's give it a shot, okay? I'm going to end this and then we're going to head over to the children. What's up, guys? Oh, we lost some people in the. Oh, there we go. Okay, what do we want to do? That was a cool debate. I think Matthew was doing a good job. I thought it was nice back and forth. Maybe I'll continue watching it at a later time.
Are we live?
Not yet. Hold on. Yeah, now we're live. What's up?
What?
We're live now. How's it going, guys? Benny, you're unmuted. We hear your conversation. So how's everyone doing? It's a quiet session today. Al, you normally have something to say. You guys came here, but you want me to keep doing commentary? Is that what we're doing? Eitan, good to see. Are you new? If you are, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in one of these VCs before. I don't want to put you on the spot, so you don't need to speak if you don't want to. And also, Dami17, I don't think I've seen you in a chat either, so welcome. Welcome to you as well.
Hello.
How's it going? Are you new in the community?
Yes, I'm new, but I've been watching your channel since several years right now.
Wow.
But yes, I joined today.
Awesome. Where are you from?
I'm from Austria, from Vienna.
Cool. You know, I have Viennese family actually, or Viennese ancestors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my great grandmother was from Vienna. She moved to Ottoman Palestine in the 30s, or sorry, British Mandate in the 30s, or maybe 20s. It was, yeah. My last name Weinreb.
So you were
Weinreb. Yeah, it's awesome.
So you were related to Herzl.
To who?
To Theodor Herzl.
Perhaps. Although I haven't traced any lineage back, but it's always cool meeting a longtime viewer. So I'm glad you finally joined.
Yes, I've planned, to actually join, since quite a time, because I'm very obsessed with the Israel-Palestine conflict. I have actually lived in Israel for a year. I worked in Yad Vashem as a volunteer. And yeah, this was like 7 years ago. And since then, I'm encapsulated by the history, the culture of Israel, and of course also of the Palestinians.
That's interesting. Where do you feel like your interest came from?
Because of my time when I lived in Israel. Previously, it was a little bit more, I was more like distant to the whole Israel-Palestine conflict. So I had not a real position on it before. It was just, in my eyes, terrible ethnic conflict and so on. But it was extremely interesting, to engage then actually with people and see the reality on the ground and so like that. And since then, I have basically also focused my whole study effort and so like that, so researching and so on, because I study history, by the way. So I study global history at the University of Vienna, my master's program. And I will actually write my master thesis on like subject related to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Oh, awesome. What's the topic on? Do you know?
It will be like a comparative analysis of the liberation of Palestinian liberation movement and the South African liberation movement and their use of political violence.
Interesting. So I'd be maybe when you want when your thesis is ready, if you want to set up a time for a live stream to kind of have a deep dive on that, I think that could be a fascinating conversation.
Yes, I would actually, would love to do that. Would love to present my research, but just as you know, I'm still in the beginning, in the concept phase. I have already like a supervisor, but I will probably submit my thesis like in February, so it will take a little bit of time.
All good. We got time. We got time. Although I hope by the time you write it, there's peace on the land and we don't even need to have the conversation. But being realistic, being realistic, I think we'll probably have something to talk about. Cool. Well,
I hope so.
Glad you joined. Glad you joined. And Asaf, I see you just joined as well. Welcome. I'm guessing that's the same Asaf from who was chatting on YouTube. So just so everybody knows, this is being streamed. So just so you know, if you don't want to speak, because this is being streamed to the public, I completely understand that. But Asaf, if you do want to speak, I'm actually intrigued where your shift came from, because you said you're not a traditional leftist, but today you subscribe to Haaretz. And for somebody who's not a traditional leftist, who's Israeli, who enjoys my content, it means you probably have an interesting perspective. But if you don't want to share it now, I completely understand. So I'm sorry if I put you on the spot, but I did also want to give you the opportunity to share. I see you're typing. Yeah, I'd love talking to you, to be honest, but not right now. That's fine. That is fine. So just listening. Also, I see we have C Burger in the house. A lot of new names. Cool. It's cool to see that the community is growing. So for those who just joined, we this community spread out into different circles. It's this concept we build because what we notice is when you constantly have a new influx of people talking Israel and Palestine, there's just so much fighting and it gets draining for people. So we created smaller sub-communities. So whoever just joined, if you do want to be more active on Discord, you'll see in the getting started section, there's like a little form you could fill out and that'll help us place you in the right sub-community. At least as long as we're still on Discord. Eventually, we are building our own platform. And by the way, update on that, guys. I do think in around 2 or so weeks, the platform will be launched so we could start beta testing it. So big news, big news. Al, what's going on with you? What's going on with you? Don't want to talk today? Al, did you know?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? Sorry.
Did you know that we look at the analytics every week to see like user and stuff like that? And you were a top user last week. Did you know that?
My wife and kids keep reminding me of that. So yes, I think I know.
Wait.
Yeah, they're complaining that I'm always on here.
Okay, that's hilarious.
That's why I'm eating lunch with the kids and they keep putting it on mute. I keep putting it on unmute. You know what I mean? It's funny.
Okay. So they're like, Dad, what are you doing all day? You're like, yo, I'm talking to people about Israel, Palestine. Is that it?
Yeah, something like that. they just don't get it, like why I'm spending a lot of time here. But
Yeah.
I love the community. I love the community. I love the engagement. I love this stuff.
Thanks. Yeah, it's great having you. How old are your kids, if you don't mind sharing?
17 and 19, or they're not really kids anymore, but
they're still your
but
kids.
they still live. They still live in the house. So
Are they interested in Israel Palestine?
no, yeah, a little bit. Not really though.
Okay, I was going to say
Not
we
to
should.
the extent.
Yeah, we should get them in for a conversation.
Yeah, we should. My daughter probably doesn't. I don't want to embarrass her, but she's not too good with geography, if you know what I mean. So that's
Okay.
kids these days,
Yeah, the TikTok generation.
You know how they say, some people say from the river and to the sea, but they don't know which river and which sea. Kind of the same.
Yeah, I hear that. It is interesting though, right? Like, do you need to know which river and which sea? I guess if you really want to be informed, but as like a slogan, it's a cool slogan, Oh, by the way, I think I'm gonna launch a shop. I guess I think we'll just start with t-shirts. Hold on. Let me show you an example. I'm making these cool, what I'm going to call peace apparel. Where's that design? And I want to take like some of the slogans that are inherently like appealing to one side, but then frame it differently. So there'll be a shirt called, hold on, I just opened it. Check this out. Share. From the river to the sea, all the people will be free. Right? That'd be pretty cool on a t-shirt. It's all AI generated. But what I think I'm going to do, I want to work with Israeli and Palestinian artists to make different apparel. And then they will get like 50% of 50% of it. Wait, what? Oh, this isn't visible on the live stream for whatever reason. Hold on. I need to share it separately. This is like just one design. But yeah, if anybody wants to be involved in designing some t-shirts. So that's one. Another one I wanted to do was free Palestine and Israel from hate. I feel like that could be cool. I think they're probably a little offensive as well, but whatever. Whatever. We're already offending people. And then we also made these cool necklaces. This will probably just be a head-on product, but will I be able to find this now? Let's see. We made these necklaces. No. That they say shalom and salam. If you read Arabic, you'll read it as salam. If you read Hebrew, you'll read it as shalom. So it looks like both Hebrew and Arabic. And for those who don't know, shalom and salam means peace. That's something interesting you need to think about. Our people, like, our language is so peaceful. The way we say hi and bye is peace. We say peace, peace. I mean, there are other ways to say hello, like you say alan in Arabic, but we also say alan in Hebrew. You could say marhaba, which is hello in Arabic. But the way for shalom, like the way people say, and you can also say hi, which comes from English. But shalom means hi, it means bye, it means peace. So we're a people with a language of peace, and yet a culture of war. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Let's see if I could find this.
I guess the takeaway is we're inherently a peaceful people, right? I guess that's a start.
It's a start, yeah. It's a good start, but we got to build on it. Well, it shows, yeah, it shows that something in our core, something in how we built our culture was built through something very peaceful, yeah. An attempt for peace, but two competing tribal ethnic groups going at it, that's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, I mean, outside Israel, all the Jews I know are pretty mellow, pretty, you know what I mean, pretty chill.
I don't know. You think so? I think on average, yes, but you do have like a very extreme subset. Like a lot of the more extreme voices we hear online, it's just like American and Western Jews.
I'm just talking about like average Jews, not like in
Yeah, that's
on
true.
social media. Just
Probably
like average, you know.
probably on average, yeah. So I'm sharing
They
this.
vote liberal most of the time.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely in the U.S. Yeah, I just shared it on a
Right.
stream. I'm going to share it here as well. You see that? That says shalom. Like I see that as shalom, but we have Ahmed here and a few other Arab speakers. Hella confused. History speaks. Do you guys, what do you see when you read that? Because I can't read Arabic, but supposedly that says salam as well. To me, it just says shalom.
It does. The L is a little weird, but
Okay, so confirmation. So we wanted to make necklaces. Matthew, good to see you here. I don't know if you saw, but I was just reviewing your. Oh wait, hold on. When I
Good to see you too. I can't see the necklace. We have some native speakers in here, but I can't. Oh, are you on stream?
Yeah. This is
Let
being.
me check
This
your
is being.
Twitter stream. Okay.
Yeah, but I just took it off because I'm streaming this conversation here. But
yeah.
Matthew, I don't know if you saw, but I was just reviewing your debate with Noam.
Yeah, I didn't see. What do you think? I didn't see any of that actually. I've been traveling. I'm gonna upload the debate today. But what do you think?
Yeah, I thought you did great. I didn't make it through everything. I got just to the point where you guys were talking about Hamas trying to maximize civilian harm as opposed to them just being okay with it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought you did an excellent job. The way you approached the thing with John Spencer, that part as well. And I didn't know any of Noam's work. He only came on my radar like a week ago. Somebody asked me if I'd be down to debate him, and then
Noam he's a very nice guy. It's just hard to. He was very hospitable to me before and after, and we had drinks together. It's just very hard, I find, to socialize with people who support this. And I can't imagine how difficult it'd be for an actual Palestinian. But I just thought of my friend in Gaza, and it just was hard. But also as like a human being, you could see him as a kind, good man, and in many ways. But it's just what people are supporting is horrific. And I mean, it doesn't really relate to the debate, which of course would be judged on all kinds of things. But I also met Coleman Hughes at his event.
Oh, cool.
I repeatedly insulted Hughes, but strangely he wasn't really upset with the fact that I've called him charlatan. Like I guess some people are immune to this because they've been on the internet for so long and they're just impervious. But we had some discussions. I pushed him on. I pushed Hughes on in like the post-debate drinking fest. I pushed Hughes on the Mosul figures, which I think he got from John Spencer. The trick they do is like to attribute all the fatalities killed by ISIS to the U.S. coalition.
Yeah,
and then that makes the U.S. ratio look really bad.
Right.
And then they say, oh, that's lower than the Israel, which isn't. It still wouldn't be, but they say, oh, it's lower, so therefore Israel's better than the U.S. So I was like, what the fuck? Why do you represent this study in the same way Spencer did? And then he said, I got it from somebody else. But I have to admit, like, I will give Hughes credit for at least being open to critique and not just like saying, how dare you insult me?
Right.
Because I was very hard hitting and personal in my attacks of him online. He was at least willing to discuss it substantively. The other thing I discussed with him, which he did concede, is the situation pre-war Gaza. That because my point was like, yeah, you're correct that the public health was not bad, right? But that was all because of the huge per capita aid, UNRWA, and so forth. And if you look at poverty, it's way worse than the West Bank or other other regional, it's horrible by regional standards, pre-war Gaza, poverty, unemployment. And, you know, the only places that were worse are like war zones, right? And therefore that he was misrepresenting the situation there by omission, right? That it was extremely poor by regional standards, have been impoverished by Israel, and yet because of the per capita aid and the lack of limits on aid after the flotilla incident in 2010, you know, the public health situation wasn't bad. So it was kind of this weird paradox, and he'd only represented one part of the picture. But anyway, I'm kind of ranting, but yeah, it was an interesting experience. Would you go on the show?
Yeah, gladly. I'd be happy to. You want to maybe connect us?
I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I'll definitely write Noam about you, and happy to do that. The other opportunity with this show, which I'm hoping to take advantage of, to be honest, is that Noam knows all these people that we've been attacking online, and hopefully he can connect us to like a debate with them. But John Spencer's already said he has no interest in me because I'm stupid or whatever. But that's okay. But he knows like Eisenberg. He knows a lot of these people. So
Fox, Eisenberg, and Spencer, in my opinion, are never going to debate somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. They don't even debate. They'll do softball interviews. I was actually surprised that Spencer agreed to do Mehdi Hassan, which I thought he got destroyed. But that actually was surprising that he agreed to it. But he doesn't seem to be.
What's really exciting to me, and Mehdi follows me on Twitter, and he's retweeted a lot of my stuff. What's really exciting to me is seeing people like Mehdi and Owen Jones starting to understand the comparative statistical implications of the rate of women and children being killed, of the number of people who've been killed in Gaza. It seems like there's like some, very slowly, our work seems to be, and Mike, I think, deserves the most credit here, although I think I deserve some, and I think you do too. And my team deserves more than I do. I think our work is making some impact in like kind of mainstream pro-Palestinian discourse or anti-war discourse. Like the article in Haaretz, I think, was an inflection point where people are finally saying, are not just in the abstract saying, "Hey, men are overrepresented, so maybe it's great," right? No, they're saying no. Like the percentage of women and children killed in Gaza has like no parallel, and the percentage of those who are
right.
So it does seem like there's progress being made now, finally, and the Piers Morgan show they basically just asserted this is true, the ratio is so good, and then the people on our side have said no, it's not true, and I think we're at the point where we're starting to make some level of progress, in part because of the education we've performed, the educational efforts we've made on this issue.
So I think No, sorry for cutting you. Just
no problem.
No, so feel free to finish what you're saying, and then I'll share my thought.
No, but that's kind of my point. I think like our work, our empirical work, is finally starting to make an impact on the discourse. I mean, people like Mehdi are interested in it,
Yeah. I agree, and it's something that I actually, one of the things that makes like advocacy work tiring is you don't always see the impact of your advocacy. But I think this is one of the, and aside from messages, so for me doing like reconciliation stuff for years, I get messages that people change their mind because of this and it inspired them. So you could see some small movement. But I would actually say the first time since I started doing any type of advocacy, the first time I've seen that I've contributed effort into something that actually makes a noticeable difference in the narrative is connected to Gaza, death toll, and IDF engagement. So it actually feels pretty good to feel like we've been able to make a difference there. And look, here's the thing. We've kind of had institutions against us, right? The counter narrative, unfortunately, has had more institutional support. What we have on our side is the fact that it's just the truth. The truth on this will come out. We're just helping people discover it sooner rather than later. Like it's just a matter of how honestly you want to interpret data. Some people are interpreting it dishonestly. Others, and I guess there's just a small handful of us now, are doing honest reviews, honest analyses, and it's starting to come to light. So it feels good. It feels good.
Yeah, exactly. It does. Although, it's taken a long time for it to start to sink in. But I think one of the big influences of people who have who actually can command a lot of attention, which none of us can, like Mehdi, are now interested in this discourse or like retweeting me. That's a very good sign. And I think it shows and this isn't that hard to explain either. It's like, okay, in this war, the majority of people killed by the IDF are women and children. In all the other wars, it's like, in the 20s or lower, right? In the 21st century. So this is very unusual. So why would it be that they're killing far fewer civilians if they're killing so many more women and children as a proportion? It doesn't make sense.
That's a load of rubbish, mate.
What is?
What you just said, they're not deliberately killing women and children. It's an absolute load of rubbish. First of all, in Mosul, during the campaign against the Islamic State, if you read the article by Patrick Cockburn in The Independent, 2017, according to the head of the Kurdish intelligence, 40,000 civilians died in an 8-month period between October 16 and June 17. That is a far higher per capita death toll than what has been going on in Gaza.
Wait. But that's not the death toll in Mosul was 11,000, not 40,000.
No, go and read the Patrick Cockburn article.
I mean, I'm happy to pull it up, but Patrick Cockburn doesn't get to be the arbiter of truth. There's a consensus that it's 11,000. What?
Neither do you. And first of all,
I'm not. Of course, I'm not the arbiter of truth. There's currently hold on. There's currently a consensus that it's 11,000. Is it possible the consensus is wrong? Sure, but you can't just say it's wrong because Patrick Cockburn said so. Explain why the consensus is wrong. Don't just appeal to some guy's authority.
Patrick Cockburn didn't say so.
Sorry about that. I just
Kurdish intelligence said so. Patrick Cockburn was relaying what the Kurdish intelligence official said.
Okay, Matthew, have you looked into Patrick Cockburn's article? I'm happy to pull it up and look through it.
I'm sorry, I was disconnected for a while. So what was the
point?
I heard it was rubbish, but I was
he's saying that Patrick that 40,000 civilians were killed in Mosul in an 8-month period.
Yeah, I don't accept that estimate.
Well, it's not up to you. This is a Kurdish intelligence official that said this.
That's not that, bro. Kurdish intelligence official doesn't get to be the arbiter of truth. Intelligence officials, even Kurdish ones, all have incentive. Obviously, they want to make it seem like it was as bad as possible. That's not how you reach a conclusion. You can't just say one official said so, therefore it's true. Currently, the consensus is 11,000. You're going to need to make a more compelling case that said a Kurdish intelligence official said it's 40,000. We don't know what his incentive to say that may be. Well, we could assume, but you can't just say it's true because he said it's true. That's literally not how you reach conclusions.
The Kurds were involved in the atrocities. He himself is showing remorse for the amount of civilians they killed. So what incentive does he have? Secondly, I think it's outrageous. What is the name of this individual that's going on a rant about how Israel is genociding? That's supposed. First of all, Israel is.
Yeah, Matthew. Yeah.
Matthew what?
Yeah, Matthew Cockrell, Matthew Hobriel Cockrell with History Speaks. Yeah.
Listen, Matthew. If Israel, is there any other conflict in modern history where non-combatants have been denied the right to flee to a third-party country? Okay, in Syria, they were able to flee to Jordan, they were able to flee to Turkey, and from then to other countries. Can you imagine in the Ukraine? Wait a minute. Matthew, listen. In Ukraine, they were able to go to Europe, and in every African country, they're able to go to a neighboring state. Egypt and the Arab and Muslim world are deliberately sealing the border in order to maximize casualties for propaganda purposes. The majority of Israelis, I'm not saying that there isn't a minority among some people who vote for like Ben Gvir and Smotrich that want to just kill as many as possible. But the majority of Israelis, the IDF top brass do not want to maximize casualties. You have to be intellectually dishonest or mentally ill to suggest that. If they wanted to genocide the population, it would have been over in 1 week.
Okay. Can I respond to you?
You can respond.
Or you're just going to go on your
sane, rational, cogent argument. I doubt it. Go ahead.
Okay. You're coming off pretty hot. So if you look at the percentage of people killed, so people always make the argument, if they were committing a genocide, they'd have killed far more. Well, the percentage of people killed is much more consistent with a genocide than a war. It's not consistent with the final solution, right? It's not consistent with the most extreme genocides we've had, where there's actually an effort to kill all members of the group, because that's not the goal, right? The goal is to try to
genocide, an attempt to extermination.
Can you let me speak, please?
Oh.
Because we're not going to be able to have a discussion if you don't let me speak. You can disagree and insult. I'm chill, but you've got to let me speak. The percentage killed, if you look at the most credible estimates, Mike Spagat, we referred to our colleague who just conducted a poll in this regard, estimates 4% of the pre-war population killed in 20 months. That percentage is much more consistent with genocide than war. There's nothing like this in the 21st century. We have 4% of the pre-war population violently killed in 20 months. In fact, there's no percentage of the population that's been killed that's this high even in Syria, which is over 14 years of war. So the percentage is no. Let me finish, and you can dispute my points. You're completely entitled to do that, but you can't interrupt me. So the percentage is more consistent with genocide than war. It's not consistent with the most extreme genocides we've had, like the Final Solution, Armenia, or the Cambodian genocide of Vietnamese, where you're actually trying to wipe everybody out in the last case, and the Final Solution as well. But it's consistent with, say, the Bosnian genocide, the Guatemalan genocide, the Saddam Hussein's genocide of Kurds. It's the motive is not to try to kill all Palestinians. So if you want to say that it's not genocide because that's not the motive, you can't argue that. But the motive, in my assessment, is to deliberately kill a large number to try to get the rest to flee, right? And you talk about how no one's allowed to leave. Well, conditions are so horrible in Gaza that by hook or by crook, you've had a huge amount of people leaving. The figure is probably close to 200,000 now. So Israel has made conditions so miserable there that despite the fact that you have this prohibition on immigration, people have managed to get out through Egypt by bribery, by pity, or what have you. So you do have a large percentage of the population that's been evacuated, something like maybe a little under 10%, and yet you still have these historic numbers of fatalities as a proportion of the population. So again, the theory, I agree with you that if the theory was the final solutions occurring, your argument is a compelling debunk of that. But that's not what's going on. That's not what the sophisticated people think is what's going on, who allege genocide here. It's more like Bosnia or the genocide of Rohingya Muslims. Kill a lot, destroy their infrastructure, make living there impossible to try to ethnically cleanse the rest. And they've had a lot of success in that regard. The number of people who've left Gaza, despite Egypt, banning migration, is huge. You're talking a couple 100,000 people. So, yeah, that's my assessment. Is they're trying to destroy the people of Gaza, and they're doing it by killing and ethnic cleansing. So, yeah.
Well, that is not true. They are not. Again, they are. First of all, the Bosnian genocide is disputable whether it's in actuality a genocide. There was a war crime in Srebrenica where male fighters were executed. There was no attempt to exterminate the entire Bosniak population.
Wait, hi Rex. I just real quick, because I think there's a misconception about what genocide means, and that's probably where this discussion is breaking down. Many people think that genocide is trying to destroy an entire population, but that's just not
That's what it is.
No, it's not. It's just not. That's not the definition. And it's not, bro. There's literally a definition. There's a legal definition. There's an academic definition. There's a definition used in common parlance. None of those say an attempt to exterminate the entire population. There's some subsegment of common parlance, how some people perceive it, often Jews, because our frame of reference for genocide is the Holocaust. So I understand where the misconception comes from. Is a genocide?
Anything is genocide. So is Russia committing a genocide in Ukraine?
There have been academics that have described some of what Russia has done to be genocidal in nature. Yes, there are academics that have argued that, but the definition is far more complex than saying an attempt to exterminate the entire population. If you want,
I mean, genos means a people and society.
That's again. Etymology.
You're changing the goalposts. Listen, Adam. The majority, Israel is not. There might be here and there some incidents.
No. I don't want to. Wait, I don't want to go back to Israel. We still don't agree on definition. You're saying you're defining genocide in a way that law doesn't define it, scholars don't define it, and in a way that.
Oh my.
And
listen, genocide.
Wait. Hold on.
The extermination of a people, like the Hutus trying to exterminate the Tutsis.
It doesn't need to be an attempt to. It doesn't need to. Hold on. Haaretz. It doesn't need to be an attempt to exterminate an entire population. If you don't like the current definition of genocide and you want to have your. Yeah, bro. This is well documented. I'll screen share right now, and we could read it. We could read it as a community. But I'm just gonna say, bro, to come in with confidence and be so wrong about something. I mean, have just a little bit of humility with your claims, because you are completely wrong. And again, I also looked up your 40K estimate, with which you came with a lot of confidence, and it says the 40K estimate comes from a single, less transparent intelligence assessment, credible independent research, AP, Amnesty, Air Wars, clusters estimates between 9,000 and 13,000 civilian deaths. Local morgue and UN data put it between 5,000 to 2,500. Suggests the toll could even be lower. So you coming saying it must be 40K because of one single source, bro, the way you arrive at truth is just it's sloppy. To use a definition of genocide that's not defined that way.
Because it's a heavily built up environment, and the people. Okay, for example, the way Mohammed Death died was because he was hiding amongst civilians, and he is a coward. And Hamas have a strategy of maximizing it by their own admission.
No, that's also not true. That's also not true. That's not true.
Yes, it is. They want, by their own admission, they want as many.
Tell me what's this admission? To tell me the quote. What's this admission? We were actually just no, bro. Because hold on. No. It's not. I'm. Haaretz, listen. I'm telling you why I'm being hard on you, because the entire pro-Israel argument is built on a bed of lies. The average pro-Israel person. Hold on.
Why do you even live in Israel? Why do you live in Israel? You're a fucking settler, according to.
I muted you because I'm not going to just let you interrupt. I'll give you time to speak, but if you're going to interrupt, the conversation won't go anywhere. Okay? Some people consider me a settler. Sure, I live in Israel because my family lives here. There's many parts of Israel I love, but there's an ugliness of Israel, and I'm committed to putting that at the forefront in order to transform Israel. Now, here's the thing. The entire Zionist narrative is embedded with so much bullshit. The average pro-Israel person is just as misinformed, if not as your average college protester who doesn't know what river and what sea they're talking about. So you come in here with this arrogance, but your level of knowledge is so trivial, and you're just spewing bullshit. So at the very least, if you want to engage in conversation, have just a tiny bit of humility and be open to the idea that you might be wrong, because you're coming in claim after claim with no basis. None. And I'll give you the floor. But if you say something incorrect, we're just not going to let it slide, okay? Go, all you.
The reason for the high civilian casualty ratio is because it is a heavily built up environment, and Hamas deliberately want to put civilians in harm's way. They deliberately did not build any civilian shelters, and they, whereas for their own fighters, they hide them. Furthermore, you do not seem to understand that many of the Gazans want to die. from an Islamic doctrinal perspective, and this is something you don't understand. They want to attain shahada.
I can't let that part stand. That's just such.
No.
I mean, this is just. It's just pure. It's pure hasbara.
I was gonna let him finish, but that's just so disgusting. So I've done like
they want to die.
Christians, okay. Christians and Muslims believe that if a baby is killed, they go to heaven. Great. These people, when their children die, are fucking miserable. I have studied my team in Gaza. I've studied hundreds of child fatalities in the context of the removal from the Ministry of Health list. Everyone is miserable, posting pictures of their child crying. Nobody is like, oh yeah, they think their child's in heaven, or maybe they 90% think that, or 70%.
It's a coping mechanism.
Religious faith is they are not happy and seeking death. That's just bullshit, ridiculous propaganda.
It's not propaganda. This is
okay. You read the Sam Harris essay. Great.
Yeah. Well, real quick, Haaretz. My friend was killed in the IDF. Okay, we were in the same unit together, and his mom at his funeral said, "I take honor that he died defending his country." Was she happy he died? No. Families cope. They find coping mechanisms. And I know this is gonna wait. Hold.
I have to ask, are you an atheist?
Yeah, and I was actually gonna lean in. Well, I consider myself more of an agnostic, and I know I might offend some people, but the reason why virtually every single religion has some kind of afterlife is a coping mechanism, more likely than not. So yeah, humans consistently do that.
You're being intellectually dishonest to equate the Islamic concept of shahada with the Jewish and the Christian concepts of the afterlife. It is simply not the same.
They're different. They're different, but they're similar. They're similar enough.
No, they want to die. They believe it's a
literally said it wrong. It's not shahada is like the Islamic profession of faith. So you don't even know the term. Ishtihada, martyrdom. You literally said it wrong. What is the term for martyrdom?
I speak Arabic.
Okay, what is the term for martyrdom?
Ishtihad. You don't know what you're talking
about. Shahada, yeah.
You don't know, is it?
You said it was shahada, bro. Whatever.
Oh, for God's sake, listen, mate. By the way, Matthew, what are you doing living in North America? Why are you occupying Native American land? What right do you have on God's earth?
We're really doing the whole Hasbara round. Matthew, go explain.
Not Hasbara round. Listen. I think that Israel does many things wrong. I'm not a supporter of the extreme elements of Israeli society, but what does piss me off is these intellectualizing, moralizing leftists that infantilize the Palestinians as if they do not have any agency, they do not have any ability and capacity to commit acts of evil out of their own right. And the notion that Israel is deliberately trying to exterminate them because they are Palestinian is total bullshit. If you cared so much, you would lobby for Egypt to allow them to cross the border. You know, one of the UN officials even suggested this. He said, what was her name? Egypt.
Yeah, well, Egypt. I don't disagree with you. It's better to be ethnically cleansed. Like I have someone I care about profoundly in Gaza. It's better to be, and I'm trying to help her get out. It's better to be ethnically, it's going to be traumatizing to be ethnically cleansed, but it's better than dead. Egypt should let them out.
It's not guaranteed. If Israel, okay, listen, it's not even if Israel allows them to return at the end of the war, it is not ethnic cleansing.
Well, there's okay.
So wait, Haaretz,
they expressed the intent not to do that, but regardless, look, it's people leaving the strip. People leaving the strip. Okay, you just care about whitewashing this state. It's so fucking idiot.
All right, let me.
I care about the human beings involved here. You care about whitewashing the state. It's so fucking tedious.
Haaretz.
What I want to know is why are you so cultishly obsessed with Israel when there are far greater atrocities happening, for example, in Sudan?
Well, first of all, the level, if you look at the proportion of the population being killed, there's been nothing worse than what Israel's doing in this century. So it's very bad. The other thing is,
why is it specifically the proportion? Israel does not look. If Israel wanted to kill, it's like talking about.
Again, the claim is not that Israel wants to kill every person. They're not trying to kill every person there. They're killing people at a higher rate than the Darfur genocide. They're killing people at a higher rate than any genocide since Rwanda. Rwanda is the last one where the rate's higher.
Right.
So if you want to disqualify all genocides in the last 31 years of human history, you can do so. But Israel's rate of killing people in the victim group, Palestinian Gazans, is consistent with a genocide. It's not consistent with the war. Like nobody does this. Nobody does what they're doing. Killing 4% of the people in 20 months. It's insane.
Okay, you talked about Rwanda. The Hutu power movement wanted to exterminate the Tutsis.
Rwanda is a more extreme case.
It wasn't conflict fatalities. So you are being more intellectually dishonest by equating it with a genuine genocide where there was an intent for to exterminate, with one in which non-combatants are caught in an unfortunate situation where they are unable to leave, and that Hamas deliberately want to put them in harm's way.
Matthew, can I respond? Because are you clear if I respond? I think there's a way to potentially reconcile this. So we're going to put aside the fact that you're saying Hamas is trying to maximize civilian harm. Actually, at the beginning of the stream, hold on. We were literally just watching a debate that Matthew was in with Noam Dorman, and this was actually the topic of debate. And Noam tried to make the same case. And I think what a more honest and compelling case is Hamas has a complete disregard for the lives of their civilians. That's not the same as saying they're trying to maximize civilian harm. And I hold the same. They want to maximize it as a tool of propaganda. No. Absolutely. Again, wait. That's not grounded in evidence. The same way. Wait, hold on. The same way, Israel is not trying to maximize civilian harm in Gaza, but is engaging with a complete disregard. So the same claim we can make about Israel, we can make about Hamas. You say it's by their own admission, and then you'll find some obscure quote from 2008 when the guy's talking about suicide bombers. We've looked at the evidence.
No, during the war.
What is it? Okay, pull it up. We could review it. We've literally looked through all of this. Listen, I've spent the past 20 months debunking propaganda. There's nothing you're going to say on this that's going to be new. We've looked at it. We've debunked it. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that they're trying to maximize civilian harm. Hold on. There's no evidence they're trying to maximize civilian harm. It's very defensible, though, that there's a complete disregard for civilians, both by Hamas and both by Israel. Okay, that's very defensible and very obvious and grounded in evidence. Now, I want to ask you, do you think that there's a possibility that Netanyahu would like to relocate Gazans and clear civilians out of Gaza for good? Do you take that as a possibility?
Do you think, for example, from having watched Corey Gil-Schuster's videos, that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians does not want to commit total ethnic cleansing?
Why? Wait, hold on. Answer my question. I'm happy to answer yours, but answer my question. And by the way, it's a rhetorical question because Netanyahu said he's aiming for Trump's relocation plan. Netanyahu made that an explicit goal of the operation in Gaza.
I mean, I believe that he said that they will, those who are not members of Hamas will have a right to return, and those who do not wish to destroy Israel will also have a right to return.
There's not been an instance in the Israel-Palestine conflict where Palestinians got displaced and then in mass were allowed to return. Are you aware of that? So, no. Are you aware of that? We've hundreds of thousands have been displaced. Maybe there's been a handful of return. There's never been a mass amount return. So
after the Oslo Agreement, they allowed some people to come back.
Some people.
Listen, ethnic cleansing is a part of conflicts.
That's fine. Then be honest about it. Wouldn't you agree that if Netanyahu could successfully remove mass amounts of Palestinians from Gaza, that would be a success in his eyes and in the eyes of many Israelis? I don't think that's a radical position. I don't think it's hard to admit that.
I think yes, but I think that the Palestinian position towards the Israelis is far more extreme.
That's fine. We could get there, but I want to talk about Israel's conduct in Gaza. If you want, you could then question me on.
I accept that there might be some ethnic cleansing, but in no way, shape, or form is it genocide.
Okay, so hold on. We're going to get there. So we're in agreement that there's an attempt, a motivation, an incentive to clear clear civilians out of Gaza. Now,
not just any civilians. There are people collaborating with Israel, which they clearly don't want to expel. They don't want to expel every single Gazan because they are a Gazan.
Okay, fine. Fine. 95%. It doesn't need to be all of them. Mass amounts. 1.5 million. Right? It doesn't need to be 100%. We're not talking in absolutes. The overwhelming majority. Okay. That's not that is supported in polling data that the majority of Israelis would support that. Netanyahu explicitly said he would like to do that. The single best way to get a civilian population to leave is to make their life so miserable that they voluntarily leave. There's a very clear incentive for Israel to make Gaza uninhabitable. The way you do that is to systematically destroy civilian infrastructure and to put civilians in danger. Now, you could say that based on your definition of genocide, this isn't genocide, but if you actually look at the definition and how it's generally applied, the systematic destruction of a people's way of life, doing that intentionally, constitutes genocide. And if you don't want to argue it's genocide, it certainly constitutes a grave war crime. So we have seen Israel systematically destroy Gaza. We've seen them lower protections for civilians, unlike which we've seen any other nation in the 21st century, certainly from a Western nation.
Can I make one really quick point here?
Yeah.
Can I make one really quick point here just to add some color?
Netanyahu's point. I just want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, let Haaretz respond, and then Matthew, you can go.
Let Gary put here, and then you can do your Hasbara thing. You can do your fantasy world. We can
yeah, Matthew, do it.
Netanyahu said to the
illegally occupying native American land, and if they decide to start an uprising tomorrow, engaged in the most
all right, guys,
the United States has given. Okay, the United States has given the indigenous population of our country equal citizenship since 1924. This incidentally coincides.
It doesn't matter.
Wait, Haaretz. Haaretz. Guys, I don't want chaos here because it just makes the listening experience unenjoyable. Matthew is going to make one point, and then I'll give you all the time you want to make your case,
Right.
okay?
So Netanyahu told, 2 points I'll make. First, Netanyahu told in May, this is in Jerusalem Post, all kinds of Israeli media, he told the members of the Knesset that we're destroying homes to make it so people can't return. So he specifically said, to quote, we're destroying more and more homes and Gazans have nowhere to return to. The only inevitable outcome will be the wish of Gazans to immigrate outside the Gaza Strip. That's first point. The second point, this whole Trump-Gaza nonsense concept, which Netanyahu endorsed, Trump was asked specifically, will they be allowed to return? And he said no. So the evidence suggests, contrary to Hasbara for Western consumption, that they don't want people to return. They're trying to push them out. And they've had success in doing so. Again, we've had about 200,000, maybe a little less, people who've left. So, yeah.
All you, Haaretz.
Okay, listen, Matthew. Even if that was true, people don't. Russia has done exactly the same thing. If there are pro-Ukrainian people in the Russian-controlled areas, they have expelled them, and they have destroyed Mariupol, for example, and they are certainly not going to give the homes back to anybody that identifies as Ukrainian.
Do you believe Putin's a war criminal?
Hold on a minute. In Syria, on both sides, first of all, during Assad's semi-victory, when he won, when he controlled about 80% of the territory, apart from the Rojava regions, they committed, and Iran had a policy of resettling foreign Shia from places like Afghanistan and Pakistan and foreign Shia Arabs, and he did not allow the Sunnis in Turkey and in Europe to return deliberately because he wanted to change the ethnic balance in Syria for it to be more Alawite and Shia, and he committed mass ethnic cleansing, and there wasn't the same moral outrage in the West, and the other side are doing the same thing to a certain extent with the way that they are treating the Alawites at the moment. The notion that what Israel is doing is unique is absurd, and you have that is to say that the leftists of the woke leftists in the world and have a unique obsession with the state of Israel, as if there is something uniquely immoral and wrong with what Israel is doing. The ethnic cleansing in Gaza may be one of the goals, but at the end of the day, they themselves wanted to commit a total mass ethnic cleansing if they could. What they did on the 7th and 8th of October was a true ethnic cleansing, was a true genocide. You know, what the West did to the Germans in the Sudetenland and Eastern Europe and Central Europe was far, far worse than anything that is happening to the Gazans. And that was committed with the consent of the West. So the idea that what Israel is doing is uniquely morally reprehensible is absurd.
Hi, Rex. Do you think that Assad and Putin are war criminals?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know, Adol, why isn't there the same moral outrage?
I'll get there. I'll get there. Wait, I'll get there. Do you think Netanyahu is a war criminal?
No, not to the same extent. Not really. There may be some war crimes that have been committed, but there isn't the same intent. To equate him to Assad is absurd. Even to equate him to Putin. I'm not saying.
Well, wait, hold on. But I thought we've already been able to establish that Netanyahu's intent is ethnic cleansing, and that there's a very strong. Hold on,
it might be his unsaid wish, but it's never. It's never been his explicit.
That's not true.
He's never explicitly said that.
The quotation I referred to.
Wait. Hold on. Hi, Rex, you're wrong.
It's not official Israeli government policy. So no.
Wait. First of all, Netanyahu stated that Trump relocation plan is his goal. That is his publicly stated plan. And we have mountains of evidence of the systematic destruction of civilian infrastructure. Why you're very quick to say Putin and Assad are war criminals, but when it comes to Netanyahu, suddenly you're unsure. Why do you think that is? You're trying to say the world has a double standard against Israel, but I'm seeing a very clear double standard with you right now.
No, I would say that the usage. There's a big difference with saying a war criminal implies that this. Is George Bush a war criminal? Is Tony Blair a war criminal? Yes. So no, but the thing is, if you my issue is not that Israel may be committing here and there some war crimes. The issue is that there is this cult-like obsession in the Western world among the intelligentsia that what Israel is doing is uniquely reprehensible. I want to know, for example, why Western allies during the, by the way, you seem to downplay what happened to the Sunnis in the aftermath of the defeat of Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, but there were mass arrests, there was arbitrary execution, and there were reprisal attacks by the Iraqi government, by the Kurdish Peshmerga.
But wait, but Hi Rex, you keep bringing it.
Western allies.
Would you
say Zelensky is a war criminal?
This is all deflection. I first want to understand why you're so comfortable calling these other people war criminals when we've seen numbers in Gaza unlike which we've seen in these other conflicts, and we've seen a clear intent. We've seen a publicly stated plan to ethnically cleanse and a systematic destruction of civilian life, unlike which we've seen in these other instances. And you're hesitant to say Netanyahu is a war criminal, but you have no problem saying Assad and Putin are. I think you have a very clear double standard. I'm happy to get to your claim that there's a double standard in the West, but I first want you to at least acknowledge that you very clearly have a double standard here. You're blindly defensive of Israel when there's no reason for it.
I'm not saying that. No.
Wait, real quick, Hi Rex, are you Jewish? You're Jewish, right?
Is it relevant to the
Yeah,
debate?
well, kind of, because
no, it's not even relevant. No, it's not even relevant to the debate.
Well, when somebody has such a clear double standard, There's often a reason. So it's either, generally it's like you could be an evangelical Christian, because evangelical Americans also have this double standard. You could just hate Muslims, or you could be Jewish. That's generally the identities that have such a clear double standard.
You're just stereotyping now. You're being intellectually dishonest.
That's not intellectually. That's true. It's true. I'm engaging in some stereotype.
I'm not going to disclose anything about my
Okay,
ethnicity,
fine,
background,
fine.
anything. That's
Okay.
totally irrelevant to the debate. Listen, the point is, when you say war criminal, it's like saying, are these people in the same Premier League of the war criminals? And my problem is that people equate Netanyahu to Hitler, they equate him to Pol Pot, they equate him to the most evil people on the planet. Sure, is Israel committing some war crimes? But listen, the issue isn't. My issue is the nomenclature of saying Netanyahu is a war criminal. It's like saying that is all he is, and he's primarily a war criminal.
Can I speak a bit, because it's just
let me just finish. What I
it's not
say.
adding any information. Okay. Yeah.
No, listen. The Israel's modus operandi compared to that of the Palestinians is far more humane compared to the way that they and Israel. The Palestinians, the majority of the Palestinian populace has genuine bloodthirsty and genocidal intent. Whether they have the means and ability to manifest that is another thing, but they genuinely do have a bloodthirsty intent, and they are inherently violent, not as a counter-reaction, but because they themselves have a profound and existential hatred of the Jewish people, Jewish religion, and of the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel, and they cannot fathom the notion that that Palestine or Jerusalem, by the way, Palestine is not in the Quran, and neither is Jerusalem, but they've convinced themselves that it is thus, that they, if you look at the Hamas Charter, for example, it says that Palestine is a waqf, it is a Muslim land. And
I mean, for somebody who I know, I don't.
Can I please again, this
Yeah, but this is just colonizer talk right here, right? Like, which colonized people love their people? Oh man. Yeah, the Native Americans, they were bloodthirsty further towards their colonizers. Every wait, hold on. Every group that hold on. More with the Hasbara. Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into this next. Just another Hasbara point that I know you didn't research.
Sudanese aren't indigenous to Africa.
Okay.
Arab names.
Listen. Every single population in the history of the world, when they were subject to the conditions imposed on the Palestinians or similar conditions, responded with violence. For you to look at that violence
That's why they massacred the Jews in 1929 in Hebron, isn't it?
Yeah, that is why.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is what they imposed. Yeah, that's right. That's why they.
Wait. Do you think?
Before the state of Israel was founded.
Do you know what happened in the decades prior to 1929? Do you think that happened in a vacuum? Obviously, I'm not supporting it. It was wrong. My family
did not have the levers of power. They didn't. It was the British mandate.
That's
there was no
okay, but okay. Your knowledge of history is just as trivial as your knowledge of President. I'm sorry. Wait. The Hebron.
It's honestly tragic. It's honestly. I'm going to talk to you. It's honestly tragic that somebody who maybe is smart, maybe is a cool guy, that the person we're talking to, his brain is so filled up with like bullet points that he can't even think for himself.
And there's no basis to any of this. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, so let me make up the waqf thing for a second. So it's true that in Islam there is a doctrine of if a land has become Muslim, it cannot. Can I finish, bro? You keep ranting off of like influencers on the internet who don't like Muslims. It's so fucking trivial. Let me make a point about the waqf thing. Yeah, true. From a certain construal of Islam, you cannot land that is under the Muslim domain cannot be alienated, right? So they talk about this in their 80s charter or whatever. Why don't they care about Spain? Why don't they care about Sicily? Why don't they care about Turkey, which is under secular law but isn't under Islamic law? Why don't they care about Gaza? Gaza is literally not under Islamic law in terms of criminal law. Why don't they Islamize Gaza? Why was she able to attend a co-ed high school? Like, you have to understand that the world does not exist in these Sam Harris, highly literalistic. Yeah, literal doctrine matters, but also they're using the doctrine. They're using the doctrine to express as a dialect, to express their anger and to rally violent resistance. If it were just about the doctrine, they'd be obsessed. Why aren't they obsessed with Spain? Why aren't they obsessed with Spain being Christian atheists? Okay, they are. Yeah.
Deep down, yeah.
There are some people that believe that
I'm sure there are some people. People. This is overwhelmingly a secular grievance. If it were about this doctrine, they don't give a fuck about Spain. No Palestinian or 2 out of 10,000 want to conquer Spain.
Okay, listen. There's an interview with Corey Gilshuster where he interviews the Palestinians, and he says, "Do you believe at the end of days everybody will have to become Muslim, and the whole world needs to eventually become Muslim?" And all of them basically said yes. You have no idea what you are talking about. You cannot speak on their behalf. They use you as a useful idiot. You
think you're speaking on behalf of these people because you read the Sam Harris article.
What? You keep saying Sam Harris, as if, you know.
So what is your reason? So I've lived in the, okay, so you called me white columnist earlier. I'm half Egyptian. I've lived in the Middle East. I know a bunch of Palestinians. So you're telling me that regular people are so obsessed with these obscure doctrines of fiqh, like waqf theory, that they're like, oh my God, we have to conquer Sicily. We got to do it. No, that's not how people are. That is not how people are. Of course, doctrine matters. I would never say doctrine doesn't matter, that religions are all the same. But this is like 7th grade new atheism. It's pathetic.
What are you talking about? Are you a practicing Muslim?
No, my family's of Christian.
We actually have a few. We have a few.
How can you even speak on their behalf?
We have a few practicing. We have a few practicing Muslims here.
Caricaturing these people so much.
You don't, and they hate you too. They do. They believe you are going to hell for committing shirk. Believe me, they do. You are. They believe that Christians are worse than Jews in many senses.
You don't think Orthodox Christians believe Muslims are going to hell?
Yeah, Catholics believe all non-Catholics are going to hell.
Listen. Okay, this is a very pertinent point. Now, you hear me out here. The fundamental civilizational difference between the majority of cultural Christians in the West today is that they do not have a literalist interpretation of the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible Belt in America. Majority of, say, Europeans, even most Americans, do not believe.
Eastern Christians believe this. People in the Christians in the Middle East believe this.
Also do not believe the majority. You know, I've lived in the Balkans. I've lived in Eastern Europe. The majority of people do not believe intently. Some of them do. That all those that do not accept Christ are going to burn in hellfire and damnation. They don't dwell upon it. They don't dwell upon it. But however, why are you interrupting me? Let me finish my.
Because you're saying you're talking about Christians in the West.
Like, for God's sake, man, the majority of Muslims on the planet, I would say 90% of them, genuinely believe from their inception until their deaths that if you do not accept God and Muhammad as his only final messenger, then you will be going to hell. The majority, I'm talking about ordinary Muslims that are not Islamists, they might not dwell upon it in their everyday lives, but if you scratch beneath the surface, they do believe this. And to
you're obsessing over a point that's not contested and isn't that big of a deal. So Christians in Egypt, Christians in Egypt,
no. There is a massive civilizational difference. There is a socio-cultural and civilizational difference. You're literally lying. Between the Western
Christians in Egypt believe non-Christians would have
persecuted.
So okay,
churches are bombed and they are treated like second-class citizens, and you have the gall to defend fanatical Islamists.
So let me
Muslims that enable the Islamists.
Haaretz, let me maybe give a different perspective here. Okay, so Christians we've seen in past centuries have complete transformation in their values. They're still Christians, but culturally they're vastly different, correct? Europe for most of the past 1,000 years was a very brutal place where they were murdering non-believers. Wait, hold on. But you acknowledge that there's been a massive cultural shift in Europe that didn't require Christians to not become Christians. Okay, cool. So we acknowledge it. Now, when we look at the Muslim world, we see something similar. We see vast diversity, which strongly suggests that culture supersedes religion. Right now, Israel is at peace with most of its Arab/Muslim neighbors. We're literally about to have normalization with Al-Qaeda, with al-Julani. He was the head of Al-Qaeda. We have normalization with the UAE. They're, on average, way more religious than the average Palestinian. We've been at peace with Egypt and Jordan for quite some time. Saudi Arabia is open to normalizing with Israel. They're more religious than the average Palestinian. The difference in public opinion between all the Muslim countries, you look at Indonesia, you look at Kazakhstan, you look at Iraq, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, they're vastly different. The whole idea that you can try to say something about Muslims because of what you're talking about, a small subset, when we see culture very clearly supersedes this. I'm not saying you can't have any concern over Islamic extremism. I'm not making that case. But the idea that this is what Islam is just is not grounded in reality. Now, when we look at history, Palestinian society used to be some of the most secular in the entire Middle East, and they're still more secular. They're still more secular than a lot of Middle Eastern countries. Conflict radicalizes people. It makes us look for institutions that could support us, often the mosque. We saw this happen in Palestinian society. The idea that this is somehow in their blood and what Palestinians feel about Jews and Israelis today is eternal is not based on anything. There's no reason to believe that to be true. Every population hates the people they are in conflict with. It is natural to hate your enemy. It is natural to hate your oppressor. We can refuse to look at the core reason why there's a conflict by just blaming Islam, but then we don't find solutions because you're not going to reform all of Islam. That's not a tenable goal. It's not in our power. What we can do, what Israel can do, is find a just solution to the conflict. The reason we do that, public opinion changes drastically. If the hate Palestinians feel towards us now will change the moment a just solution is found. Will it change for everybody overnight? No. There's a reconciliation process that will need to take place. But this idea that we'll never have peace because Islam is ignoring the reality and the root of the conflict, which is not Islam.
So, it's kind of like talking to a child, to be honest. I don't know what to tell you. By the way, I can prove the point that it is Islam because the Christian Palestinians that used to engage in terrorism, such as George Habash in the 1970s and the 60s, they've stopped. There are no more Christians from the West Bank, from places like Tura Mosiah or whatever, from that engage in terrorism. Why don't they do this?
This is again.
Hold on a minute. I haven't finished. I've got a very clear. Christians, or do you think that if the Palestinians converted to Jainism, we would still have a conflict?
Okay, I'm going to answer these questions.
No, I haven't even finished my point. By the way, you have a very facile and romanticized notion of Muslims. And it is Muslims per se. It is Muslims in general. It doesn't mean that every single Muslim is going to blow you up tomorrow. But the overwhelming majority of Muslims hold within them the socio-cultural coding that the land of Palestine is a waqf that it was given to them by God, and the overwhelming majority of them, even the Saudis and even in the UAE, that have made a hudna, not a peace, a hudna with Israel. believe that in the end of days, the Jews will hide behind the Gharqa tree. The majority, according to Sahih al-Bukhari, Sahih al-Muslim, the Sunnis.
After the Messiah comes back, I mean, like, bro, this is so ridiculous.
Hold on a minute.
You're talking about an end of days scenario. The Christians have an analogous one.
No,
yes,
they do.
There's going to be some kind of
evangelicals. The reason
is not throwing non-believers. So I grew up Christian. Christ is not throwing non-believers in the lake of fire.
Listen, I'm also listen, mate. The difference is again the percentage of literalist interpretation. The majority of cultural Christians, if you go to a random person that says I'm a Catholic in France, I'm
in the West, yeah, sure. It's not true in the Middle East.
Hold on a minute. The majority of cultural Christians in England, in Europe in general, or even most Americans who are not evangelicals, do not care about the end of days and the fact that also all non-believers are going to go to hell after the second coming. They don't care about these things. However, most secular Muslims do care about these things. That is the difference. Furthermore, most Muslims believe that it is justifiable to execute apostates. And most Muslims believe that it is justifiable to execute those who insult the prophets. Whereas if you say something about Christ, Christians will turn the other cheek. And
you're saying like the Q polls from Sam Harris, The End of Faith, right? I mean,
sorry.
You could tell this is a Sam Harris.
Take the most radical Kahanist. If you insult Moses, then they'll say, well, you can think what the F you like.
So you're basing this. Let me finish.
No.
This doesn't put up 5 seconds. It's all banal and like from online memes.
Again, if you will insult Muhammad, the overwhelming majority of Muslims believe that the usage of violence is justifiable. It is not every single individual Muslim. I'm sure you can find exceptions, but the cultural phenomena is overwhelmingly high.
You have to mute this guy. I have to be like, I have not been
the majority, whereas the Christians or Jews who hold a similar view, who hold a literalist interpretation of their scriptures and believe that the usage of violence is justifiable, is negligible. Whereas Muslims have a
come on, I have
Hyrex, finish your point. Could you finish your point, and then are you done? Can we give it to history?
I have come across secular Muslims in Europe that had I can give you an example.
No. Okay, no, bro. You made your point. You're just trying to reinforce the same point.
Many secular Muslims have a profound.
We heard, bro. Hyrex.
Homosexuals and gays due to cultural indoctrination.
Okay, Hyrex, I muted you because you literally made that point and you're repeating it. It's better to just be concise. You made this point. We heard you very clearly. Matthew, all you.
Okay, so I think the basis of this guy's beliefs are like is basically like Sam Harris. What's this other guy? Robert Spencer. So the truth to it is
Tommy
that
Robinson.
If you look at polls that were, and there haven't been new polls on this, but Sam Harris made a big deal about them in the End of Faith, polls in the aughts in the early 2010s, you had in some countries like Egypt, for example, Jordan, you had solid majorities of people favoring the traditional Islamic punishment for apostasy, which is death. But you also had many countries where the large majority opposed it. So like, for example, Turkey, 17% supported it. Albania, 8% supported it. Tunisia, 29% supported it. So, and this is only of those who favored Sharia too, right? So I think that these data, ironically, support our view more than his, that, yeah, definitely text matters. And, how the scholars of Islam, of the major schools of jurisprudence have expounded Islam matter, but also culture matters. If it were just about the text, why are the large majority of Tunisians against this, right? Why are almost all Albanians and Turks against the death penalty for apostasy, even though that's part of the Orthodox Islamic corpus? The other point that the terrorism is about Islam, it doesn't make any sense. Why do Christians? So Christians in Lebanon have been polled. This was published in the Times of Israel on shortly after October 7th. 60% of Christians support October 7th in Lebanon. So that if it were just about Islam, that makes no sense. I think Islam is a radicalizing factor for sure. And the reason you don't have Christians in El Qassam is because they're a specifically religiously oriented group. But you've had it in the past, and you have Christians in the region supporting it. So in the majority. So it's I think it's like I don't think what this person's saying is completely false, and I don't think what Sam Harris is completely false, but it's like one part of the picture that if you just focus on, you'll have like a really self-righteous story to tell about how all these people are so evil, but you're not going to solve any problems, and you're not going to see you're going to miss a lot of facts. One other point I'd make is, I don't know this, but you need to have more data, but I expect after ISIS, because these polls that Sam Harris like cuddles to fall asleep at night, the Pew polls were carried out before ISIS, right? I think now they would express lower, I don't know this, but my guess is, from talking to people in the region, they would express lower support for these more draconian and extreme and violent aspects of the traditional corpus, like killing apostates. So yeah, that's my piece.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted. And I do want you to address specifically the point, because I think it's a very good point. You do have Palestinian Christians and Lebanese Christians that are supportive also of this resistance. So it seems like clearly there's something beyond Islam that's contributing to this.
There are some people like John Aziz, who is a Palestinian moderate Christian, and there are some others who are totally opposed to it. And the reason is why once upon a time Christians in the 70s and 60s, a minority of them did support the usage of violence. By the way, it's highly questionable.
Polls today show most supported October 7th. Go ahead.
No,
Christians.
No, it's not. No, that's not true. In Lebanon, the poll, I don't know, who did this poll? What was the sample? What was the size of this poll? Listen, that many Christians...
Matthew, maybe pull it up in the meantime.
For example, many Maronites...
Let me say that. So the consultative study for centers, consultative center for studies and documentation. If he's going to make the argument that Maronite Christians support Israel, that's just so ridiculously ignorant. Yeah, you can find people.
I didn't say all of them. You're putting words in my mouth.
It's a fringe. We do. Pew found 0% support among Christians many years ago in Lebanon for Israel. It is a teeny fringe.
That's not actually true, because there are people on the spaces on X that are Christian. Are you aware of Professor Frank Salameh, for example? He's a Christian, Maronite. There are to say that they don't exist.
Given that I'm of Middle Eastern Christian descent, my mother said that I might know more about. There are a lot of Christians who don't like Muslims, and there are a hell of a lot who don't like Islam. These people don't support Israel either because they see it as, and maybe they're wrong or oversimplistic. Bro, there's a huge body of polling data on this. From Pew, from Western
the Syrian Christian from Iraq. He was a friend,
No, you can't bring up an anecdote. There's polling data. You can't say I have a friend. Let's just pull up the data and we'll look at the data. Okay, an anecdote doesn't matter if there's data. But I actually, hi Rex, I actually think it's possible to reconcile something here. I think a lot of your concern with Islam comes perhaps with personal experience. You're concerned with what's happening in England with growing Muslims. No, it's not. Wait. Hold on. Are you not concerned? Are you not concerned with growing Muslim population in England?
Of course I am.
Okay.
It's not.
So I want to acknowledge your concern. I think your concern is actually valid. People might not like this. Your concern is valid. No population ever is happy when there's an increase of another population that's culturally different. This fear of demographic reversal is terrifying. I hear you. It's why Israelis are terrified of right of return. It's one of the grievances Palestinians have. It's demographic reversal.
Islam is uniquely bad, and they cause far more problems than, say, East Asians who don't bother anybody in Western countries. Why do you never see any Chinese terrorists? I'm sorry, but
hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Immigrant.
That's fine. You're against immigrants that culturally are not assimilating. Can we put it that way?
I'm specifically against the religion of Islam and the majority of Muslims, 95% of them, because ultimately they want to establish
fine. So okay, you have a grievance with the shift in population in England, and I actually recognize your grievance. I'm not telling you not to have that grievance. I think European countries that are having this challenge need to find a way to deal with it humanely. But I recognize it to be a real problem. But what you're doing is this grievance.
I think it's too late, Adar.
No, I think there's solutions. I'm not saying deport people, but there's solutions.
Am I speaking with an Islamic colonist?
Wait,
because these guys have so many kids, right?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, MB, I'll give you the floor. I just want to make. Wait. Hi, Rex. One quick point. So you have this grievance that I recognize, but what you're doing right now is you're applying the same grievance you have, and it's giving you an overly simplistic understanding of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Because if every single hold on.
If the Palestinians believed in the Jain religion, would this be happening?
Hold on.
If the Palestinians were Jains and Buddhists, would this be happening? No.
Wait, hold on. You literally have wait, hold on. You have Buddhists that have engaged in mass killing of civilians. So you're wrong. What this demonstrates. Wait, hold on.
Jain is pacifistic. So
You're taking one example that is a complete outlier. They're careful to walk outside so they don't step on bugs. Cool, take an outlier. That doesn't prove anything. Hold on.
This would not happen.
Okay. If the Palestinians were Jains, this wouldn't happen, and if Jews never returned to the land, this wouldn't happen. There's infinite factuals. Palestinians are not Jains. They're responding as almost all humans do. If every single Palestinian was Christian, we still would not have solved the conflict. If they were atheists, we would not have solved the conflict. Sure, you want to take the most pacifist religion ever, and then maybe perhaps it wouldn't happen, sure, but we're living in reality. So to blame it on Islam is not recognizing the root of the conflict. There's an ethnic conflict, and Palestinians are responding to conditions imposed on them that all people before them have responded to violently. Can you make the case that
Rex,
wait
for a second. I'm going to ask the question.
Wait, Matthew.
I'm not being confrontational, but
Matthew,
do you know about like the Mau, the Vietnam?
Wait, Matthew, can you not hear me? I muted you as well. Are you not able to hear me? I'm literally speaking, and Haaretz isn't speaking. What's going on right now? I'll finish my point. We'll let Haaretz speak because it's his turn, and then we'll give it to you, Matthew. So we have a conflict, and Palestinians are responding to that conflict. Is it possible that that Islam is making the conflict harder to solve? Sure, one can make that case, but to make it seem like the conflict exists because of Islam is not grappling with reality. It's a distraction. I'm going to unmute you both now.
With more openness to compromise. I believe that the Palestinians are fundamentally not open to any form of compromise, and they believe that the entirety of the western part of the British-mandated Palestine is theirs by rights, and every single Jew that is a Zionist must be expelled from the land or exterminated. And this is the truth, and if you ask them what they really think, that is it. And no matter how much you may infantilize them or put words into their mouth or project a kind of facile ethnic conflict that is akin to, I don't know, Northern Ireland, it is not the same as Northern Ireland. It is not. Fundamentally speaking, the conflict in Northern Ireland was not a religious one. The Protestants and the Catholics were culturally Protestant, culturally Catholic. They were not doing a jihad against one another. The IRA were a secular group, and that was a genuine ethnic conflict. Whereas this is not a conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis. This is a conflict between the Muslim Ummah and the Yehud, who they believe are the descendants of apes and pigs, who are dirty, who are cowards. Inherently, they believe that the Jew is a coward. Inherently, they believe that the Jew is dishonest. Inherently, they believe, fundamentally speaking, that the Jew is going to, the day will not come until the Yehud will hide behind the Gharqad tree, and the rocks and stones will say, oh, here is the Jew, come and kill him. And the religion is the number one motivator. This is not the same as, say, ethnic, say, the Spanish Civil War, in which it was based on intellectual arguments, fascism and communism. This is fundamentally an apocalyptic war this is a spiritual war that they cannot lose, because it is a humiliation for them on a religious level. And it is, if they were even Christian, they would be more open to compromise and say, okay, yes, maybe some of our methods and means of fighting are sick and disgusting. I do not believe, there is no way on God's earth that if they were Christians, then that they would have engaged in, the reason that Hamas engaged in rape is because it is doctrinally permissible in the Quran, saying I can take what my right hand possesses. For the same reason the Yazidis were raped, for the same reason the Christians were raped. It is absurd to believe that you can equate this with a conflict like the Spanish Civil War, with or like, say, a freedom struggle, like I don't know what the, say the Kurds in Rojava fighting against Syria, who are genuinely semi-secular Muslims. This is, or the Basque struggle against the Spanish state. That is a genuine ethnic conflict. That is not predominantly motivated by religion. The Palestinian struggle is one that is wholly, fundamentally, has at its core and at its essence a religious motivator. And to pretend otherwise is intellectually dishonest.
No, Matthew, I'll give you the floor. I just want to acknowledge it. I did make a mistake, because at one point, Matthew, you were speaking and it's as if you couldn't hear me. I made a mistake with muting. I muted you guys on my end, but I didn't server mute you. So it seems like there was like a 2-minute span where people were talking over each other. No one on viewing this on YouTube saw that, but there was some like internal chaos that I just want to acknowledge that I made a mistake with how I was doing this. So I don't know fully. There were like 2 minutes when I had no idea what was going on because I couldn't hear you guys. But Matthew, with that, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So I'm just going to cite some data, which I think throws cold water over this, which is pure narrative, anecdotes, and so on. Okay, first of all, I was talking about Consultative Center for Studies and Documentation, well respected in Lebanon, 60% Christian support among Lebanese Christians for October 7th. A poll from the Washington Institute, a neoconservative think tank, but it has some serious people like our friend Gabriel Weinrib, Gabriel Epstein. You're a dark.
If we ever had a kid.
59% positive among Lebanese Christians for Hamas, definitely lower than Lebanese Muslims, but still a clear majority. And then you had a 97% negative in a Pew poll, which Sam Harris didn't cite, interestingly, because again, this is like comfort animal. A 2010 Pew poll, which I couldn't find a more recent one, but 2010 Pew poll showed 97% of Christians in Lebanon have a negative view of Jews, or they're anti-Semitic, right? And this is compared to Arab Israelis who had a mostly positive view of Jews. So I think that's a good illustration of this. So most Arab Israelis are Muslim, but most of them have a positive view of Jews, whereas because they interact with them on a daily basis. Whereas most overall majority of Lebanese Christians have negative views. So Islam, of course, plays a role in this. Islamic doctrine plays a role in this, but to center it is like basically just choosing ideology over facts. The other point I think he mentions the rape thing. It's like, look, if you're talking about what Islam sanctioned, Rick, it's slavery, sexual slavery, right?
Same thing.
Okay, can I finish, dude? Can I finish? What was sanctioned traditionally in Islam was if you conquer a community, the leader of the community has choices what to do with women and captives. You can release them, you can ransom them, or you can enslave them, including for sex, right? That's part of the tradition. There's no denying it. But there's no evidence Hamas did anything in this like Quranic, or rather in this religious fashion. And in point of fact, this is a good example. Slavery is a really good example, because most Muslims, if you talk to most Muslims, and this guy will fantasize it's not the case, but there was a really good book about that, a work of serious scholarship. I'm forgetting the name of the author. I read this, Islam and Slavery, not Jonathan Brown. It's like an apologetic book I don't like very much, but Abolition of Slavery, which yes, okay, here we go. No, not Brown. God damn it. Yeah, okay, William Gervais, Clarence Smith. Yes, Muslims came to believe slavery is wrong, and it's not. They don't have a clear religious justification for it, because slavery. It's seen in the Sunnah as good to free slaves, right? So it's good to free slaves. It's clear statements from Muhammad in this regard. But slavery is allowed. You can enslave. You can enslave the female captives. You can enslave the male captives as prisoners of war. Yet Muslims came to believe after the West that slavery was wrong. And how did that happen? And Clarence Smith describes that. So this is a good example. People are not this caricature. Of course, doctrine matters, but of course, religious doctrine matters, but so does culture, and so do changing norms. And the fact is, Muslims today overwhelmingly believe slavery is wrong. That's just the fact of the matter. So, and in terms of the ISIS atrocities, these were not supported by regular Muslim people. Hamas is supported, but it's also supported by regular Christian people. ISIS had fringe levels of support, if you look at the polling. But yeah.
Most Christians do not support Hamas. They might support, they might not support the existence of Israel, but listen, there's an enormous, you're being very, very dishonest. You're muddying the waters here. I'm not denying that many Middle Eastern Christians also don't like Israel, but to pretend that there isn't a higher percentage of Middle Eastern Christians that don't have sympathy for Israel as opposed to Muslims is absurd. Now, there's a big
it's a fringe of both. It's a total fringe.
Hold on a minute. Let me finish. There's a big difference with having some sympathy for, by the way, a lot of Muslims, a lot of Arabs, not just Muslims, do not acknowledge the full extent of the atrocities that happened on October 7th. And it's not just, by the way, it's not October 7th. It is, for example, they continue this modus operandi. For example, the way they murdered a pregnant woman in Jaffa, and the overwhelming majority of Palestinians support such tactics and such methods. They do not see the Jews as
most Palestinians do not support killing pregnant women as a means of resistance. That's not true.
No. You cannot speak on their behalf. They will hand out candy in their village, and they will not go and condemn it.
No, bro. Generally when there's attacks, but the idea that the majority would support killing a pregnant woman, there's no basis for that.
I'm sorry, you live on another planet. You are delusional, and you don't understand the extent to which they hate you. You are very similar to the people on October 7th, like Katzman, who were killed, and they really thought that the Palestinians were nice, cuddly people who could be reasoned with.
I actually travel. I travel through Palestine all the time. I travel to Palestine all the time. I actually almost certainly.
Wait a minute.
I almost certainly.
What is this? Are you denying that you already live in Palestine? Every single Palestine. Herein lies the problem. The only people.
Oh, this is again, bro. All you have is Hasbara talking points. It's.
No.
It's so cringe. No, I live in Israel. Wait, hold on. I know.
What is Israel?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Wait a minute. Every single Palestinian believes that Palestine is the former British man.
I know. Okay, I server muted you again because all you're doing is Hasbara. You only need to say the first two words, and I know your argument. You haven't brought up a single original argument. We've heard it time and time again. We've been debunking this forever. There's nothing interesting, nothing new. That's why we could just like, you're just getting schooled on every point, because it's like we're well versed in this. At least bring up something original and challenge our thought for a single moment, for heaven's sakes. Of course, most Palestinians consider Israel to be Palestine. And you know what? If a Palestinian wants to call where I live the Galilee Palestine, I don't give a shit. We'll find a way to reconcile that. I am okay with how they call it. I generally refer to Israel proper up until the 67 border to be Israel. Beyond that, I refer to it as Palestine. I'm not getting triggered if somebody calls the West Bank Israel. I'm not getting triggered if somebody calls Israel proper Palestine. I'm not a sensitive little bitch like some people here, okay? I've spent a lot more time with Palestinians than you. And it clearly, that's been demonstrated time and time again, I have a much better understanding of sentiment and the data than you. You come with fake polls, fake claims. Time and time again, we show you you're wrong. You say the majority of Palestinians support murdering pregnant women. Well, the burden of proof is on you. Prove that. You can't just say, I'm naive, when I'm the one spending time with them. I'm the one traveling into their neighborhoods. I'm the one having conversations. When your base of knowledge is Sam Harris and Tommy Robinson, that's all you've got. That's all you've got. And I really want you to address the point, because you're so focused on Islam. You're so focused on Islam, and it really it dumbs you down. It makes you you don't have a capacity to recognize the real root of the conflict because you're obsessed with Islam. How do you explain the favorability rating that Matthew showed that Muslim Palestinian citizens of Israel are far more supportive of Israel than Christian Lebanese? Clearly, there's something beyond Islam, something more powerful than Islam. It's culture, it's environmental conditions, and this is not proven also by public opinion today. This is well demonstrated consistently throughout history. I'll give you the floor.
How do I address this? Well, a certain percentage of Arabs in Israel, whether they are identified as Palestinians or Israeli, have assimilated into Israeli. Listen, when they answer a poll like this, they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to be discriminated against, and they're very careful what they actually say. So people in Lebanon are free to speak their minds, but by the way, that is highly questionable. Listen, you can see from the statements of the Falange party in Lebanon, and if you look at Samir Jiaja, for example, he is genuinely sympathetic to reaching a peace deal with Israel. And he represents a large percentage of the Maronites. And you said to me, why don't the Muslims in Israel? I'm not saying that every Muslim in Israel supports violent terrorism. I don't think they probably do, but they do support the eradication of the state of Israel via the means of the right of return. And again, I would be highly circumspect of a limited poll number in Lebanon when the two major Maronite parties are open to a peace deal. And secondly, in Israel, many of the
right, but I want you to acknowledge with that the leader of the Al-Nusra Front, Al-Qaeda, who now runs Syria, is open to a peace deal. UAE was open to a peace deal. Saudi Arabia is open to a peace deal contingent on a two-state solution. There's actually consistently, we're seeing Muslim nations open to normalization with Israel given certain conditions.
I think you need to look into a person called Sheikh Al-Albani. Are you aware of Sheikh Al-Albani?
No.
Okay. Well, if you research a person called Sheikh Al-Albani, Al-Albani was actually far more, he was a Salafi Muslim, Albanian, and he was based in Jordan. And he was a very respected Salafi scholar. And he said what the Palestinians are doing, specifically Hamas, is foolish and stupid, and the majority of Palestinians should leave. They should leave the West Bank and Gaza until the day will come, until the end of days. He does not, or until the moment is right to take back the land of Israel. He does not believe that all of Ard al-Muqaddasa is not inherently theirs. He does. But he does believe that the moment is not now. and he believes that a war that Hamas is waging is futile, and he believes that and this is truly what Al-Jolani believes. You think Al-Jolani loves Israel? Of course not. He's doing this as a tactic. And by the way, even MBS, deep down, hopes that one day Israel will disappear, but he is a pragmatist. And so the idea that Muslims genuinely want true peace and acceptance of a permanent existence of Israel is poppycock. They want Israel to, they are doing this as a temporary hudna, as a tactic, until they will be strong enough to destroy Israel, or until the end of days, when the Mahdi and the Muslim version of Jesus will reappear and the Jews will be exterminated.
Because you genuinely believe that, what do you think the solution is? Should we just?
They genuinely.
No. Because you genuinely believe that that's what they believe. There's no chance for peace. Wait, so isn't the rational conclusion that we should just probably nuke the entire Middle East or something along those lines? What's the solution?
I believe that Palestinians converting to Jainism would be a wonderful thing.
But we're living in reality, my guy. We're living in reality.
Well, you said a similar thing that is not realistic, nuking the whole Middle East. So I came back at you with something unrealistic.
Right? No. So I'm asking what you actually think is a realistic solution.
I believe there is no realistic solution because it is impossible to compromise with Muslims. If you look at, for example, the Hungarians and the Serbs in northern parts of Serbia, they used to at one point be in conflict.
So you're really you're only wait hold on
a minute, because they're both Christian and because the Hungarians and the Serbs, I'm not talking about the Hungarians, the Serbs and the Croats, but Hungarians and Serbs have put their differences aside and they are able to move on.
Okay, so cool. I hear you, but I want to address your point because really, if
uniquely
impossible to compromise. If you think of all your contribution here is to conversation, it's to spread hopelessness and demonize a full group of people. That's really your only contribution. As I mentioned earlier, no. It's not reality, because we have seen consistently throughout history, very quickly, especially in today's world, public opinion and sentiment change when you change conditions on the ground. Muslims are not a monolith. Every single Muslim country, every Muslim community has a slightly different beliefs. We do see that currently the majority of our neighbors have accepted us. You want to continue to fearmonger while demonizing all Muslims by saying they're just waiting till they're strong enough. There's nothing positive that can come. So if that's what you want your contribution in this world,
does it matter are you interested in the truth, or are you interested in what's comfortable and positive?
Well, but
what if it was true? What if what I'm saying is true?
If we make a truly valiant effort and try to make peace with our neighbors, and they attack us, we will need to respond. But this idea that the conflict is not solvable and we don't need to work to find a just solution for the conflict because of some speculative interpretation of how every single Muslim feels that's not grounded in history and not grounded in reality, that's not a compelling enough case to not focus on peace building. If you're right, we'll need to deal with that. But you're most likely wrong. And we need to make a very valiant effort to make peace with our neighbors. And again, if this valiant effort fails, I'm not saying we need to put down our arms and hope for the best. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, we need to continue to be strong, but we need to also understand there's no security better than peace. And for us to continue to justify violence and to live by the sword and to send each young generation to be killed and traumatized in these endless wars, no, that's no way to live. That's not why we returned to this land. Okay?
Sorry, you're delusional. You don't understand the Muslim mind. You live in a bubble in the Galilee, and
the Galilee is
hold on a minute. You should try living in a Muslim majority country.
The Galilee is 50% Palestinian. I literally go to Muslim neighborhoods every single day. So some of the most, I'm literally in one of the heaviest populated Palestinian areas in all of Israel proper. I go to Muslim. I literally am. I am welcomed with such warmth in Muslim neighborhoods every single day. I live it. You're living Tommy Robinson YouTube videos. Okay.
No, you're misunderstanding my point. You're misunderstanding.
No. I know you're saying they're just being nice to me, and then one day they're being nice to me, and one day they're going to turn on me. You want to live a life filled with fear and a life filled with demonizing people, and not give any feasible solution. No. But all you've said, first of all, you've come with a whole bunch of misinformation. You come with no solution. Wait, hold on. We've already pointed out many points of misinformation, and if we want to go deeper on the conflict, I know that you've studied you've studied the entire Hasbara playbook, but unfortunately you haven't critically thought of what the rebuttal is, because you come here with the most run-of-the-mill bullshit Hasbara that's so easily debunkable. So wait, hold on. I just want to summarize what you've contributed. Cheap Hasbara that's easy to debunk, demonizing.
Insulting what I'm saying.
Yeah. No,
you're not debunking what I'm saying. You're just demeaning.
Hold on. We've already went through many claims. You've already made many claims that we very clearly pointed were wrong. But when it comes to what every Muslim truly believes in their soul, that's not something that you can just prove with data. You have some fear-based assumption about the world. So I just want, hold on. I just want to, I kind of want to sum up this conversation, because there's no progress to be made, right? Because all your contribution here is, let me demonize Muslims. And when asked what the solution is, you say there is no solution. So your contribution is nothing but contributing to more fear and more hopelessness. Your contribution to public discourse is net negative. If you go home and never say a word again about the conflict, the world will be better off because of it. That's just the honest truth. I'm sorry if this is harsh, but that's your contribution to public discourse. So I'm going to urge you to reflect on this. And I'm not telling you to wake up tomorrow and love Muslims. I understand the grievance you have, but at least come back with the solution. At least come back with the solution that does not require us to continue to live by the sword and need to send our children to die, and doesn't require us to kill and occupy another people for peace. And there's 100% a way to achieve it. But when you're stuck in thinking that Islam is the ultimate evil, you'll never find it. So reflect on that, and we're gonna move on. If you wanna, yeah. I'll give you the final word.
Okay, very calmly, I want to say, you didn't seem to understand what I was saying. Now, first of all, Israel. Okay, let's not just talk about Israel. If we look at, for example, if we look at the Muslims in the Philippines, if we look at the Mindanao uprising, there are other ethnic minorities in the Philippines, and yet it is the Muslims alone who engage in barbarism and violence towards the Filipino state that continuously. I'm not saying that there aren't others. People. I saw some comments saying, what about communists? And absolutely, there are other separatist groups, ideological groups, all kinds of other peoples that engage in political violence. But there is something unique. If you read Churchill's book, The River War, when he was fighting the Mahdist uprising, he was fighting people in the Battle of Omdurman against the Mahdi in the Sudan, with people facing the British who had machine guns, and they were fighting with spears and 18th century muskets. And yet they would still go into battle fanatically, knowing even when they were half dead, because they were so fanatical in the knowledge that if they die, they will go to heaven and have 72 virgins. Whereas a more rational and sane opponent would not have done the same thing. And Adar, you do not understand the religion of Islam. Have you read? My point about Israel. My points. First of all, I'd be interested to know, when you say a just solution, and you use a lot of buzzwords. You say a just solution and the word occupation. Now, for the majority of Palestinians, a just solution means the eradication of Israel and the expulsion of most Israelis. This is the consensus. 80% of them would say this. You can see it's just look at Corey.
Yeah, no, you don't need to convince me of that. I don't disagree actually with that point.
Would you agree with that particular point?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're in agreement. So on that particular point, so I find it very, very difficult to understand when you say end the occupation. That means if I'm in line with someone like Benny Morris. So we say, okay, Israel can end the occupation of 67, but at the end of the day, Palestinians will never be prepared to compromise on their ownership of the former British mandate.
No, so here's where we disagree. You see, because where we agree is what Palestinian sentiment towards Israel is today, but I strongly believe, and again, this is based on countless historical examples, that when you change the conditions, you change the people. So how West Bank and Gazan Palestinians feel about us today changes once there's hope, once there's a solution, at least the process of a solution in play. We even saw this during Oslo. Oslo, you had well over 50% of Palestinians supporting two states. Now, West Bank Palestinians, it was like 20-something% last I saw. So we see public sentiment change. So I do agree that today that's the case. But I don't agree that that is somehow wired into their DNA. The only constant in this world is change, and humans are very malleable. You change their environment, you change the people. And I think this should give us, and we see this happening now, we see this happening throughout history. This should give us great hope. So when I say just solution, it needs to be just for both people. So a just solution.
No, but they don't. Okay, so what is a just solution, in your opinion?
So I think it would either need to happen in the form of some kind of two states, I guess preferably a confederation or a federation where we keep the land whole, we turn it into a bunch of smaller cantons, kind of like you have 50 states making up the United States and you have many cantons making up Switzerland, and that way you give populations more local autonomy. It also helps you solve some of the struggles between the ultra-Orthodox and secular Jews within Israel proper. You have a parliament that's by default 50% Palestinian, 50% Israeli, so you don't have fighting over demographic control, a system of checks and balances to protect people's rights. There's many ways we could go about it, but I'll tell you what not a way to go about it. One is hopelessness. Two is maintaining an immoral and unsustainable status quo. The current status quo, when you have a situation where you have around 6 million Palestinians who are neither equal nor sovereign living under us, that will always produce more violence. We can't keep living like this. So we need to take bold moves. And I'll say one more thing that you won't hear most lefties saying. No matter what Israel decides to do, whether we move towards a federation or two states, there will be some violence involved. You won't get 100% buy-in. There will be violent resistance. We'll need to deal with it. But what we're doing right now is immoral and unsustainable. So we need to take bold moves, and we need to move forward towards one of these just solutions.
Okay. Now, I don't believe that. Okay, have you, for example, seen Corey Gilschuster's video where he asks them, "What do you think about a binational state?" Which is basically what you're saying, and that almost all of them say no. So it's not a viable solution.
Yeah, but binational is thinking.
Okay, well, he's asked them both, federal, binational, the whole gamut. Look, at the end of the day, you lived in America, and you have an American intellectualizing mindset about this. And you do not understand the Muslim mind. You do, and when I said you live in when I said I know the Galilee. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know you didn't. No, I would propose Israel controls all the levers of power, even in the Galilee. If the Arabs wanted to start an uprising, then Israel can put it down. The Arabs, on some level, live in fear. That is the reason they do not start an uprising.
No, that's not why. That's the but that's not true. It's not true. Galilee Arabs.
They have economic interests, and they don't want their economic interests ruined. The last thing is that you said that in the Oslo Accords, the Palestinians were open. that was never really true. If you can go and look up Arafat's Johannesburg speech, where he was talking about jihad in 1994, and he said this is a temporary step. This is a hudna. This is a ceasefire. And at the end of the day, you don't seem to understand that what you want will only appeal to like about 5% of Palestinians. 95% of them will never ever agree. What they consider justice is expulsion of the Zionist occupiers and the right of return.
But Haaretz, do you really think that there's an objective notion of justice that is hardwired into Palestinian DNA, or do you think changing environmental conditions could change the notion of justice? There's no reason to think that this is not subject to change.
I don't like using words like justice because it's very subjective. You were the one bringing the word justice up. I'm saying that the Palestinian notion of justice, which has a broad consensus, is the right of return and either expulsion of the Zionists or allowing some of them to stay. And that is basically the consensus with the Palestinian diaspora, the West Bank and Gaza. Listen, Adar, would you like to live as an atheist, homosexual, whatever? No, I don't. In Syria, for example, in a Muslim state, would you like to live as an Alawite, as a Druze? And this is what Palestine will become, because there will eventually be a Salafi type, Hamas type majority in a democratic one-state solution. They will elect them, and they will make life very unpleasant for anybody who disagrees with them. And to pretend otherwise is just facile, naive, and you are creating an image of the Palestinians that you want to be true. You are infantilizing them and pretending that if this is Switzerland. This is not Switzerland, and this is not a dispute between the German speakers and the French speakers. This is not Quebec. It's not a dispute between the Anglophones and the Francophones in Canada. We're talking about a vicious and savage conflict where people have absolutist and religious fanatic opinions. Not opinions. These are beyond opinions. These are beliefs that are core, fundamentally core to their identity. This is their land, full stop, all of it, every inch, it is theirs. There is no compromise. And to pretend otherwise is dishonest, or maybe you're just an idiot. I don't know.
It's funny. It's funny you say believe every inch of the land is theirs, when that is a pretty prevalent view amongst Jewish Israelis today.
Okay, now, yeah, but the difference is that
they're Muslim and we're Jewish. Look, I mean, Haaretz, we're just going in circles, because it's the same thing. You believe that there's something inherently problematic about Muslims that is irreconcilable. Okay, you believe that. It seems like you can't be unconvinced. I hope one day you are. I would urge you to look at just the history of the world and see how vastly people are from generation to generation, and how vastly relevant one's environment is to how they perceive the world, and how that is in almost all instances more powerful than one's religion. But it's just the conversation's going in circles and getting boring. You think there's something inherently problematic about Muslims, and that there's no solution.
But I just like to ask you, would you like to live as a minority in a Muslim majority state?
Out of all the Muslim majority
living in a Palestinian in Gaza.
Who are you? Excuse me. Who are you?
Yeah, I'll just answer this real quick, and then I'll give it over to Omar. Of all the,
where are you from, Omar?
Omar's Egyptian. Of all,
You're Egyptian.
Haaretz, of all the Muslim majority states today, there's none of them that appeal to me. I could see myself spending some time in Dubai. Dubai's very safe. It's cool. But no, I like where I live, and I spend half the year in Israel, and half the year I'm more of a digital nomad between other countries, primarily west of here. But that's all irrelevant. That's not. So what?
You're a rootless cosmopolitan, and you don't have true allegiance to Israel.
Well, my whole family my whole family lives here. My whole family lives here. So that's my connection. My entire family
Right,
lives
and
here.
you're right. You're able to leave because you have an American or European passport. But what will the Mizrahim do? Who, when push comes to shove, they will also.
Haaretz, I'm not even going to let you make this moral claim when you essentially called for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. You can't.
I never did.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Anybody can watch this back. You said ethnic cleansing is a natural part of history. There's no way. Wait, why wouldn't you support ethnic cleansing? Wait. Haaretz, why wouldn't?
I'm not saying it should be done.
Wait. If Palestinians will never accept us, why shouldn't we ethnically cleanse them?
Why should? Do you want an answer?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
First of all, why? Because it is to. Because in 2025, it is not acceptable by most of modern society, but for Western society. But believe me, the overwhelming majority of Muslims on the planet have no problem with committing genocide upon the Jews and ethnically cleansing them. And
you're saying I have no issue with genocide and ethnic cleansing against Jews?
I myself do. I also think it's immoral. And it's also not practical and pragmatic. I think I don't represent all Israelis. Look, at least 50% of Israelis do not want to commit ethnic cleansing on Palestinians. The overwhelming majority of Muslims on planet Earth want to commit.
So first of all, your numbers are wrong. The last polling did show it's a majority of Jewish Israelis, unfortunately. But that's
oh my God! Look, you can't. You're like a robot. You keep this. You cannot cite. Polls are fallible. Do you not understand this?
Okay, so you come in with fake.
Do you have the Haaretz institution of numbers? Where are your numbers from, mate?
First, Omar. Hello, Omar. By the way, nice to meet you. Where
hello to you, man. You don't deserve a hello. Where are your numbers from?
Omar, where do you live? Do you live in the West? Do you live in the West?
No, I don't live on the West. What about you? A UK man living in Israel with a British accent. What do you know about Israel?
No,
I know about a lot of things. And supposing I did live in Israel, first of all, what do you think about the socio-cultural what do you think about the treatment of the Coptic Christians in your country? Why did you commit a genocide on the Christians? Why did you put such immeasurable socio-cultural pressure?
Think about the 50K plus Gazans dying right now.
It's closer. It's closer to 100,000. It's much closer to 100,000 than 50,000. Let's just.
I'm just getting him the numbers that they mostly agree to.
Yeah. And anyways, guys, I think. Look. I think. Wait, guys. I just want us to be very, very obvious. There's no world in which you, Haaretz and Omar, now have a productive conversation. If you genuinely believe that there's something inherently wrong with Muslims and they're irreconcilable, let's just move on to something else. If you want to ask me good faith questions about the conflict and solutions, I'm happy to get into it. But we've given you at least 20 minutes of airtime to just demonize Muslims. That's plenty.
I'm talking about realities, lived realities that I've experienced.
Wait, hold on. Don't say I'm not demonizing Muslims. I'm describing reality. Somebody could literally go on an anti-Semitic rant and say, well, that's just reality. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. So we've given you plenty of time to make your case that Islam is inherently bad and Muslims are irreconcilable.
It's not inherently bad. It's not bad or good. I'm saying it's inherently violent and inherently unable to compromise. And it's inherently, it has an inherent.
Okay, Haaretz. We've given you your monologues. We're moving on to something else. Whoever wants to hear. Wait, real quick. Whoever hasn't heard Haaretz's monologue, you could go back and watch this on YouTube. You could see all the cases he made and make a judgment for yourself. But we are going to move on to other topics. Cool. And Haaretz, I will give you the last word, but if you just go on another monologue about why you don't like Islam, I'm going to stop you because we've heard it. If it's something new, I'll let you say it.
Well, it's kind of like I've reached a brick wall here. I'm not saying it's purely about, but you see, you're very set in your ways, and it's very difficult to reach what you're saying. I mean, if you listen to Mordechai Kedar, he understands Islam much better than you do, or for that matter, Douglas Murray. But I've made my points over and over, but I'm just curious why you rely so heavily on polls that are not necessarily indicative of the wider population. I think you have to be very careful on relying on polls to understand.
Polls?
Yes, opinion polls.
I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain.
It's a very dangerous method.
Hold on.
It's kind of like
polls, unless they are outliers, are some of the best data we can collect to gauge public sentiment. It's much better than anecdotes. It's much better than anecdotes. But I'll go on to say, you did mention Corey Gill-Schuster a few times. I think his channel is also a very good way to gauge public sentiment. What I think though we need to understand though is that public sentiment is relative to the current environment. So they're not static. And we see this because polling changes from year to year as the conditions change. But what do you think is a better method to understanding people than polling data?
What do I think is a better method than understanding polling data? Well, first of all, polls are politically commissioned. They are on one side or the other. Israel, whatever the Republicans or the Democrats, they all have biased polls, and it's a small. There are many people who will not be like, say, what is a better method of gauging public opinion? Well, you would have to ask every single person, or you would have to simply see patterns of behavior. You see patterns and methods of fighting. You see patterns, I'm talking about across the Islamic world, you see the patterns and methods of, for example, if you look at the grooming gangs in England, you see patterns that again and again, there are Muslims and Muslims and Muslims. Why is that the case?
Okay, hold on. So wait. The United States has one of the highest rates of child sex trafficking in the world, primarily done by white people. So what? So what?
This isn't child sex trafficking. It's a specific subset of.
Okay, but again, you're saying what you're saying, and it's funny that you want to. It's funny how you want to finish this on something super woke. You're going super woke. You're saying I don't care about data. I care about my lived experience. Questionable epistemological methodology, if I may say so.
The point I have is not specific to Islam. I have another point to make that about third worlders that, or for that matter, people that are non-indigenous, who, for example, Bassam Youssef is a colonizer. He has no right to live in the United States. Did he ask the Native Americans for permission? No, he did not. My point is that Muslims specifically, and many third worlders that move to the Anglosphere, to Australia, to New Zealand, to Canada, and to the United States, do not supposedly settler colonies, do not have a problem with the existence or the concept of a settler colony in and of itself. They only single out Israel because they have.
Do you not see a difference between the United States, Australia, and Israel?
They see it as a settler colony from their perspective.
But you do know that like none of these people are going to deny that these nations were also built on settler colonialism. The difference is that Israel still has an ongoing conflict where, again, 6 million Palestinians are neither equal nor sovereign. This is not comparable to what you have in the United States or Australia. So My personal position, I don't think Native Americans own all of America. I think we share the land together.
Don't.
No,
How racist? How bigoted?
I don't. Cool. If you want
How
to,
presumptuous? How can you speak on their behalf?
if you want to now take a woke position and debate me on that, that's fine, because I sit pretty comfortably between woke people and you, ideologically speaking.
No, listen,
No, I don't.
listen,
I
mate,
don't
they only
think.
single
I
out
don't
Israel.
think that's how land ownership works. I think the land.
That's how the Palestinians see Israel. Okay, so you don't believe that the Bedouins have any rights to ownership in the Negev, for example?
No, that's not what I said. I said they don't have sole ownership.
But they don't have
Land. Hold on.
Wait.
How about listen so you could maybe understand my position? Okay. Land should be collectively shared by inhabitants living on the land. And if a collective wants to determine a certain immigration policy, I believe they should have that right. So if Americans want to come together, and probably it's better to do this on a state level, because it's much harder to build consensus on a national level, states can decide their immigration policy, including Native Americans living in that state. That's the most sensible way to deal with something like this. The same thing should happen with Israelis and Palestinians. But to say that because Bassam's in America, he's a hypocrite and he can't criticize an ongoing ethnic conflict. Okay, well,
his house, once upon a time, was on land that was conquered in the last few hundred years. And by the way, the Muslims all.
But that's a conflict that's been solved. So
colonized on the indigenous Coptic people, and what rights did they have to criticize Israel? They do not. They don't have any rights. Every nation, and by the way,
I'll tell you again. Wait, Haaretz, but this is apples to oranges. What would be needed for you to? I'll explain. I'll explain.
It's the principle of human conquest, which the only Israel is singled out.
No.
And they don't give a shit when they win.
This is the problem with relying so heavily on Hasbara arguments that they don't really think critically.
Well, Hasbara, you're just trying to denigrate and say, oh, Hasbara this.
No. Listen. I'm going to tell you why. Haaretz, I'm going to tell you why. Because I've spoken to you now for well over an hour, and you're obviously an intelligent person. But when it comes to the arguments you make, there's almost all of them are run-of-the-mill Hasbara, where you say the first few words and it's very clear what argument you're making, because again, these are consistently made. But if you actually think about them critically, you'll see that they're really not as coherent and compelling as the Hasbaristas make them out to be. Okay, so when it comes to
Can you address the specific argument?
I am. Wait, Haaretz. You're not going to point to a single argument I refuse to address, but yes, sometimes I do preface it because I want you to recognize, and I want others to recognize where these arguments come from and how shallow they are. I'm going to address it. What you're doing right now is apples to oranges, because right now there's an ongoing ethnic conflict where you have 5 to 6 million Palestinians that are living under the rule of Israelis. They are neither sovereign nor equal. You don't have this in America, you don't have this in Australia, you don't have this in these other countries that were created by conquest. So if Israel ever gets to a place where there's a solution and we have peace with the Palestinians, and then someone like Bassam is saying, I still don't accept Israel, then there's a very clear hypocrisy. But right now, there's a very different reality that people are recognized, and that's what they're talking about. And yes, they bring up the history, but because that is still very much connected.
Against the existence of Israel, okay? He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, no, he's not a hypocrite. He's not a hypocrite. And I imagine right now, if there was a different example of settler colonialism that was comparable, and he said, I support this but not Israel, then he'd be a hypocrite. You're calling him a hypocrite.
No. By his moving to America, he implicitly supports the existence of a settler colonial state.
He explicitly he recognizes
No. If he was against the principle of the existence, some people, by the way, some people are. There are some intellectuals who say that America shouldn't exist. Oh, I'm serious.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I don't want to talk about specifically Boston, but the majority of the people, Americans who criticize Israel for the ongoing conflict are not hypocrites. There's not an ongoing conflict. There's
It's not about that. They don't care, even if there wasn't an armed conflict. Most people believe that Israelis shouldn't exist in Israel. And at the end of the day, Muslims themselves are very proud of their conquests. They have no shame in the fact that they conquered the entire 1/4 of the planet. Okay, and they are very proud of the conquests of Omar and Abu Bakr and the conquest of Andalusia.
Hyrax, we already said
They have no problem
Hyrax.
with settler colonialism. They only cry when they are losing, and that is my final point. I have nothing further to say. You are a total hypocrite living in a namby-pamby leftist bubble, and you do not understand Islam. I have nothing further to say, and you can continue living in a fantasy of feels and feel good, where with a Starbucks happy-go-lucky lifestyle. But one of these days, you might end up like Katzman, who was killed in Be'eri because he thought just the same as you about the bloodthirsty savages in Gaza. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what happens when people consume all too much Douglas Murray, Tommy Robinson, and Twitter Hasbara. But I think it was an interesting one. So it looks like we got a nice crew here. I'm not going to keep this going on for too long, but if anybody wants to chime in and bring up something different, happy to do so. And for those watching this on Twitter, if you do want to join this community call, I'll drop a link.
That was entertaining.
Oh yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed almost every moment of that.
That was good content, definitely.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Adar. You don't know these Muslims. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I definitely good content. I hope he sticks around. You know, there's definitely thankfully we have the whole circle concept built in here, so he could stick around with relatively little controversy, I would say, but it was very run-of-the-mill Hasbara, to the point where it was almost too easy. It was almost too easy. Like, I wish there was something new, some new argument in there. I mean, he has a lot of knowledge about like Islam and history and this and that stuff that I didn't know, and I'm not so interested in. But in terms of like the arguments, it's
No, he doesn't.
No, was he getting a lot of that wrong?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's not surprising that the first thing he said was a completely false claim about Mosul, and then shortly after another false claim and another one. But all good. Wishing him all the best. And
The thing that I paid attention to.
I'll change the.
Whenever-
I'm changing this back to chill room. I made it not chill room, but we're going back to chill room.
Whenever you guys would bring up examples of Muslims behaving rationally, like in Israel or countries neighboring Israel, he would say, oh, they don't want to lose their jobs, or they're just waiting or something like that. Right. But it's like, isn't the idea that he's trying to portray that Muslims do not do that? Like, they're so fanatical.
No, but it's
the extreme that they're willing to.
No, but the taqiyya.
Yeah.
It's a conspiracy.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but what can you I mean, it's like, if that's your argument, it's like, look, there's the bad Muslims and then there's the good ones, but the good ones are just lying. Okay, what do you even have to say to that?
No, it wasn't about the issues. It was he had a pretty good recitation of all the Hasbara points. He pretty much went, A to Z here.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, we didn't hear all of them, but definitely a good amount. Somebody commented, let's see, that it might be worth making a video, just a breakdown of all the different Hasbara arguments. I would be down to do it on both sides, because there's a lot of anti-Israel arguments that are also just bullshit, but Hasbara is like, and maybe this is just from my vantage point because I'm constantly interacting with fellow Israelis, or just fellow pro-Israel people, but there's just a certain script that's very clear and easy to identify. And what surprisingly is like, there's a lot of very intelligent Jews out there, but the construction of these arguments, almost all of them have major flaws in them. Like, it's interesting. Maybe it's just there's just not a better argument that could be made, so they rely on the masses hopefully being compelled. But it's interesting how seeing people who are otherwise intelligent make arguments that, just
What's an
don't.
example for a very bad argument that you think is being made because no better argument can be made?
Well, just like you often hear, like Palestinians aren't from the land; they're from Arabia. But I mean, that's like,
Yeah, you think that's what the serious pro-Israeli people are saying?
no. I'm talking. Well, I'm talking about like the run-of-the-mill Hasbara. So the guy we're talking to is just going one by one through all these different, all these different
but,
things.
like, it's very possible for people to have really, really bad arguments for a position that can have better arguments than they are aware of, right? So, like, saying that a better argument doesn't exist, like, you think that you think that if you're having this this debate at a level that is,
I would tell. I'll put it this way. I think that there's a range of arguments that are much easier to defend, pro-Israel arguments that are much easier to defend, but they're more narrow in scope, so they don't cover like the whole spectrum of argumentation. So, and I would actually, I think it's much preferable to just stick to good arguments, right? Jews deserve to be able to live in a place where they're safe. We deserve to be able to determine our own future. These are all compelling and coherent arguments, but around them is just a whole bunch of bullshit. So I'm cool with those arguments. I think those are the arguments that should be doubled down on. I think when we focus on all the bullshit ones, not only is it cringe, but it's it doesn't prove our point.
but you're also obviously very much aware that terrible arguments exist on the other side as well, right?
Yeah. That's what I don't know. You were here, right? I said that a few minutes ago, that if I make a video, I'd probably address the ones on the other side. Because again, here's another one, that Jews don't have any connection to the land, that we're all Khazars, right? That's also easy to disprove. There's a set of arguments made by both sides. But when I think about the number of arguments, and again, I recognize this might be from my vantage point, there's probably like a good 15 just bad arguments that are prominent. I'd need to sit and think through them, but 10 to 15 or so prominent pro-Israel arguments that just are pretty weak, or easy to disprove. Like another one is that most of the Palestinians living here just came in the 1900s, that most of the Palestinians that were displaced in 48 left because they were told to leave from Arab states, right? This is all like these are all common talking points that don't have any real basis. Yeah.
I just want to say for the people watching you on YouTube or Twitter or whatever, if they want to know or they want to join an actual conversation about the Arab communities and the Arab societies, and actually hear this from an Arab himself who's critical of the current government, as I am, but who's more senior than me, who has like a wider range of experience than I do. I've just posted an event here on Discord in the community. His name is Jamal Al-Tahat, or Tahat, I'm sorry. And he's a Jordanian living in Washington, D.C., working in Washington, D.C., with multiple Arab think tanks. And he's discussing the question of Arab democracy next Saturday, 7 p.m. Our time, so Cairo time or Jerusalem time or Israeli time. That's 12 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Cool.
And,
It's on.
I'm hoping we'll be there so you can stream it as well, because it's trying to reach a wide scope of audience, and I think that could be a more interesting conversation than the one we've had right now.
I'm seeing that this Monday, it starts at midnight, Tuesday?
No, you'll see it's the last.
Oh, senior fellow, Jamala. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sounds interesting. I'm down. Cool. Do you guys want to talk more about the bad arguments both sides make? Do you guys want to dive deeper? Simply, you want to go deeper on that?
I did have a question for you, Adar.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You said you agreed. You said you agreed with him when he said 80% of Palestinians believe all of Israel is theirs. Is that correct?
Yeah, not the exact number, but I do agree that it's that the majority would like the
majority.
Yeah, the majority would like the entire land. Yeah, and when you talk to them today, that involves some form of ethnic cleansing.
Right. And I agree with you that you said that if the situation on the ground changes, then hopefully that perspective will change. Correct? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And I agree with you. But hypothetically speaking, is there a plan B if that doesn't change and they have their own state and nothing changes? Is there a plan B of how to defend Israel or secure it?
Yeah, I mean, again, if we're talking about like a situation of two states, it's not like we don't need to be strong. We need to maintain strength. So us maintaining strengths and being able to defend our borders and defend our people, that is essentially plan B, being able to do so. And it's a very different situation, right? I'm not saying this is optimal, but we have made somewhat peace with most of our neighbors at this point. And I do realize it's a little bit more challenging with the group of people whose land we're currently living on, right? Certainly from their perception of things. But I strongly believe that after a solution that is just enough, and I say just enough because there's no ultimate justice, but just enough, and after some time passes, yeah, you'll have some violence here and there. I don't think a country will continuously want to wage war and get destroyed. So right now, we're in a situation where Palestinians don't have either, right? They're not equal and they're not sovereign. They feel like they don't have much to live for or much to lose. They don't have hope. These are the perfect conditions for violence. Giving them a state, it's not like there's no chance that state will then want to wage war, but it's still a better alternative to what we have now. And if we're at war with that state every so often and we need to be at war, I would still prefer that to where we are. But my sense is if they have a state and if we have some kind of economic cooperation and a plan to even improve the cooperation over time, right? So a lot of it is being able to give people hope. Like, given certain security, there's going to be a confederation where you don't need to wait at checkpoints. That's a future we could arrive to given enough time of security. So you give something to work towards and something to believe in. I think that also helps, right? So yeah, the plan B is just being able to defend ourselves. But maintaining the status quo, I just think, is the worst of all options.
I agree. I definitely hope the two-state solution gets expedited as fast as possible. That's for sure.
We'll see what Trump has up his sleeves,
Yep.
We'll see what he's planning. There's I put some bets on Polygon. Sorry, on Polymarket. It's these prediction markets, and I did put some money that there'll be a ceasefire by July 15th. Although that might be optimistic.
I never heard of it before until you mentioned it. I'm starting to look into this Polymarket thing. Seems like fun.
Yeah, gamble at your own risk, but I do like small amounts just for fun. And I try to only bet on things that I want to happen. So that way I'm not rooting for negativity in the world, That's kind of my role.
Right.
Yeah. Anyone else want to hop in?
Did he make any reasonable arguments, or was it just It just sounded like one insane thing after the other.
I mean, let's think. I think that had he focused on his grievance as a British person struggling with, you know, the population growth of people of a different culture that are not assimilating well, I think that is a much. And I told him that I said I can understand. I think this is where a lot of your grievance comes from, a lot of your negativity towards Muslims, because I understand why Christian and atheist or non-Muslim Europeans are concerned with what's happening in Europe. I recognize that. So I think maybe if that was his focus, there would have been something there. But it was just this whole, like, there's Muslims are just bad. The ones that are good are lying. There's no way to reconcile with them. It's just a core part of who they are. That was like the gist of it. Was there anything? No, and then he came and started with a very weird stat about 40,000 civilians being killed in Mosul, which just isn't backed by any consensus. And he said, yeah, but this is from a Kurdish intelligence, so it must be true, which I thought was weird. And then he had the wrong definition of genocide. We got into that for a little bit. And then he was trying to say how it's very obvious that Putin and Assad are war criminals, but he wouldn't acknowledge that when I asked him if he thinks the same about Netanyahu, he was a little bit, he wouldn't acknowledge that. And then it was just 30 minutes to an hour of just Islam.
He kind of reminds me of Kanye West. You know how a Jewish person screwed him over and now he just hates all Jews? I kind of feel like maybe he got scorned by a Muslim and now he hates all Muslims. Kind of gives me that vibe.
Interesting. I don't know if it comes from that place, though. You know, I think it's really like, I'm pretty sure he's just a British Jewish guy, so he has a love for England and a love for Israel. And from his perspective, all the problems both the countries he loves are facing is connected to Islam. And then he looks at like the history and he sees all these other conflicts connected to Islam. So it's just constantly reinforcing. But yeah, I don't think it's hard to understand how somebody reaches those conclusions. It's just when I asked him what he thinks can be done about it, he said, I think there is no solution. So, I mean, that's a very sad place to be, to believe that we forever need to fight and die and kill. What do you even do with that? It's unfortunate.
But that's pretty prevalent in Israel right now, on the right.
Yeah. No, I think, again, I think it's understandable. Like when you're in conflict with the people, you're not going to like those people. Like, we shouldn't be surprised that Israelis are Islamophobic, and we shouldn't be surprised that Palestinians are anti-Semitic. Like, that just should be expected given the conflict. Right?
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean the general view. I mean the fact that there's no solution. That.
Resignation. Right. Yeah. I mean,
we're going to live on our sword.
Well, this was even, I think it was like a 2014 poll. I remember it was like 72% of Israelis and 92% of Palestinians think there won't be any peace in the next 100 years. Something like that. So that, I mean, with that level of despair, you can understand how that leads to violence and why it's going to be hard to see a mass movement of people working towards change. Why would you work towards change if you don't believe that change is possible?
Well, what year was that poll from?
I think it was 2014, a Pew poll maybe. Yeah, I could try to find it.
It kind of checks out. That's
it hasn't got
wait,
better right now.
You've seen that Pulse info?
No, it's just kind of checks out with reality. Like,
oh yeah.
That sentiment is how this sentiment is how we got Bibi. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. So like I think so much of making progress is being able to inspire hope in the people, giving them something to believe in and something to work towards. And when Netanyahu is really just an agent of the status quo, he had that quote from a few years ago that we will continue to live by the sword, and he's done very little to change the status quo until he was forced to on October 7th. Right at that moment, it's now I need to change the status quo, or my legacy is forever destroyed. But he was very comfortable maintaining it.
It's more than that he was comfortable. It was his platform. That's what he ran on. That's what people elected him for.
Right. Right. Well, how did he frame it? Because I know that he would always it would always be like, I'm the one who will keep you safe. You'll be. He ran on like a platform of security.
Yeah, I guess I would kind of differentiate between the sloganeering and the groundwork from the politics of it, from the vision. I would say that generally the Israeli populace was optimistic that a two-state solution could happen, and then they were rattled by the failure of Camp David, Taba, and just the launch of the Second Intifada. So that killed that notion. But there were still people that wanted to. It was still a very popular position that Israelis understood that they don't want to live with Palestinians. That you can't absorb them. You don't want to rule over them in an apartheid system. You got to do something, which is the platform that Sharon ran and won on. That became the more popular solution for Israelis. And then that also didn't bear out. And kind of the only strategy left standing is I'm not pro two-state solution, but I'm also not really going to do anything about it. And that was kind of the platform that Bibi ran on. That was what he promised. He sloganeered security and all that stuff, but really what the vision that he ran on is just not doing anything. And that was kind of the only idea that was left standing in that particular space. So that's what won. That's what kept winning. That's how we got the dynasty of Bibi.
Thanks for breaking that down. Yeah, and that's been a long ass dynasty, and he might even pull out another one, which is so unfortunate.
He just might.
Yeah, it's
But my pro-Israeli spin to this is that before you were talking about polls and how I joined this conversation really towards the end when the anti-Muslim rants were going on. But you were talking about polls, and you said something to the effect of polls condense the sentiment of the people, and the sentiment of the people is malleable to the conditions, to reality, basically.
Yeah,
he said something along those lines.
That's one of my most core beliefs in advocacy, is that people change if you change their environment.
Yeah, people, and also societies, right? It works individually, and it works on a social level.
Correct. Yeah.
And the sort of argument, the main thrust to the exposition from before is that Israelis are against a two-state solution because they've been convinced by reality that it's a bad idea. And they are against a unilateral withdrawal because they've been convinced by reality that it's a bad idea. And if reality changes to communicate that two-state solution is a possible and responsible option, then more Israelis would want it.
Right. Yeah.
And as we know, Israel is a democracy, and democracies are flexible to the will of the people.
Right. That and I would go on to say that the majority of Israelis that today don't support two states don't on some on a religious ideological ground. It's on a security ground. So that's much easier to convince. Changing the more ideologically driven ones will be a little bit harder, but I think even some of them can be compelled. But so it's, you know, but in order to, so the question is how we could actually do that, right? Like part of it is just having an inspiring leader that makes the case that it's possible, and obviously cooperation from the other side to show that it's possible.
Which leader, like for whom?
Well, both, but like I even think that, for example,
Yeah, but that answer doesn't really engage with what we've been discussing and you've agreed to. You can't just go on a podium and make a sweeping lecture and change people's perception of reality. The reality needs to fit the solution that you're trying.
Wait, no, for sure, but so imagine if Netanyahu has been this whole time working with Abbas to work towards two states, and it was presented, and there were all these good faith measures, and we were seeing that progress is being made, and it was even highlighted the fact that the PA works closely with Israel on security, and that one of the reasons why there hasn't been a third intifada is partially connected to the PA coordinating so closely with Israel, right? This is stuff that many Israelis aren't aware of, which it gives us, like, there's been more of a demonization of Abbas and the PA, increasing the belief that there's no partner for peace. But I actually think Abbas, as corrupt as he is, and every critique you want to give of him, I think he actually would be open to some kind of a solution. So instead of demonizing,
I guess that depends on what critique you have of Abbas, because if your critique of Abbas is that he secretly just agrees with Hamas, but like, you know, he's too politically weaselly to position himself that way, then yeah, sure.
No, I don't think that's. I don't think that's true. I don't think he's just like.
I don't think that's true either.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I don't think most people, like, if you ask them about Abbas, and like, I don't think they would make that position necessarily. Sure, some would, but you could also just argue that Abbas would never do anything like that because he just can't. He doesn't have the political will behind it. He's a very weak leader. And because of the corruption, because of the fact that he's seen as a political stooge of Israel, he just doesn't have the political cachet to do anything. The will of the people is not aligned with him in any way. He's not strong enough to bring them. And so any deal that you make with him is not a deal that he would never sign on to anything that Israel would agree to, because the only thing that he could sell the Palestinian people would be a loss condition, like full right of return, something like that for Israel, a loss condition for Israel.
I think
that's the only thing that he could sell to his people.
I think there's a way to reconcile that. Like, I think one of the reasons why he's weak is because Israel has kept him weak. So one of the primary critiques Palestinians have of him is that he's just a collaborator. He works with Israel, and what have they achieved? You know, they're still living under occupation. Settlements are still being expanded. Settler violence is getting worse. So, like, what has Abbas done for us? He's literally working with Israel and achieved nothing. So they don't respect him. If Abbas was able to actually get real achievements towards a better life for Palestinians, which would depend on Israel allowing for that to happen, then he would be much more respected in Palestinian society. So yeah, is he the optimal leader? Is he the, whether we want to call him the Nelson Mandela or the Ben Gurion of Palestine? Probably not, but Israel certainly has contributed to, you know, the negative sentiment towards him. And we've done the opposite with Hamas, right? Like we did. It's so dumb how we approached it. There was violence towards soldiers in Gaza, so we withdrew from Gaza, and then we expanded in the West Bank. So as the way Palestinians see it is like, okay, violence works, peace doesn't. Like cooperation doesn't work.
But that's not really a lesson that makes sense in that context because Sharon also wanted to disengage from the West Bank.
Yeah, but
Did he really?
No, yeah, that wasn't there wasn't like a serious push to do that. Then the disengagement from Gaza also came right before like some settlement expansion as well. It wasn't a real plan that was ever attempted.
But didn't he run? Didn't he run on it like as part of his platform?
From no, maybe on two states, but not on not on disengagement.
I think they consulted something that he. I think they consulted something that he. Well, that doesn't. I don't know. I think that it consulted as a plan coalesced while he was already in office, but then Olmert ran on it, and he won.
Okay, but I mean, you need to understand this isn't going to change the reality for Palestinians because they're seeing in practice what happened, right? In practice.
Okay, wait. Let's start not with the reality for Palestinians. Does it change your analysis if that's the case? Like we can check it. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what happened. Does it not change the assessment if that's the case?
No, because my interpretation of how Palestinians perceive withdrawing from Gaza and expansion in the West Bank is from speaking to many Palestinians as of the past few years. So this,
yeah, but I'm not. The question was, with Palestinians aside for a second, does it change how you perceive it?
No, why would it change how I perceive it? If in reality we withdrew from Gaza as a result of violence and we continued to expand in the West Bank.
No, I mean the second part of it, where let's say that Olmert ran. Like, you know what? Maybe we should look it up.
I don't know what.
My point is, does it change your analysis if it's the case that Olmert ran on a platform of unilaterally withdrawing from the West Bank and Israelis elected him for that? Like they wanted this. They did not want to hold on to the West Bank. They wanted to find a way to give it up. Nobody had faith that you could give it up in a two-state solution because a two-state solution
for that
just collapsed 5 years ago. But they did want out of the West Bank, and he offered them an out, and they preferred it over the alternative, which was Bibi, which was do nothing.
For that to change my analysis, I would need to see that Palestinians were aware of this being Olmert's plan and this being supported by a plurality of the Israeli population. My sense is that, and I'm not even sure that this was Olmert's plan. So I think we should look it up. But even if it was,
I will.
Yeah, even if it was, I think Palestinians are more so responding to their reality, right? It's not like, okay, Olmert won and Israelis believe this. I don't think they're fully aware of that. Their understanding of who we are is based on their media, their education, and their experience with soldiers and settlers. So that's a limited knowledge of who we are, and often experiencing the worst segments of our society. So I don't think that would change how they feel about it. And again, when you talk to Palestinians today, many of them reinforce this notion. They'll say, and no, we don't have anybody here who can, but they say that it's not uncommon to look at the West Bank as cooperation that didn't result in anything, and Gaza as violence that did result in something.
Okay, but so the point of this is kind of to establish the learned lesson from Israel. The learned lesson from Israel was that Israelis, the people, wanted to get out of the West Bank. Yeah, by and large, Israelis wanted to get out of the West Bank. When they thought that this could be done in a two-state solution, they wanted a two-state solution, largely. When they thought that it could be done unilaterally, they wanted to do it unilaterally. The reason that Bibi has been reigning over Israel for as long as he has is because the only ideology left standing in how to deal with the West Bank is to just do nothing and hold on to it forever. It's the only one left standing based on the events that shaped the understanding of the Israeli voter. if the Israeli voter thought that it was safe to get out of the West Bank, they would have voted for it. But reality has convinced them otherwise. And so, talking about
we don't disagree there, Simfo. I'm with you on that.
Okay. So that's the thing that I wanted to establish. I understand that Palestinians don't experience it that way. Yeah, maybe Palestinians at the time were not the most up to date on Israeli polls, but that is definitely how Israelis experience it, and it is the basis for the current kicking down the can strategy that Israel's been adopting for the past 15 years. It's the point is to explain how that happened and why it makes sense that that Israel kind of ended up in this position, because the alternative that is heard constantly is that Israel has always wanted to grab as much land as it possibly could get away with. It's always been hungry for territory. It was always expansionist, and it just completely ignores how the politics of Israel shifted over the past 20 years, 25 years.
Yeah. What I would say, though, is that Israel has always had an expansionist segment of society that becomes more popular with each failed peace agreement and with each instance of violence. So, yes, I do agree with you, but it's not that the expansionist elements weren't there. It's just that they were far weaker and far less significant at that time.
I don't know how politically developed when they started being politically developed enough to the point of being.
Well, but
I understand. There are political extremists, and then as they were basically vindicated by reality to the point that they've legitimized themselves to a large portion of society that would otherwise never seriously listen to their ideas because of how extremist they are.
Yeah, I'm not sure the extent of their influence, right? Like this segment of society contributed to derailing Oslo with the assassination of Rabin, but I do agree that they were.
I wouldn't agree with that. Camp David did happen. Rabin wasn't necessary for a peace process to happen. History shows it, because a peace process did happen after Rabin.
Wait, hold on. Let me try to be. Who came in after him?
After Rabin?
Yeah.
I think it was Bibi. Yeah, that was his
Yeah, exactly. No, okay, so I remember correctly. Yeah, no, but so Rabin was replaced by somebody much less compromising and much more hawkish. That did derail it. It took out one of the.
Yeah, but then the very next election after that, Barak ran on a two-state solution platform, and he won, right?
Wait, Rabin, immediately after the assassination, Rabin was replaced by Perez, who was arguably more compromising.
Yeah, but Perez wasn't elected though, so.
Oh.
Okay.
Terms.
Right, and okay, so
we're using who's in power as a proxy for the will of the Israeli people, by and large. So who is elected is relevant, right?
No, but I think hold on. I just want to remember the timeline. So Perez, and then Netanyahu, and then Barak.
Yeah, so I think Perez was interim, and then Netanyahu was elected to replace him, and then Barak was elected after Netanyahu.
And then under Barak we went to Camp David, which failed.
Yeah, Camp David.
Right.
Right.
So
and then Taba.
So yeah, I get what you're saying. So you could essentially argue that had Rabin lived, that also would have led to failure the same way Camp David did. Right.
Well, yeah, it's hard to play alternative history.
Right. Okay.
It might very well have. Right?
Yeah, it might have, but I don't think. I think we still need to we still need to consider it somewhat of a loss that he wasn't able to continue the process. But I hear the argument that it's unclear that it's definitely not obvious that had he not been assassinated, that we would have peace. So I'm with you on that. But
My point is the timeline is the timeline doesn't support the statement that because Rabin died, the two-state solution died, because a serious attempt to the two-state solution was attempted
afterwards.
After Rabin died.
Afterwards.
So it's obviously not the Achilles heel of this.
Correct. It derailed it for some time, but there was an effort to re-rail it under Barak, and then again again under Olmert.
The people still believed in believed in it as a strategically viable way to solve the problem.
Right.
And that only went away after the talks failed in the Second Intifada, and then they still wanted out of the West Bank. They just wanted to do it unilaterally, and then that also proved to be a bad idea. That was kind of the Olmert's problem, is that he ran on that, and then after he ran on that, Hamas started kidnapping kidnapped Gilad Shalit, I think it was, and there were attacks from Hezbollah into Israel, which is a territory that Israel pulled out of recently as well. So it's just that reality just communicated so clearly that you can't do this, that the opinion of the people changed completely, as a result.
Right.
It never changed back because it never had a reason to.
It very much reinforces the notion that when you change the environment, you change the people. This is one of the clearest examples of that. I want to even go back further, because we've actually seen this pattern since pre-Israel. When there were different movements within Zionism, some wanted a more peaceful approach, some were a little bit more hawkish, and we saw how violence did always give the hawkish elements a little bit more, just a little.
It vindicates.
It vindicated it. It energized it. Interestingly, though, the expansionist segment of society existed then as well. I learned this recently, but I'm pretty sure it was Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky felt a major betrayal when the Hashemites got Jordan. Like there was a time when that was on the early Zionists wanted that as well, at least one brand of them. And then that segment of society has existed ever since. But again, terror and failed agreements always fuels it. And maybe if somebody wants to check that it was Jabotinsky and not one of his people, but I'm pretty sure it was Jabotinsky.
He wanted he wanted a piece of Jordan.
Well, no, he wanted the entire British mandate, and then when they gave it to him, he saw that when they gave it to the Shemites, he saw it as a major betrayal. So there was a brand of Zionism that really wanted all of it, not just.
That feels a little. That feels a little silly for someone to want, because the idea that at that point in time Israel could maintain itself while also overseeing that many Arabs. I don't think anybody would have thought this.
Yeah, I mean, but Zionism in its nature was very idealist, so I don't know if we should be surprised by that.
Yeah, Jabotinsky lived here. He wasn't an idiot. I don't know. It seems like if he had this position, then I would be very curious how that position gelled with how he explained it. I don't know. It seems like it seems a little non-serious to think that you could remove that number of Arabs based on the number of Jews that existed at the time. That expectation seems very silly.
Right.
And living with them or over them is equally unviable. So
although east of the Jordan River was not heavily populated, right? That's a historically pretty barren area.
Well,
it was primarily
unpopulated is unpopulated.
Yeah, it was. We could look in the numbers. It was primarily Bedouins back then. Do we have a Jordanian here now? Is Abdullah? No, Abdullah left. Okay, but we could look it up. But I'm pulling it up. And again, I'm not speaking to how strong this was in the Zionist movement, but Jabotinsky was a prominent leader. Jabotinsky was a strong proponent of Jewish sovereignty over the entire territory of mandatory Palestine, including both sides of the Jordan River, viewed this as betrayal. He believed that Jews had a right to settle and build a state on both banks of the Jordan. He vocally opposed any concessions of territory to others, especially when it came at the expense of Jewish national aspirations. His movement, Revisionist Zionism, adopted the slogan, "The Jordan has two banks. This one is ours, and so is the other." That's hilarious. The Jordan has two banks. This one is ours. Huh. It's reflected continuing. Okay. Was this a prominent? And anyone can double check this because I'm using ChatGPT. So there's some. Was this? I kind of want to get someone like Benny Morris on for a conversation. Was this a prominent view? But yeah, so Simfo, you pointed to the fact that this really changed the conditions on the ground, but it's interesting and unfortunate because it's not like we could really point to who can you point to blame for this, you know? And it's not about blame. It's not about blame, but to find a solution, we need to find what in each society or what institution.
Blame someone very specific. I blame Hamas specifically. Hamas launched the second intifada that killed the peace process.
Okay, so that's okay. That's fair, I guess.
They created a national tragedy, and they changed what Israelis think is possible in a safe resolution of the conflict, and that is going to weigh down every peace talk that will ever happen in this topic on this issue, and that's because of Hamas, because they succeeded in this in derailing the peace process the first time.
Right. And I think
blame also the UN were enabling Hamas and this whole conflict since the beginning.
Oh yeah, like there's a lot of errors that were made on the way on.
Well, it was also Israel that enabled Hamas at the very beginning. Also, you know, we saw
very much so.
Yeah,
but then also before that, you can blame the U.S. because Bush insisted on Hamas being allowed to participate in the elections in the first place. Israel didn't want to let them participate in elections, and then this problem wouldn't have. You wouldn't have had the problem that they are the government that you have to deal with in the first place.
Right.
Just blame the Arab League for starting this conflict in the first place.
No,
I don't blame the Arab League for
I don't know
starting
that.
the conflict.
I don't. But they did.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I think you could say then you could just blame the
with the invasion. That's what started it.
No, come on. Jews coming into the territory for 60 years is more of a factor than that, right?
No.
If you want to blame anyone, you should be blaming the Russians, because the Russians pogroming the Jews so hard that millions of them had to fuck off all over the world is the thing that is, I think that's like the easiest first domino to pick out.
But
yeah, and then we need to blame the Jews
for the armed conflict.
We need to blame the Israelis or the Jews for trying to return the land to the land and making it their own. The thing with blame is there's endless factors you could point at. The reason I brought it up, the reason I asked the question, is because I want us to be able to identify what exactly we need to focus on now in order to change it. And people have this tendency to focus on people and their flaws, but I think that's always, you're never going to find the solution at trying to change a whole society. It's like, what is the institutional change we need to find?
The institutional change is that you have to show that Hamas and Hamas's strategy cannot function, and you need to remove Hamas. That's the first thing. Nothing else will happen before that happens.
Right. Okay. But
the point of blame is to hold these people accountable and not basically defend them or make them immune from any wrong.
Wait, but
criticism.
who's these people?
The UN and all and the Arab states and the Palestinian leadership.
And
Right.
keep going. That's it.
Well, what else? If you're talking about Israel, then Israel is already put to task and held accountable.
Okay, cool.
The whole thing is here that the non-Israeli side is seen as completely pure and just and innocent and justified.
You know, I think I want to say that I think if we need to defeat Hamas in order to have peace, we may be giving ourselves an unnecessarily uphill battle because it's unclear what defeating them looks like. And it's not that they're not the problem as much as it's just a zero sum, like the ideology that is maximalist and zero sum when it comes to solving the conflict.
For the purpose of my argument, defeating them is removing them from effective control of any territory. Hamas cannot administer to any territory.
Right.
It can exist in the sense that like 3 people with stolen AKs can exist under in a basement somewhere, but it can't be an administrator to a region. That is what defeating Hamas means.
Yeah. So aside from
that's like what if you get a situation that's kind of like the peace deals that have been proposed recently that you've seen from Egypt, where Hamas is like in a sort of Hezbollah role, where they're not the administrators of Gaza, but they are still very much a powerful armed force on the ground.
Well, hold on. So
you think Israel has any interest in creating another Hezbollah?
wait.
No, not really.
Gav, I just want to on that point. That's actually what I'm getting at, because I think this idea that we need to defeat Hamas as a precondition for peace, I recognize where that position comes from. I just don't really know what that means. You say no effective control. So, Trump says there's some plan in place, and then Gaza will be administered by 4 Arab nations. Hamas will be exiled. If that works, cool, it worked. Am I optimistic that that's going to happen? Not so much, but as long they could always be replaced by another maximalist government. Like it's not Hamas the organization. It's just leadership that's unwilling to compromise.
No, it's not always. Like
I
don't think that's a statement that is necessarily correct.
I think when it comes to Israel-Palestine, as long as the leadership is unwilling to compromise, it's going to be nearly impossible to find a solution.
Do you think that while there is a terrorist organization that functions as a government, do you think it's easier to recruit or harder to recruit when they are actively showing on the ground that it is possible to exist and keep fighting, and you will be allowed to do so?
Well, I think right now, if you look at the past few polls in Gaza, you have you have majority support for 2 states for the first time in a very long time, and you have low double-digit, high single-digit support for Hamas. So
Hamas support.
Right. So it's not even necessarily they need to be removed from power. It's that there needs to be some reformation in how they approach solving the conflict. I think them reforming their approach is just as likely, if not more likely, than them actually being entirely.
You want Hamas to do something like Jolani did?
Yeah, and like even the PLO. The PLO the PLO used to be more extreme than Hamas, and now in 1989 they recognize Israel's right to exist. So I mean, the world is filled with terrorists becoming statesmen. I don't think Hamas is inherently different, that they can't. So that's the framing I want to challenge. That
okay. So my problem with that is that if you look at the example of Jolani, for instance, I'm not I'm not very knowledgeable on the Syrian conflict, but my understanding is that Jolani spent years before the assault on Assad's regime that toppled him, he spent years clawing away from the position that he was originally in, the ISIS position. He expunged them from the territories that he was controlling. Like he waged a small war against that position. He visibly, ideologically shifted, and his policy reflected that. Hamas is going to be destroyed, and if Hamas says, "Oh, you know what? we can modernize, we can moderate," because they don't want to be destroyed, there's absolutely no reason for anybody to believe that would be the case. Like, they haven't showed any willingness to ideologically shift in the way that Iran has.
I mean, but we're not looking at it on the same time scale. Right now, you have entirely new leadership in Hamas. Like their top leadership has, for the most part, been completely changed. There's been a lot has happened in the past 2 years. So
the two OGs, if you will, a lot of the two OGs who are still alive, Khalid Mashal and oh my goodness, Abu Marzouk, are considered to be the most pragmatic. That's the other thing.
Right. That's true too. Yeah.
Then that's fine. Then they can disband Hamas and form political parties. Like, they can do that. They can just do that, right?
Yeah, I just, and that might be how it happens, but I don't know if that should be the precondition. Like, I think there's ways to do. I just want to. I think focusing on the institution.
I think that it should be the precondition. I think that it should be.
But would you?
Or they could, they could agree to be exiled. I'm fine with that too. They could just, yeah.
If they agreed to accept two states, would you still say no because it's Hamas?
I don't trust them to accept anything, and I also don't want to. And on a more important strategic level, you don't just agree to a two-state solution. A two-state solution includes lots of details that you have to hammer out in actual peace talks. And Israel is not sitting down for peace talks with Hamas. It's just not happening. Like, not on an optics level, not on a moral level, and not on a strategic level, because you cannot, as a state, reward terrorism in that way. And going to the position where you're having a two-state solution agreement with Hamas, process with Hamas, as a result of what they did, it's just shooting yourself in the face.
And who's going to reward Israel for killing 100,000 people and destroying all of Gaza?
No one needs to reward Israel.
Yeah,
okay. Israel doesn't need rewarding.
It's
maybe the UN, once they stop giving Hamas money, they can give that money to Israel instead. That would be a nice reward.
The money needs to go to rebuild Gaza, but Simfa, what you're describing, I do think is relevant in how the Israeli public would perceive it. But the reason I'm pushing back on this is because unless Trump's plan is what he says it is, and they're going to be exiled, and then 4 Arab nations are going to come in, if that doesn't happen, then we're still quite far from defeating them. Like we've been at this for 2 years, and we only hold half of Gaza.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem like, well, we'll see, but the cost it will take to hold all of Gaza and maintain it, they don't need to be. We could get to the point where we hold 100% of Gaza, but then we're dealing with who knows how many years of a very violent insurgency. So I don't think that we should. So essentially, it's like.
Do you think that outcome is better for Israel than setting the precedent of, you know what, we got tired, guys. We're just really sleepy. We don't have the energy to keep fighting this fight. You've outlasted us. We're pulling out. You guys can have Gaza. We'll see you in like 6 years. You think Israel can afford to send that message? Or
I no,
through an uncomfortable occupation of a contested Gaza, just to not create that status quo.
I would pull out.
You would?
Okay,
I
for
wouldn't.
sure.
I think it's.
I would pull out, and I would even. I would go even more extreme. But I realize that this has close to no political feasibility, and it very much makes me an outlier, but I wouldn't have even gone in the first place. I think the whole military approach to try to defeat them is a huge mistake. I do think in like a few decades, what I'm saying right now will seem sensible. Now it seems naive, but I think this is probably the trajectory of the world, and for good reason.
Yeah.
But I don't think everything. I don't think a military solution is often the best solution. I think it rarely is. And when you have a situation where you have a militant group that has built a tunnel city underneath a densely populated city, and your goal is to somehow take them out, the cost of attempting and the benefit and the reward of succeeding, which is uncertain, is not worth it. High risk and low chance of a reward.
The position that you're describing is exactly Bibi's position. That's what he ran on. That's what he wanted.
No.
Yes, it is. It is.
Hold on.
It's not worth dealing with. It's not worth dealing with Gaza. Gaza is too complicated. It's going to be too ugly. There's no real reason to do it. They're just going to be okay if we improve conditions slightly over time. Then it's just going to get better. Or it's not, and then we can deal with it at our leisure with no cost to us.
That's not what I'm suggesting.
But that's what you're suggesting results in.
No, it's not. It's not. Wait, but real quick, because that's not what I'm suggesting. Doesn't result in that, because I want us to be dedicated to the peace process, both with the PA and with Hamas. I think we need to negotiate with both, and I think both have shown interest in negotiating. True, Hamas in a more maximalist way, but few people know this. After they got elected, they reached out to Israel and offered a 10-year truce to Israel. Now, the conditions for the truce weren't the most favorable. We wouldn't have agreed to all of it, but I believe we should have countered it and found some compromise and gotten that 10-year truce, and then spent the next 10 years working with both them and the PA and building on that truce and trying to expand it to a 20-year truce. And then you've already passed a generation with minimal violence. Instead,
is it fair to guess that that 10-year truce included a lot of funding and no military intervention?
It clearly wouldn't have had a siege. We wouldn't have had a siege on them. That's for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So they'd have much freer access to weapons. They'd have a large time to stock up, and they would have a lot of funding based on that agreement. Why is it a good idea to do?
Well, first of all, I would argue that is their right to do. Okay, they have a right to build weaponry,
right?
to have weapons and a military. We should view them as.
Do they have a?
And wait, I would, and if we want to go, I would
go. Does Israel have a right to prevent them if they're also at the same time calling for the destruction of Israel? Does it have a right to prevent it?
I think that Israel could have approached siege in a very different way. We did it in a very brutal way. I think we could have worked with the international community and perhaps stopped weapons imports. But what we did was we caused a massive toll on the economy by stopping all exports. We destroyed their industries, and we stopped imports from all sorts of other vital goods. So this wasn't just stopping weapons from coming in. So yeah, could we have worked with the UN and built some kind of a plan that wouldn't have been like a truly brutal siege that would have looked differently? I think that's much more reasonable. But the way we approached the siege, was brutal.
I agree with you. It was very heavy-handed, and it was indeed amended over time. I think in 2010 there were a lot of really weird restrictions that, from what I understand, they came from the fact that it wasn't products that were being blacklisted; it was suppliers. So because not blacklisted, whitelisted. So because there was only specific suppliers that were whitelisted, and those didn't have every commodity, then some of them were effectively banned. And a lot of that stuff was lifted in 2010 because there was an outcry about it, and because it really was heavy-handed and unnecessary.
Yeah.
But the point is, but my larger point is that if Hamas wanted to improve the material conditions of Gazans, then it could have, at that point, negotiated for a relief of blockade, for a disarmament process. If it could have done that, but it wouldn't, because the goal is always always remained to destroy Israel, and they will harm the prospect of their own people to any degree to achieve that. So that was kind of the whole lesson, is that you can't remove Hamas's will to destroy you by improving material conditions in Gaza, because that's kind of what the whole scandal of giving aid money.
Right, but Simfo,
right?
now you're going back into the same thing. That's saying there's something about them that is not amenable to change, and there's no environmental conditions, there's no negotiation that can change the way they view things.
I'm saying,
and I'm not convinced of that.
So we're talking about Hamas like the organization, yeah?
Yeah, and the people's perception. Often organizations shift as a response of public opinion and public sentiment. So
yeah, when they're democratic, or when they're weak, or when they're a weak
no,
authoritarian,
not always. Like they have maintained popular support by their people, largely due to
Sure,
our.
but they also actively suppress intellectual competition, right? There are no alternatives to Hamas, because Hamas quashes dissent on every level internally in Gaza, right? It doesn't matter if people are not happy with Hamas's performance, because there is no political entity that is allowed to materialize that people can push. That's the reason that Hamas is so difficult to remove in the first place, because there's no one to empower to replace them.
For sure.
That has been the case. I would argue that has been the case since about 2018, when Sinwar took power. You really did turn into a level that is really only comparable to like Sisi in Egypt, and you had an authoritarian called consolidation. But before that, it was much more of a dicta blanca. You didn't have extensive political prisoners. You didn't have an extensive beating people on the street in the way that you would see in Assad, Syria, or Egypt, or Iraq, or anything like that. It was not completely. It was an authoritarian system, make no mistake, but it was not completely removed from popular sentiment in the way that it had become later on. So if there was a genuine popular sentiment, okay, things are doing all right, let's not risk another war.
Can you speak a little louder?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that there's no chance that wouldn't change public opinion and thus change Hamas's policy. Wait a minute.
And also, if I may add, isn't the reason that the Palestinians in Gaza are against Hamas, isn't it because of Israel's attack? Like
Partially, and because of the cost.
Adar, you said you wouldn't have gotten in. Would you agree then if Israel didn't go in, wouldn't Hamas's popularity go up instead of down?
So
because they would see it as a victory, right?
What history shows us is that when Israel would engage in their mowing the lawn policy, 2008, 2014, 2021, all these instances increased public support for Hamas, both in Gaza, in the West Bank, and internationally. October 7th and the 2 years since, we've seen a shift because of how brutal Israel's response has been. And it's just been 2 years of brutality where there's nothing they could possibly do to stop Israel. So the only means they have is their only outlet to potentially do something is hopefully Hamas steps down and leaves power, and then maybe our lives will be better. So this time around, their popularity went down because Gaza has just been entirely destroyed as a result of essentially Hamas poking the bear and inviting Israel in for this destruction. But in all prior times, the sentiment, and we actually have a Gazan here if he wants to share, so you could reinforce this or challenge it, but it was, we don't love Hamas on many domestic issues, but we view them as the protector against our real enemy, our real oppressor, which is Israel. So the past attacks did increase their popularity consistently.
There's someone on the server that lives in Gaza?
Well, he's not in Gaza now, but yeah, he left a few weeks prior to October 7th. He's here he's here on the VC now, but I'm not going to put him on blast because I don't know if he wants to speak right now, but just putting, yeah. Great guy too. But where were we before that? Simfo, I actually want to make it clear that there's a lot of stances I take that I say with a high degree of confidence. But when I say that I think we should have negotiated a truce with them and then continued to negotiate, and I think that would have been the best way forward, I do believe that. But I want to also acknowledge that that might not have worked, that I'm proposing something that also very well also would have led to disaster. So I'm not saying that this is very, very obviously would have resulted in XYZ, but I think generally, even if they're a maximalist terror organization, if they're willing to go for a 10-year truce and your response is by default no and not let's sit and talk about it, I think that's a mistake. And again, we don't know what would have happened had we agreed, but we do know that what we did has not worked out. It's been a disaster both for us and for them. So generally speaking, that's how I look at it. And I think that they can reform, they could change the same way Al-Julani can go from al-Nusra to statesman, the same way the IRA did it, the same way the PLO did it, the same way some of the early Zionists did it. I think Hamas can do it as well.
Okay, I don't disagree with you that they can't. I'm not saying that they can't. I'm saying that they haven't, so they are not, and they will not.
I was actually agreeing with you, Adar, when you said you could make peace with terrorists and you brought up other people. I was actually agreeing with you. And then Simfo brought up Jolani, how he actually did things on the ground first. And then I started leaning towards Simfo, like, yeah, maybe I do want to see some concrete steps on the ground, and then we could negotiate further. And it seems like he's right. They've never shown any willingness to do anything. And that charter they changed, I mean, that was, to me, just a PR stunt for the West. So
well, you could say that, but you could also see that as an actual step, right? Like now it's interesting you brought up the charter because it's possible that was a PR stunt, but it's possible that was also an actual step to achieve just that.
It's possible, or it's possible that you're not reviewing the entire history of the group of people on which you're constantly speaking. That's why it
Casimir,
between them and Zionists.
Casimir,
it's a false comparison, and you know it.
Casimir, real quick, okay? First of all, welcome back. But this isn't the energy of this conversation, so tone it down, and I'm happy to hear your perspective.
Okay, so if you're a scientist and you're approaching this as you're an empiricist, at least, you're looking at observations, then what you do is when you compare, say, Jolani in Syria and early Zionists, is you compare people with a completely different history, and in one experiment, you have a track record, in another one, you just don't. You don't know what the current transformation in Syria is because your historical knowledge is always 10 years past. That's when you know for sure what was actually happening. When you look about 10 years back and you can scan through all the distractions and all the media manipulation that happens, and you look at the remainder. Now you have a remainder of Islamist, not just Muslim, but Islamist society for 700 years. And you are choosing to ignore all of that to make comparisons to other groups. The 700 years of Jewish history are not equivalent to the 700 years of Arab history prior to those points intersecting. And that is 700 years at least of conquest, of groups subjugating minorities, of minorities being never accepted.
Okay,
there is no
Casimir,
minority in the Middle East that's not suffering.
We had Casimir, listen, I don't want to cut you off, but prior to you joining, we had a full hour. We gave somebody the floor, and we gave him a lot of time to explain why Islam is the ultimate evil. We've moved on beyond that, so I just don't want to get back into there. We spoke about this for over an hour. If you wanna talk about other stuff, sure. If you wanna just continue to demonize without providing any real solutions, then that's just a repeat
It's
of.
not demonization. I'll talk then about the so-called Zionists. So in the 1920s, Zionists were building villages, and even before that, they were building settlements. And there is a history that your channel never presented of those villages getting attack after attack after attack after attack. And then there's a small, tiny minority of Zionists that are converted by this type of violence, and they say, we're going to use the same methods as the surrounding villages are using against us, as the Druze are using against us, as the Arabs are using against us. We're going to use local culture. And local culture is a tribal culture where if you kill a member of my tribe, then my revenge is not directed at a particular murderer, but the entire enemy tribe. And this tribal balance it introduces certain expectations, certain behavior. They tried that strategy, and now we're using that minority as a comparison. Whereas you have a majority of people that, it's a ploy to say they support Hamas. They don't support Hamas. They support. You should evaluate the support for all organizations that reject your type of peace. And if you try that, you will have to very carefully search to find a dissident like you on the other side.
Well, you're actually
no equivalent.
you're actually coming in a little bit late, because I said the same exact thing. I said it's not Hamas, it's a maximalist approach, a maximal zero-sum approach to the conflict that needs to change, not just one organization. So that's not something that's not discussed. In fact, it was discussed like 20 minutes ago. In terms of I think your history of Zionism saying we came all peacefully until we were attacked, I don't accept that version of history. I know it's awfully convenient to frame it that way, but the early Zionists came with a desire and expression, and they were not shy in their aspiration to establish a Jewish homeland. They were patronizing towards local populations. As early as the 1910s, there was displacement. To think that you could have a massive immigration of people acting this way and there's not going to be any violence is unrealistic. So
it is very realistic because it occurred in other parts of the world with other people groups, and it did not produce ultra violence. There was a group of people in a walled city in China where there was an extreme concentration of population, where there is no government force at all, where there was purely cultural constraints, and people managed to live very peaceful lives there overall, and they managed to not attack their neighbors, even though their economic conditions
you could
squalor by our standards.
You could tell me
culture was different.
You could tell me what example you're talking about, and I'm sure we could identify a fundamental difference, and culture is probably one of them, but a fundamental difference on why this created a very different human dynamic. At the end of the day, Palestinians responded as most humans before them have responded to such actions. They're not unique in their response.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Yes,
they are. Are a unique people group. They're a unique people group that have gained a victimhood status throughout the entire world, where they get isolated from the actions of their empire. They get to be the vanguard of an imperial force and act like a vanguard of an imperial force, and yet also be completely cut off from that history. So they could say, we're brand new, look at how we're victimized, and not looked at the lens of hundreds of years of history, which they actually use for their symbols, for their culture, for the tales they say, for the reference they have, for the TV shows they produce. Throughout the entire region, they glorify their past, and yet you say, no, let's cut them off and let's identify them in isolation, away from all of that. I agree with you.
Yes.
There is a distinction.
I think he's talking. Are you talking about the Ottoman Empire? No. I mean, Customer. What you're saying is just complete bullshit. Just complete bullshit.
Completely bullshit.
Yeah. We have. Are you talking about the Ottoman Empire? Is that the empire you're talking about?
No. I'm saying that there is Arab and Islamist imperialism that it just exists. It's a thing. There is a phrase called the Ummah. There is the
Okay.
concept
Okay. Okay.
And the Ottoman Empire was one of the manifestations where people said, we're building an Ummah based on Ottoman Empire. That's how they presented themselves.
This is the same way why you're a staunch libertarian, and this is what you do. You have these theoretical things. It's almost like you can prove it in
That's
a theory.
just insults,
No,
Adar.
no. Hold on.
You're just
Hold on.
insulting back.
Hold on.
It's not an argument,
Wait,
Adar. You're a
wait,
coward,
Casimir. You're cutting me off. Do you think that I'm not going to give a rebuttal? Yeah, I did start by saying that.
No, I think
hold
that
on.
You're starting your rebuttal with an insult, with the belittlement twice in a row, and I've caught you on that because you don't have an actual counter argument. You're historically illiterate, and you're an intellectual coward, and you would not survive an actual debate on the topic.
Casimir. You see, look, wait. He gets so sensitive whenever I insult him, but every time I've ever had a conversation with him, he comes in with this just super negative energy and hurling out personal attacks. And then I say something like that, a much less personal attack than him calling me a coward. And by the way, just for the sake of accountability, before he joined, he messaged in chat saying I'm a coward. So comes in swinging and then gets super triggered by just a minor personal attack. But there's something, last time I called it autistic and somebody in the community said that they found it a little offensive, so I won't do that again. But it's thinking things purely in theoretical terms with having zero understanding of human nature. To think, and Hasbara does this a lot, but this is like the foundation of so many of his arguments, to think that because there was an Arab conquest, therefore Zionism should have just been acceptable to them, and it's not imposed on them conditions for violence. There's no basis for that. There's this like theoretical.
Can we talk about how you're triggering me?
Huh?
Can I squeeze in for a second? Can we talk about how you're triggering me for a second?
Wait, hold on. Yeah. So there's
I'm getting triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
First off, I just want to say, you called him a libertarian. I'd get pretty pissed as well if somebody called me that.
Oh no. He identifies as a libertarian.
But more importantly,
he's a self-proclaimed libertarian though. That wasn't the diss. It was saying that it's thinking in all theoretical terms. You know.
No, I'm making a joke.
Sorry.
Enough of a step forward. No, what I want to say is really more of a rhetorical question. Why do we put such heavy focus on Muslim conquests, Muslim violence? Why are we ignoring the historical violence of other peoples, of other empires, of other religions? Why are we ignoring all these sociological and financial interests of all these Muslim empires, supposedly Muslim empires, which violated the laws of Islam all the time? Why are we ignoring that? Why are they special? Why aren't we talking about the Spanish Empire? Why aren't we talking about their violence and what that did to the people who ruled under them? Why isn't that part of our discussion? Why does a certain group of people say singled out every time?
Yeah, I mean, I would go on to say that neither of those groups should be singled out because neither of them are relevant towards what's going on today. They're often brought up to try to attribute blame. It's important to understand conditions that lead to radicalization, but the idea that Arab conquest somehow changes the paradigm, I've yet to hear a compelling case as to why. But it's unfortunate that he left instead of continuing to debate it. But Simfo, wait.
I could make one up. I could pull one out.
No, I only want one if you actually believe it and think it's a good one, you know?
It's true. It's just like most things in history, is not a question of if it's true so much as a question of how significant was it. And that's a normative assessment.
Can I ask one question? Just a question. So Okay, first, anyone who studied the history agrees, of course, that Islam spread through conquest and jihad al-talab, like aggressive, offensive jihad. But cultures change, right? Times change. In the last century, how many Muslim states have waged war to expand Islam? So 100 years. How many times has this happened? Muslim majority countries.
It's a good question.
But is that the question? Is that the relevant question about?
Well, you're talking about imperialism, and I'm asking, like, is this an ongoing project? I don't see any evidence of it. Like, you can talk about ISIS, but like almost all Muslims were against it. So.
Well, I think he was referring to Pan-Arabism as. Like that would be a more coherent thing to point to.
And even then, there's so many differences between that and just
I agree. I generally am of the belief that religion is not really the correct factor to analyze. Religions are a part of culture, and when cultures change, their religions change accordingly.
Yeah.
It's also just so weird to say, like, a Palestinian tenant farmer who was illiterate in 1920 and probably didn't know anything about Islam other than praying 5 times a day, fasting Ramadan, some very basic theological concepts, is like some kind of highly ideologically motivated imperialist who sees himself as like.
No, right.
To be fair, that wasn't what he said about those people. He didn't say that about them. He said that they were mostly tribalist or very small community minded and did not have
he said they're imperialists.
Well, but he
was that's a different group of people, right? About them specifically, he was saying that they were tribalists. That was the main thrust of his argument.
Well, but the main no, what he was saying is that the conditions that contributed to violence are irrelevant because they're somehow because of Arab conquests. I mean, it's a non sequitur. Those are two completely different.
I agree.
Right.
It's a cartoonish position.
Yeah. Right. Which is
it's bad political analysis.
And that's the reason I brought up libertarianism, because my critique of libertarianism is very similar. It kind of works in it works in this theoretical realm, but it completely ignores human dynamics and game theory and stuff like that. But I guess that was his breaking. That was his breaking point.
I verify Salafis in Egypt who attack Christians who want to make a church, but like the level of, I'll say this though, the level of ranting and kind of double standard and unhinged quasi-theoretical statements people can make about all Muslims. I mean, imagine if somebody did this for Jews, like the guy earlier, just an hour of the Jew this, the Jew that. You have to understand the role of the Jew. I mean, and then lacking empirical evidence. So it's not merely like a politically incorrect thing or edgy thing, but like we provide counterexamples saying, hey, why do most Christians support October 7th in the region if it's just about religion? And he's like, oh, they're lying to the polls because they're afraid of their Muslim neighbors or something. So it's like these really we can absolutely critique and talk about the role of Islam in the conflict. I think there certainly is a role around, like, especially like Al-Aqsa and so on. But it's like, this is clearly, these people are attracted by some like grand theoretical framework that doesn't have a lot of empirical evidence. And sadly, even someone like Benny Morris has fallen into this. So Benny Morris's pre-Second Intifada books barely talk about Islam as a motivating factor. It talks about like territory, land, colonialism, and so forth. And then now it's like all Islam is all he talks about. So it's just not a very analytically serious way, and it's an anti-empirical way, because people don't look at the facts. Like, obviously we should look at the facts to figure out what the role of this religion is in the conflict, and there is a role, but to say this grand almost metaphysical theory of the Muslim is, like, first of all, clearly extremely bigoted, right? I'm not gonna whitewash that because it's woke or whatever to say. And second of all, like, dumb and anti-empirical. That's my take anyway.
Yeah, I will.
Adar,
Real quick, I just want to build on that. It seems like that there's a higher tolerance for Islamophobia than there are other forms of hate. Like I'd be down to engage with somebody on any form of hate here. I think it was still an entertaining conversation, but it is true that the unhinged nature of his rants about Islam, had it been done towards Jews or blacks, would have been a lot more triggering to many people. Like there's kind of just this normalization of doing that to Islam, at least in the West.
Adar, the one thing I was going to note is, isn't it a little late for you right now? I looked at the time.
Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. and this stream's been going on for 5 hours and 30 minutes. Damn, this might be the longest live stream I've ever done. And you know what, guys? Not a single super chat for the YouTube viewers. Maybe we'll end this with a little super chat at least, and then we'll I'll hop off. Yeah.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but there is news. Like there is an American security contractor is testifying about is written a piece for Zateo about the shooting of Palestinians seeking aid. So an employee of this.
When was that dropped?
It was just dropped. I haven't even. Oh, sorry, that was dropped 17 days ago. Sorry.
Oh, I actually saw that when that came out.
Yeah, they just retweeted it. So yeah.
Actually, it's interesting that didn't get more attention. But were they talking? Were they talking about the shooting there as well?
Let me read the piece.
Really quick. He said that it's not what I signed up for, and it was not. Yeah, where was it?
Okay, so this is a pertinent quote. Any excuse the military can come up with to say someone is a threat, they'll take. So you get to the point where the truth itself is murky. All the while, all I've heard all day is Israeli tanks, machine guns, snipers, and bombs, but never any fire from the opposite direction.
Oh, so he's acknowledging the shooting.
Yeah, essentially. Okay. He's not acknowledging, like, it doesn't seem to be like he's corroborating a claim of like some top-down plot to get them to come there, but he's basically corroborating that they're just shooting people for no security reason, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's more so a very brutal way to crowd control. Like I do think, and this is actually, if we go back 5 hours and 20 minutes, this is how I started the stream, with explaining that I think that a lot of what is seen as intentional killing of civilians, the way it's framed top down, is just a low level of precaution for civilians. So, for example, there's a difference between saying, okay, let's tell them to come for food just so we could shoot at them. That's not how the command is coming. It's saying, okay, disperse the crowds, recklessly shoot some fire. That's more likely how all this stuff is happening. Or you're not.
What I would say is the way I frame this is like murder in Gaza is, I mean, I think it sometimes is ordered, but in fact often, but I think a lot of the time like this, it's sanctioned rather than ordered. So like no one's going to be punished. You can just massacre these people with no security threat, but there's not like a top-down order.
Yeah,
caught,
exactly.
They'll just lie, and so it is policy in some business, because then when they're caught, they'll lie about it. They'll pretend it's a blood libel. But I don't think there's like kill as many of these people as possible. I think it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, it's the top-down commands is always. If you lower protections for civilians to a certain extent, it starts to look like intentional killing. So, and I would say morally it becomes indistinguishable, or the moral difference is not so meaningful. So, for example, let's say you're in a no-go zone and you see somebody, you're not killing them because you know they're a civilian. You just don't want to take chances. You didn't intentionally kill a civilian. You just don't want to take chances. Or you get intel that there might be a militant in this building, but there's also a family there. Okay, let's go for it. We didn't intentionally kill the civilians. They just happen to be in the building that we thought there might be a militant.
So like here's what I'd say. So we've heard, and by the way, this guy Yehuda Vash, who's the commander of Division 252, which has been heavily involved in these aid massacres, he gave an order to his division, talking over 10,000 soldiers, so a lot of people in Gaza, a lot of the combat soldiers in Gaza are under him. Like every woman is a man in disguise, and everyone on a bike can be shot. So if those are your orders, and you say you kill an 8-year-old on the bike because of that, he's a scout. At some point, it becomes a polite fiction.
Yeah.
Than just
that's
and you're murdering people rather than excessive precaution, rather than lack of protecting. You know.
Well, so that's kind of what I'm arguing, but I want people to understand how it happens from top down. No one's. It's not. You might have some commanders saying this, some of the more extreme ones, but you're not gonna. And this is why we likely won't get a whistleblower saying just this. But yes, we were told to kill civilians. We're unlikely to get a whistleblower to say that because that's not how the command looks. All the whistleblowers are going to be like, it's going to be this very low protection that at that point becomes indistinguishable from just killing civilians.
I think an important...
More correctly, we'd say it amounts to reckless disregard, which is a war crime.
You're right, exactly.
Well, reckless disregard is murder under the laws of war. If you just don't give a shit, and you're not making any effort to identify people, that would be murder.
Yeah, it's just a war.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for the super chat. Sulfur, I think that's it. Right? Thanks so much. And the message with the super chat was a smiley face. Who doesn't like a good smiley face? I really appreciate that. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it. At least we'll end the stream, and I mean, chill room will continue.
Looks like you built up a community here, Adar. I'm impressed. You've been working pretty hard on this.
Yeah, well, it's we've been working pretty hard, and I could even say that to some extent this is my full-time job, because the idea we're not just building a community here on Discord, we're building a platform designed for communication between people with opposing views. It's called Head On. We're building different AI tools to assist in the process, so that any two people or any two groups of people, with the assistance of AI, can find common ground. Now,
what I like about how you're structuring this is it seems that there's two commitments. The first is that we want to be factually accurate. We don't just say dumb propaganda. And then the second thing is, and then that requires an open-mindedness on the facts, right? So you can challenge what we're saying. And the second one is that you're looking to have peaceful solutions, because there's really the only alternatives to peace, because the Israelis don't have anywhere to go, right? For the most part, nor the Palestinians, is some kind of horrible atrocity. So I think it's a good thing to push for it. It doesn't mean that Israelis and Palestinians and anyone else is going to agree on every potential solution, but there needs to be that dialogue for sure.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, and that's we very much believe that's the way. I think I've probably potentially have made some mistakes building this community, because my ideological position is turns some people off. So I think there's a case to be made that had I been a little bit less controversial with some of the analyses I put out and some of the ways I frame things, that there'd be a higher level of intrigue to what we're building from some people. But there's also the question of, two Israeli co-founders building a company, how much appeal will that have to the Palestinian population? So maybe me being an advocate for their liberation creates kind of like a counterbalance. I'm unsure, but we have, the reason we're doing this on Discord is because if you build a platform and no one's on it, then it's not interesting, right? You need to solve the cold start problem. And so we figure we're going to do it first here. And another thing is we're just learning so much about community dynamics and things that could go wrong and what can go right. So this is fucking hard, like I would say the community health has increased significantly since we introduced the concept of circles, which are smaller sub-communities. But it's been an awesome learning process. And, you know, everyone who's here on this call is pretty much an early adopter for hopefully something that we believe can change the world. You know, as an entrepreneur, I need to be delusional enough to believe that we're definitely going to succeed, but you know, I'm also realistic to know that there's no guarantee. But our goal,
Yeah, it's important to be realistic.
yeah, but
It's
again,
important to be realistic about the level of. Okay.
no, just like an entrepreneur that's too realistic doesn't wake up with motivation. You know, it's much harder to be motivated if you're like, oh, well, realistically, you know, 95% of startups fail, so I'm doing this for that 5%. It's much harder to motivate if you think those are your odds. But you know, we really believe that, you know, with the help of AI and with the right designed platform, that we can do something truly transformative and significant with helping people communicate their differences, like in a way that's productive. And right now, the world is more connected than ever before digitally, but in another sense, more polarized. And it seems like there's a case to be made that the digital connectivity is also contributing to polarization, just how social media is built and the algorithms. And for whatever reason, our current social media platforms tends to bring out the worst in a lot of us. So we're trying to build something that brings out the best in people and helps people better understand. So yeah, hopefully, you know, this is the start of something amazing. And even if the platform doesn't succeed, we still have this community. There's no reason why this community shouldn't continue to grow. So it's it's a journey.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other thing that in my view is that even though, at least I know a little bit more of the Palestinian side, but even though like I think that the dehumanization of the Israelis is widespread, I also think it's like fairly superficial. Like for example, you know, Palestinians will often say negative things about Jews and what have you, but if they learn like Norman Finkelstein is Jewish, they don't dislike him because he's Jewish. You know, I don't think the anti-Semitism that you see on their side is as ideological as it gets portrayed as. You know,
on the Palestinian side.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
it's kind of an expression of hatred for people that's oppressing them, but not like as, you know, not akin to like, you know, late 19th century European anti-Semitism.
I agree. It has a very different form, but this isn't just a company that's run by two Jews. It's two Israelis, you know. So there's definitely a challenge in building trust. But I will say we're currently 5 team members, 2 of which are Palestinians. So we're 3 Jews, 2 Palestinians. So our team is nice and diverse, and we'll continue building in that way. But yeah, for those still watching this on YouTube, I'm gonna drop a link to the Discord if you want to join. If you're watching this on Twitter, it's in my bio, or you could find it in the description of the video. And those on YouTube signing off. I'll do another stream tomorrow. I'm having Zach Kerner on for a little discussion / debate. And with that, signing off. And whoever is watching this, if you want to continue the conversation, just come to Discord, because it seems like this will go on for quite some time.